And welcome to Indianapolis Motor Speedway for 2021 Porsche Sport Car Together Fest. First time ever. A lot of great stuff going on this weekend. I'm going to touch on all that and more for the kids, for the race fans, you name it. It's all going on here as we get ready to go some green flag racing, some lapping coming up in a little bit. But before we get on track and get the action going, I need everyone to please take a moment and help me out. We've got some important business to tend to. And please join us as we observe a moment of silence to reflect and honor the lives lost in recent conflict. All right, and there is our first beautiful shot here of our front stretch here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A lot of great stuff going on, I was saying earlier on. Folks, my name's Sean Cermony. I'm going to be bringing the action all weekend long as we've got our first ever Porsche Sports Car Together Fest here. What a fun weekend it is going to be. It's not just about the race cars on the track. It's about cars off the track. We've got some vintage cars. We've got a lot of great things that have been going on. And as the day goes on, I'm going to touch more and more on what is happening here, all the way from the kid zones to everyone's going to have an opportunity for grid walks to go out and check all that out. And we've got a lot of different types of racing happening as well. As you see a beautiful shot there of an overhead shot of everything that's going on. Folks, those of you that are interested in watching everything that's happening here on the big screen, you can also watch that entire live feed at Porsche Carrera Cup.us. That live feed is going to be covering all of our racing, all the way from our Clubsport to our PCA Club racing, all the way up through to our exhibitions. Of course, our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama, and then bringing us right on into the Carrera Cup as well. So a lot of different levels of Porsche racing. It's all about a great weekend here with Porsche and a lot of great drivers, great teams, everyone coming together this weekend to make this the first ever, a very, very special weekend. And just take a little bit of time walking around last night and earlier this morning. What a cool vibe we got already. And we don't even have all the fans yet here. People are just going to start rolling in as the day rolls on. Each day is going to get bigger and bigger and bigger. A lot of practices and qualifyings and things today. Drivers getting used to the track. Everyone getting used to this whole new setup. All of us here together as we are here at our Together Fest. And so it's going to be a fun experience, and we're all going to experience it together. We're going to learn together. We're going to feel it out together. But what a fun vibe. A lot of smiles around the paddock this morning. Everyone's excited. You can feel a little bit of nervousness in the air. That makes it exciting as well as we get ready to go out on track for the first time here this weekend. So a lot of fun stuff. And as I said before, we are going to continue to touch on all of this stuff as the weekend rolls on. For those of you that are here with your kids and stuff, the fan zone, a lot of great things happening over there as well. And that being said, when I say a lot of great things, I'm talking we've got some vintage cars over there. It's actually, we're calling it a return to glory as well. That is the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. There's a lot to talk about with that, and I'm going to get into it a bit here. But we've got upwards of about 30, 40 different cars restored around the country, and that is a contest. We've got, I believe, the top 12 are here as well over in the fan zone. You can check that out, and I'll get more into that as we roll on. And, you know, so much great stuff happening here. We've got autocross and off-road. You can come out and take some rides and things. A lot of good stuff. And speaking of good stuff here, we're getting ready to get on track here with our first class out. And this, folks, is going to be our 935 Clubsport lapping session. And when I say lapping session, they're basically all the cars. No one has really gotten any time on track just yet. So we're going to take the opportunity to do so. And they saw this a lapping session. And that's basically what it is. We're going to see these cars picking it up as the weekend goes on, getting faster and faster and faster, and really putting on a great show for us as we get towards the end of the weekend. And so we see right there, there's the number 9 going around. Got a good handful of cars in this class right here. As we see him just coming around here, just warming up. You see race control up top being run by John Maskey and Jason Smith. From what I hear, I am listening to race control in my left ear here, and they are just releasing the cars now, getting them out here on track. And we'll be getting up some lap times and things. And the lap times, they are undoubtedly going to improve as the weekend rolls on. And, of course, several different classes as well. And as I mentioned before, we're going into our, our 935 Club Sports. We're going to get into the PCA Club racing as well. That practice is right around the corner. That'll be up next. And then Porsche Sprint Challenge, practice 1. And then moving back into more lapping. And as the day rolls on here, we're going to see cars getting faster and faster. Not necessarily just by class, which is going to be happening without a doubt. The racing, the practicing, the qualifying, everything is going to be, the action is going to be hotter and heavier as the weekend rolls on. But as they continue to get more lap times and things of that nature, we're going to see some impressive lap times here. Running the road course, very exciting stuff here. This is a 13-turn course. The back section actually going through 5 to 7 is dipping in. Going into turn 5, it's going to be a pretty aggressive right-hander. And then it's a long sweeping left-hander. That's turn 6, bringing into 7, which is a 90-degree left-hander. We're going to talk more about that as well. And then they kind of get into the backstretch. So similar to what you saw a few weeks ago with NASCAR with the Cup Series here, but they changed the backstretch a little bit there due to some issues they had there. So it's going to be really good. It's going to be very technical racing here, and different from a lot of the different racetracks and road courses that all these different series run. And all of these series go to some wonderful places. I'm talking, it's not just Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And folks, this is the big house, without a doubt. When you're at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, if you want to win a race all year long, no matter what your favorite track might be, you want to win here. I mean, this is the place to be. You want to go home being like, yes, I've stole the gold in Indianapolis. But that being said, it's a big difference from a lot of these other tracks. These guys are racing Watkins Glen. They're at Road America. They're at VIR, Virginia International Raceway. And the difference between those tracks and this track is they have a lot of different elevation changes and things of that nature. We're not going to see that here. But what we are going to see here is the banking on some of these turns. It's a completely different track. Car setup is going to have to be quite a bit different. And one cool thing about this is when I say car setup, sure, the crews and the crew chiefs and the drivers, they can talk and they can do their thing. But from class versus class here, all these cars, and for each different class, they are purpose-built Porsche race cars. So there's only so much setup that you can do. There's only so many different things that you can change. It's all the same car, so it comes down to the driver. And in each individual class here, the driver is what it's all about. And so set up from all the different tracks they've been to so far throughout the season and coming here, yeah, it's going to be a little different. There has to be some changes, and I'm not going to get in the technical side because I'm not the guy to tell you about that. But there are going to be some changes to the car, but more than anything, I think it's going to be changes as far as the way these guys wheel the cars. These men and women out here, the way they wheel the cars here opposed to some of the other tracks that not having elevation changes and things of that nature. So I'm just waiting right now for our timing and scoring to pop up here, and we're going to get into it a little bit. Right now, they're just still warming up here, getting ready to go green flag here in a little bit. I believe this is set for about a 25-minute session here. And then after this, we are going to get into the PCA Club racing. As I hear in the background, so I'm starting to wick it up a little bit here. So this is our first lapping session for our 935 Club Sport cars. And you see them starting to get on the gas now and rolling pretty good. And as I was mentioning, lots of fun stuff going on, not just on the track, but off the track as we get into all the different things that are happening here. The fan zone, check this out. So we have a simulator lab. The simulator lab, that is, it's like you're driving a GT3 Cup car. And each day, there's going to be a contest, and whomever puts out the fastest lap there for that is going to get a $500 gift card that can be used towards a Porsche Sprint experience. at one of the centers around the United States here for that. So that's pretty cool, and I guarantee there's going to be some serious people in there trying to put down some major lap times. If I can get a long enough break, I'm not going to lie to you, I'm going to be over there as well. I'm going to give it a go myself. But that's just one of the things in the fan zone. Also, you know, we've got all of our merchandise, really cool, very special Porsche merchandise over there as well. That's also, you can find Porsche owner relations. That's also set up there. And as I mentioned a little while ago, the Porsche Restorations Championship, which is super cool. A lot of detail to get into that, and I'm going to touch on all that as time goes on, but we've got a long time here, and I want to make sure we stretch some of this out here. But that whole thing, the Porsche Restorations Championship, you're going to want to go over and check those cars out. I believe there's about a dozen of them in there, and wow, really, really impressive. And they are cars, restoration shops, and I have a list of them, and I'm going to mention all of them here in a bit, from around the country, and they've had roughly, I'm thinking from about around the first of the year or so, to get to pick a car, find an old Porsche that needed a lot of TLC, and gave it all the love that it deserves, and got it entered here, and I believe we got like the top 12 there, and then that is going to be a contest that is going to be decided, the winner will be decided at the end of the weekend, so that's pretty cool stuff. So you're going to want to go over and check that out as well. And of course, the Kid Zone, all kinds of stuff over there. They got the Lego area, all kinds of things for them, and something a little bit different as well. As we see, we got one car off in the grass a little bit there, a little early for that, but like we said, this is a lapping session, and these cars are going to take time to get up to speed. And so they're the key to success right now out here on the track, for especially for this class, for the 935 Clubsport class here, is just to be calm, man, be cool, be nice and mellow. You can't be all wound up too quick, or you find yourself off in the weeds like that one competitor did right there. But safe and sound, nothing there. Everyone's nice and clean and back out on track again. But this is all about just being cool, man. Be mellow. Get through these first couple of sessions before you really start to wick it up. And that's what we're seeing for the majority of these drivers right now. And so continuing on with some of the fan zone stuff, we're talking about something a little bit different. You're calling this, it's not just karaoke, it's carpool karaoke, which is kind of cool. Like you're inside the car. That's going to be a lot of cool stuff for a lot of different, for your social media or what have you, and things. So that's carpool karaoke. That's going to be cool. And as you're doing things like carpool karaoke and you're walking around the track, whether you're here as a competitor or as a fan or a crew member, what have you, take some pictures, check it out, and mention hashtag Sportscar Together. That's our tagline right here for the 2021 Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. It's hashtag Sportscar Together. So take your pictures, make sure you tag everyone in that with that hashtag on there. And then we've also got here, we've got the Porsche Club of America. There's over 100,000 plus members of Porsche Club of America here, and they are not all here, not all 100,000, but that Club of America is here as well. And then we've got ride-alongs, really cool ride-alongs. The Porsche Off-Road Experience, very cool stuff. That's going to be done in some Cayennes and other vehicles. And then also the 718, the new 718 Boxer GTS. You get a ride-along in that in the Porsche Autocross Experience as well. So all this stuff going on behind the main race scenes here on the infield of the front stretch. So a lot of cool things happening, a lot more detail than what I've just mentioned, and I'm going to get into that for you here all in a little bit, as we are currently about a third of the way through of our lapping session here right now for our 935 Clubsport series. They are on track as we speak, and little by little, they're getting up to speed. They're going to be out here for a couple different sessions today. We see them out here right now. They're going to be running to about 8:50, so we've got plenty of time here. And they'll be back out again, this same session again, at 11 a.m. So they're going to have a little bit of time to go in, think about what they did right, think about what they did wrong, maybe some adjustments to the car if possible, you know. And as the weekend goes on, they're going to do better and better and put on a great show for us, especially come Sunday. It's going to get faster and faster for these guys. And right around the corner as well is the PCA Club Racing. That's going to be their practice one. Those guys are going to be in staging here shortly. That's going to be a green flag at 9:05, running us up to 9:45. And after that is the Porsche Sprint Challenge. And they're going to start getting faster and faster. And I can tell you, I've been lucky enough to be the voice of the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama. And that has been quite a series. Also brand new for 2021, as a lot of these new Porsche series have come to North America for 2021. The Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama Tires has been nothing shy of amazing. I'm talking upwards of over, I think it was 41 entries, and just a few weeks ago up in Wisconsin and at Road America, and 3 different classes in that as well. And you're going to see the difference in the classes here, and some really, really talented drivers in that class as well as that continues on. And then as the weekend rolls on after that, then we're going to get into our Carrera Cup. That is the IMSA sanctioned series in Carrera Cup. Very fast, very talented drivers in there. And so as the weekend rolls on, or as the day rolls on, classes are getting faster, cars are getting faster, drivers are getting more and more aggressive. So it's going to be very exciting to see the progression from where we are right now this morning here about 8:40 in the morning to where we're going to be at the end of the day on Sunday, because there's going to be a huge change in level of excitement, lap times, and all of the above. Is going to be very exciting stuff. So we see one car pulling in a little early. That is trying to get a number on him. I think that might be the 66 here. I think it is 66, Todd Hetherington, and the number 66. So right now we're out here. We have 6 cars out here currently. There's a nice shot of the number 54 as well. I don't have a 54 on my list. That could be Charlie Cook, possibly right there. I know we've got Cam Ingram in the 9, Todd Hetherington in the 66, Jam Rappaport in the 17 as well. Charlie Cook, we got him listed as a 55 on here. Bruce and Ryan Gates are sharing driving duties in the 991, and Jim Litzy in the 718 as well. So those are your 6 competitors in this class right here. As I mentioned here, this is the 934 Clubsport class. As you see them now starting to warm up a little bit. Already a respectable difference from where they started to where they are right now. In lap times kind of all over the little bit here for their last lap. Their best laps are anywhere from, we're looking right now, a 1:48.55. I don't know if that was Bruce or Ryan Gates, but that's an impressive run for the 991 right off the bat. They're all the way up into a 1:59 from Charlie Cook. And there's the number 9 right there, Cam Ingram. Cam Ingram putting down some competitive lap times so far. Fastest lap was his last lap at a 1:50.782. So Cam Ingram, consistency wins championships. And right off the bat, he's being quite consistent. So looking very comfortable right there. That's Cam Ingram in the number 9. And as I mentioned, they're going to get faster and faster as the weekend rolls on. These guys, they're not out here with spare backup cars and all kinds of things. They want to make sure they keep their car together. They got everything set up the way they need. There's Cam Ingram going over the start-finish line. As we are here at the incredible Indianapolis Motor Speedway. You think about the history of motorsport here at this facility. It no longer, for many years now, can no longer just thought about just the Indy 500, because obviously that's the biggest race in the universe, the Indianapolis 500. But all the different racing they've had here, and all the club racing, and now Carrera Cup being here, and Porsche Sprint Challenge being here, and NASCAR, and you name it. Any series that is serious about racing and serious about growing and serious about entertaining race fans, both live and at home, they come here to Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And what a special opportunity is for all of us, including myself, everyone here watching, to be here and be part of such an amazing event, the inaugural event here of the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here in 2021. So quite exciting stuff here. There's the number 55, Charlie Cook. Charlie Cook, his last lap was a 2-minute lap, so he had a little bit of trouble there. 1:59.79 is his fastest lap so far. So he's got a little bit of work to do, but he's got plenty of time to do it. We're just getting started here, so that's not a problem for Charlie Cook. Nothing to be concerned with here. He's got plenty of time to get himself up to speed. There's a nice shot of him right there. The number 55 of Charlie Cook. Beautiful car. I love the red trim on that. The majority of it being black with that red trim. I think that's really cool looking car. Very, very cool. You get it. Goosebumps. You look in your rearview mirror and see that coming down the highway behind you. That's a nice shot here. Great camera work by the team. As we go into back on Cook there, number 55. Getting him some good time here. And as I mentioned just a few minutes ago, with all the cars and drivers getting more and more comfortable, that's the same thing for the entire staff here, for all of us, including myself, our cameramen, our producers. This is the first time all of us working together as a team, bringing all these different series together. We're normally on different weekends at different facilities around the United States, around North America, I should say, United States and Canada. And for all of us coming together here, it's a matter of, sorting out, okay, who's doing what, what's happening here. And it's been a fun experience just with meetings yesterday and things of that nature. And now getting into it right now as we're out on track for the first time. A lot of fun, a lot of excitement, both inside and outside of what's going on, everything that people are watching at home or watching online, opposed to being here, doing it live. A lot of fun stuff happening here as Charlie Cook still looking comfortable, working on getting himself back up to speed here. We are at 8:45 a.m. right now, and this session is running for a handful more minutes left to go. I'm looking at my schedule that we're going up for 8:50. Race control is in my ear. I hear them talking to one another, saying we've got about 10 minutes left. So I'm going to let you know when the time comes. When the checker flag flies, it flies. As there's a nice shot of two of those cars. We're going to see, I'm going to learn by the end of the weekend what each one of these people are without seeing their number. And there's the 718 right there of Jim Litzy. Let's see what Jim's doing on lap times here. It seems to me that possibly Jim Litzy might have a problem with his transponder. The problem is in maybe it's not working, or possibly he doesn't have it on the car. I'm not getting laps for him. I'm not getting lap times for him, so he may have a bit of an issue there. You see Jim Litzy diving back down into the infield section. Something a little bit different here from what you're used to seeing here. They go counterclockwise here, so they go up the front stretch the opposite direction from the majority of some of the other racing that you've seen when they're running a road course like this. And so that definitely switches things up, makes things a little bit different. This is, as I mentioned, a 13-turn road course here, and it's pretty technical, without a doubt. With the banking here, in and out of some of the turns, and just the way it's set up, going opposite direction per usual. It definitely makes it quite challenging here, as we see a bit of a challenge. And we got Charlie Cook pointing, saying, hey man, go to the inside. He had his hand out the window, like, go around the other side. I'm staying wide. Leave me alone right now. As we see the 66 there of Todd Hetherington. Get that one right. That's a mouthful right there. As we see the 718 getting some pressure as well. Let's see. So Todd Hetherington is definitely setting some good laps. As we see 4 out of our 6 competitors in this class, all right on top of one another right there. There's the 66 of Todd Hetherington, looking good and comfortable. Only about roughly 5 minutes left in this session. As we see a couple of these cars, I think are actually getting into a little bit of lap traffic here and getting around there smooth. Todd Hetherington looking very comfortable, man. On the gas, looking good. And we see here, The 66, yep, that is Hetherington as well. As I said, I'll learn them all as the weekend rolls on here of him. So, you know, right now, it's early on. And if I was a betting man, which I am, I would say that Mr. Hetherington is going to be a tough one to beat in this class. And let's take a look at the lap times. We've got, well, yeah, 152, 185 for Hetherington. Jim Rappaport, though, up far for the 152.5. Oh, so pretty competitive right there. And then Cam Ingram right now, his last lap, and we didn't see him in the mix right there, the number 9 with a 150. So, all right, I got to eat my words. So we've got some very competitive lap times here, and they are getting faster and faster as time rolls on here. So as to be expected, but I didn't expect him to get this quick, this fast for this class here in their lapping session, the 935 Club car. Clubsport, yep. And there is the 17, Jim Rappaport. He's been putting down some good lap times. We haven't seen a whole lot of them on camera in this session, but he has been doing quite well. Very impressive stuff for him. I like that flying the stars and bars on the hood and on the roof. Very cool looking car. As we see him and the 66 of Hetherington. So two of our faster drivers right there. Jim Rappaport in the 17, Todd Hetherington in the 16, or I'm sorry, in the 66. Really kind of almost in a class of their own, but we haven't seen them running directly with the number 9, which is Cam Ingram, who by the numbers, and the numbers don't lie, has been putting down some pretty vicious lap times himself. So pretty good stuff. These guys said yesterday, hey man, as the weekend goes on, we're gonna get faster and faster. No surprises there. And by Sunday, we're gonna put on a heck of a show. Well, you know what, guys? You got my attention. You got my attention. As we now have a 7th entry out on track now. Adam Elderson in the number 120. Or I've just got him listed twice, it looks like here. So only 3 minutes, 3 seconds remaining in this session here. And then we'll be rolling on into our next class, which is going to be our PCA Club racing as well. I'm not exactly sure how many entries. I think we're upwards, and from what I saw yesterday, which was unofficial, I believe we're going to be seeing upwards of about roughly maybe 15 competitors, I think, coming up in this next class. So that'll be happening here right around the corner. 2.5 minutes left to go in this time attack session. 19.5 minutes in the record books right now. A 150.46. No, our fastest lap, a 148. Wow. Faster and faster. We're talking 148.550 by either Bruce or Ryan Gates in the 991. Not sure who's in what. And then we got a 148.911 for Todd Hetherington. 149 for Jim Rappaport. Yeah, we've got some real close. We're going to have some real close racing here. This is getting more and more exciting as time goes on here. Very cool. So to see these guys really improving, having a good time here. That's what it's all about, too. It's just a fun thing together here to have all these different Porsche series coming together, you know, for the first time. It's just cool. You know, for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama Tires, for those, you know, being a brand new series here in North America and being here and being part of this, very exciting. Then we've got, you know, our Club Sport classes. We've got our other PCA Club racing, our Carrera Cup coming up stuff, our IMSA stuff. That's going to be fast. I'm really excited for that. This is going to be my first experience involved being live here with that. I'm really excited, really pumped on that as well. And to have these classes coming together, it's just absolutely huge to be here and be doing this all together. And keep in mind, folks, that especially when we get into, you know, our Carrera Cup and our Sprint Challenge, I mean, just all of this stuff, just all purpose-built race cars, specifically to do one job, and that's to go out and win races. But they do it by leaving it up to the driver. And each class is a little bit different from one to the other, you know, as far as the cars and everything. So it's left up to the driver to do for he or she to get the most out of their car, the most out of themselves, and the most out of their team, and put themselves up on the podium. As we are inside 10 seconds left, we should be seeing the checkered flag on this first session of the weekend here momentarily. And then we'll be getting into our next class. I think we are going to have a very brief break here, about a 5-10 minute break. And folks, everyone around the track, keep in mind, this live feed that you're seeing on the big screens and things, this can all be seen on your phone, on your cellular device, on your laptop, what have you, all at Porsche Carrera Cup.us as the checkered flag flies. As I'm hearing race control saying, checkered flag is out. But all this action, whether you're in your hauler or if you've got something to do, you got to take off for a little bit, come back later, which I hope you do. Checkered flag is out at the flag stand there. You can watch all this live feed, all the action, all weekend long. All it's going to be on Porsche, that's all one big word, Porsche Carrera Cup.us. And you can check all of it out. And even if you're not here, if you're, you know, text your family, your friends, tell them, hey, man, this is happening. This is where I'm at. It's Friday. You're at work. I'm at the racetrack. Tell them, listen, man, you can hide a little bit at the job, on the job site. Check it out, Porsche Carrera Cup.us, and watch all that stuff. And then share your thoughts, your feelings, your pictures. Hashtag us. Hashtag Sportscar together. And share your experience with us. And that way we can all come together, as all these series have for this weekend, and just make it that much cooler. As the checker flag is out. Pretty impressive lap times for that class. These guys out here, we got a couple down in the 148. Kudos to Adam Elderson, Bruce and Ryan Gates, Jim Rappaport, Todd Hetherington. Great run for all those guys. Cam Ingram with a 150. Very good stuff for these guys here. Super impressive. A lot of great stuff coming up around the corner here. Next up on track is going to be the PCA Club Racing practice number 1. As you see, a beautiful shot here. Early morning stuff here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As we are coming back with you with more action in just a little bit from the big house here in Indianapolis.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now.
right, folks, we're back. One session already in the record books here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the 2021 Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. I'm Sean Cermony, folks, and look at that lineup of cars. This is going to be a good one. As I told you, the sessions are going to get bigger and bigger, faster and faster as the weekend rolls on here. And this is our PCA Club Racing practice number 1. This is their first opportunity out here on track, as we saw with their last session as well. Different types of cars. A lot of different things going on here in this session. And as the weekend goes on, as I get more and more information, I'm going to share that stuff with you so we can all be on the same page here together. But there's a lot of different stuff. That's what makes this class cool. This is club racing. And when I say it's club, so there's 2 different things going on. When I say it's club, it's like, oh, yeah, man, all buddy, having a good time. But then you have the racing part of it. So it's racing. It's serious. They're here to, everyone wants to be on the podium. There's only room for 3. And there's a lot more than 3 vehicles in this class here. So out here, you'll see a lot of different cars, and we're going to get hopefully names and numbers here in a bit. As I said earlier on here, we are all working quite diligently together. So you have all the information that we need. And as I mentioned before, make sure everyone is checking this out. If you're not near one of our big screens, but you want to know what's going on, or just in your hauler, on your computer, whatever, Porsche Carrera Cup.us. That's where the live feed's at. Everyone can see all of the action right here, whether you're in the trailer, whether you're in home, mom, dad, friends, girlfriends, kids, anyone that's at home. Send them that message. Text them that. Let them know, hey, you can check out the whole deal at PorscheCarreraCup.us as we are bringing you all the action live all day long. I love that. Check it out. That's a hot paint job right there. The 991 is here to party. We got to find out who that driver is because I'm digging their style. Looking really good. Sponsored by Rattle Can. I'm not even making fun of them. I think that's awesome. I'm pumped. So a lot of great stuff going on here as we are switching over to our live timing and scoring for this class. Look at that. Look at the number 69. How cool. How cool is this? All these different cars out here. So we're learning a lot about this stuff together. You and me. We're together just as a team. We're learning about this together here, and so we're going to find out more and more about all these cars. And as you know, it's the first time we're all been here together at Together Fest, and so we're all working together to make it all happen. And we've got cars like that right there, the number 69, some real cool stuff here. And we already got a little smoke belling off one of the tires. I think of the 137 here. So there's a lot of cool Porsche cars out here, man. Look at that 944 Cup car as the green flag flies. And we are set up and ready to rock and roll for this section here. This is practice number 1. I believe this is roughly about a 40-minute session or so, I think. And we see right here, check it out, we got a replay. Oh, brake check. Quick lockup. I don't know what that was all about. I'm gonna, you know what? And sometimes I get reprimanded for it, but I believe that was a driver error. So this is an amateur class of driver. Now, when I say amateur class, I'm not saying there's no talented drivers in this class, because that'd make me a liar, because there are. There's some drivers out here that really know what they're doing. And there's some drivers out here that may be out for the first time. So we're going to find out exactly who's who and what's what as time rolls on here. Hopefully everyone gets through this without banging up any cars in session number 1. You know, the key to success is take it easy in the beginning, especially when you have several practices and then you go into qualifying before you do your racing. And just be mellow, be cool, be smart about what you're doing. And that's what the name of the game is here for these guys. And you see, you've got your, I'm gonna call it your leaderboard. It's not a leaderboard just yet. Scrolling across the top of your screen here. And these lap times are just starting to get underway. this is a green flag lap, but a lot of these guys are pretty well bunched up, so they're going to have to give them a little bit of time to get spaced out. And then we'll start seeing some real lap times of who's who and what's what here, as we've got a lot of really cool cars. Look at that. That looks trick, huh? Beautiful car. All these Porsches are just really, really impressive. You know, it's worth the time to walk around the paddock, check out all these cars. We already got a little wheel up on that one, so there's already been a little bumping and grinding for him right off the bat pretty quick. As we're up here, I'm looking at, as you see across the screen here, the yellow numbers, that's how many cars there are. The white numbers to the right of their name is their car number. So we got 28 vehicles out here in this session. Friedman in the 514, Hereford in the 515. I'd have to say they're teammates. So we see right there, there is the number 33 as well. Really beautiful car. Already a little dinged up on the driver's side door right there. I'm curious if that happened already this morning. Very possible that it did. And he looks like he's kind of already checking out on his own right now, doing his own deal. So very, very cool stuff here. See him going wide. He's got a nice line through there, the number 33. Looking very comfortable, all out on his own. Uh-oh, and I spoke too soon. Seems like every time I say something nice about somebody, they find themselves off in the grass somewhere. So maybe I'll just go middle of the road. Look at that. Look at the number 128. How rad is that? GTO. Look at that. That is trick. Open cab car. Big wing on the back. Big spoiler. That's awesome stuff right there. And that's what this series is all about, or this festival is all about, folks. When you're here with the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest, you're going to see a little bit of everything. And that is really, really trick. When I say a little bit of everything, too, folks, as you're walking around the track, checking things out, there is an awful lot of stuff going on above and beyond what's happening just here on the racetrack itself. And that's when I start talking about the fan zone, things of that nature. Guys, you're cruising around. You want to see what some of these Porsche cars can do off-road? Well, we got an off-road experience for you as well. That's a ride-along experience. You can go out in some of the newer Cayennes, and I think they have some other models over there as well. I'll get more information on that during our next break. I'll take a stroll over there. It's not too far from my home base here, so I'll be able to check that out. That's the Porsche off-road experience. Also, the Porsche autocross experience, and that is in the new 718 Boxster GTS. That is a ride-along as well. Very, very cool. And then, of course, I know it's not the same. I get it. I understand it. It's not the same as getting, the ride-along or being able to drive an actual car, but we do have the simulator lab. That's in full effect, and that's simulating basically a GT3 Cup car. And each day, that'll be giving out the winner of the fast lap of that one. Will be get a $500, 500 big ones, $500 gift card that can be used towards a Porsche Experience Center here in North America. So very cool. And so that is in the simulator lab. And of course, right down the street in the fan zone from the simulator lab, check out merchandise. A lot of great Porsche merchandise over there. Very cool stuff. We also have the Porsche Restoration Championship. And that being said, I think the Porsche Restoration Championship, now is a good time for me to get a little bit more detail over that, because we've got some pretty cool Porsches out there of all different makes and models. So as far as the challenge entry goes for the Restoration Championship, we have quite a few of them, all the way from Porsche of Monterey, Walnut Creek, all over from Fresno, Redwood City, Orlando, you name it, Santa Clarita, all kinds of cars from all over the place. And we're talking 1961 356. That's from Porsche South Bay. That's pretty awesome. They got a 74 914. We had entered also a 1956 356. Very cool. right up to slightly newer. And I say slightly newer, I'm saying like an 89, 964. That's from Champion Porsche. All these cars are entered in this challenge. The top 12, I believe it is. I think we got about a dozen of them are over there. And very cool looking cars, man. Very trick stuff. And this weekend, a winner will be awarded being the #1 honors for that in the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. The entries run the gamut, man. From the 1950s to the 2000s, from 75 to the 612 horsepower. They got rear to mid to front engine layouts on these cars. All different things going on. The years and the miles have been written. Individual histories, man, for each one of these cars. But now a common chapter is about to tie basically their journeys of all these cars together here at the 2021 Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge, which is very, very cool. You know, the U.S. is home to more classic Porsche cars than any other market. And it shows just in those 12 cars that are in there. I mean, just really cool stuff. It really kind of just gives you the feel for it. You know, and after just decades and decades on the road, some of these cars will inevitably, you know, need a little extra care. That's all there is to it. They need some TLC. And then here comes the Restoration Challenge, where Porsche Classic has encouraged U.S. dealerships to restore a car. And I think that's an awesome story right there. I think that's a very cool story. And it looks like we have caution out on the track right now. So we've got, it looks like it may be a full course yellow. I see yellow displayed, but cars pulling in and stopping here. So we're not sure exactly what happened, but something went on here. I'm turning up my left ear here from race control, see if I can find out a little bit more of maybe what's going on. As we see here, Friedman with a 148.26. Gisdorf with a 148.633. Roush with a 149.15. Hereford with a 149.368. Mueller with a 150. That rounds out your top 5 so far. So not bad right there. Putting in some good times. Times that could definitely run with the class that was on here earlier. We see, let's see, your 10th spot is going to be Collins with a 156. Still in the mix. Hupfer with a 156.9. As we might Tim McKenzie right there. Look at this car. How trick. As we see his guys taking the opportunity to check things out here in pit lane in the number 69. So very cool stuff here. This is the PCA Club Racing. Just getting a little information on what's going on here. Saying I don't know if he's having a problem or not. So the number 69, I'll see when they scroll by, we're going to see together what the time and lap times they're having. But now we're looking at some pretty big jumps in lap times here. Now we're getting up in the 206s. You know, 206.3, 397 for Dylan Spiegler with a 206.456. McGrath 206. So we're up there now. Even Weathered with a 210.305. So if you have cars that are, you know, 10 seconds off the pace, the track isn't technically that big. So it doesn't take that long to start getting into lap traffic, which is inevitably it's going to cause some problems. And so we'll see here, you know, with Freeman with a 148 and then other guys coming up here with, you know, 210s. You know, that's 12 seconds difference in lap times, and that makes a big difference. That makes for traffic to at times it's going to be like the 405 in Southern California, trying to get around some of these guys here. As you see a nice shot of all these cars pulled in. And looks like we are about a minute away from restarting. That's what I'm hearing from race control. I just got in my ear that we're getting ready to get rocking here in just a little bit. They're getting things cleaned up. Still got plenty of time left to go in this session here. And as we're waiting to get back into this green flag practice, as we mentioned, look at all the different cars here, all the different years, makes, models, And that's why I thought it was such a good time a little bit ago to talk about the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. It's almost, folks, like the Restoration Challenge decided to go racing right now. That's kind of what it's like. I mean, they got some really cool cars in the Restoration Challenge, Eric. But we got a lot more cool cars right here on the track, and they're running them. So very impressive stuff. You know, in the challenge, as is similar to a lot of the cars we're looking at right here, but maybe not as detailed because these guys are willing to go up here and swap some paint. As you can tell, it's been happening already a couple of times. Each of those vehicles here in the challenge, they've underwent restoration in the best possible hands. You know, these Porsche trains technicians, you know, their portfolios are outrageous of Porsche Classic and genuine parts. It's outrageous. 9 of the participating dealerships, designated Porsche Classic partners who go above and beyond, I mean, above and beyond in their commitment to keeping vintage cars on the road and driving and racing. So that's cool itself, man. And, you know, the Restoration Challenge, it began in November of 2020, commencing in mid-August. So all along, all panels of experts and things of that nature here from Porsche Cars North America, Inc. judged the process based on criteria that included not only restoration, such as the engine, suspension, and interior, but also documentation, like the classical technical certificate. Wow, that's cool. Very cool. So that being said, this is unofficial. I'm going to tell you right now, everything that comes out of my mouth is unofficial. But I'm extending this competition. These guys aren't in the competition, but they're in the racing side of it, because there are a lot of Porsche cars out here that are restored, have been taken very good care of, that are on the track right now. And I think that's as cool as what we're going to see later on as this competition continues on with the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge, which is happening in the fan zone. You've got to go over there and check it out. It's really, really cool. Obviously, if you're here this weekend, at a bare minimum, you're a motorsport fan, but you're a Porsche fan as well as I am. And it's kind of jaw-dropping. You go in there, you look around, it's kind of like a little overwhelming at first. Like, wow, man, this is cool, and seeing cars that, that I had posters of in my bedroom when I was a child. And it's really cool stuff to see those cars here in person, and as beautiful as they are, like the day they rolled off the showroom floor. It's very exciting stuff. So still got a handful of time left to go here in this session. This is our PCA Club Racing practice number 1. And I think we're probably roughly about halfway through this session. And we're going to see how the times, I would imagine, are going to continue to progress as things roll on here. See a couple cars right on top of one another. I'm thinking they are probably doing their best to not be right on one another. Now, we see a lot of these beautiful cars already getting a little dinged up here and there just in the first half of the first session of the weekend. That 159, that's a beautiful looking car. I like that. That's a really nice looking car. I think that looks very, very trick. And that is the last name of Judge in 159 with a 2:05.665. So a respectable time to get out here, just getting things underway. As we continue seeing these guys getting more and more lap times in, getting more comfortable with their car and on this particular road circuit as well here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Usually, yeah, everyone with some similar lines, not all the same. See a little Grateful Dead on the hood of that one. That's a different look. I like it though. 148 for Gisdorf, 149.15 for Roush, 149.36 for Hereford. Euler with a 150.69. Well, Kowalski, I'm going to go with that with a 153. I'm going to work on that. Everett with a 153.5. Parker, 153.8. Collins with a 156.83. Big difference right there between 8 and 9. And 10th spot just coming off that 158 marker. So there's a big difference between 8th place and 9th place of almost 3 seconds. And you see one car pulling into the pit area there, one of the keys to pulling into pit lane here, I believe coming out of 12, you've got to really kind of hug the outside, the right side of the track, in order to properly pull into pit lane and make sure you don't cause any issues. And when they pull into pit lane here, you know, it's very important. All the cars, as you just saw right there, he put his hand out the window. A lot of these cars, you can't do that, and I don't necessarily recommend it either. But a lot of these cars, you know, they have windows or window nets or what have you. But when pulling into pit lane, it's key that when you wheel in, that you stay to driver's right and hug that section to pull in, so you're not in the race lane itself, as that car did a great job doing so. And there is a number 64. That is a nice looking car. Looking very comfortable. Roush still in the third spot with a 147.65. So we see some of the drivers are picking up the pace, without a doubt. You can tell it's they're getting more and more comfortable. That number 64 is looking very comfortable right now. I don't want to say anything too positive because it seems like every time I do, something happens. That's Nicholas in the 64 with a 157.512. About mid-pack by the numbers. But, and this is me speculating, but I've been doing motorsports for an awfully long time, and that car looks like it's a team that they got their stuff together, and maybe they're being smart about it. They may very well just be like, hey, man, let's be smart, man. Let's be cool. Let's not get ourselves caught up in any of this traffic. First section out. As we are continuing on with practice number 1 for our PCA Club Sport. Next up on the track after this is the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America. They are brought to you by Yokohama Tires. And that'll be the next session up. I believe that's going to be about a 10:05 green flag here. And that is going to be their first session out on track. And that is a series that I am quite familiar with. And I'm going to get more in detail on how that works, as you'll see 3 different classes out there as well for that session, as we do for a lot of these different classes out here in groups. They're not all in the same class, and we'll get a breakdown on that as time goes on. Friedman with a 146.55. That's a fast lap right there, folks. 146.74 by Roush. Mueller, 147.21. Gilsdorf, 148.37. Herford with a 149. Kwiatkowski, I'm going to get it yet. Parker with a 151 in P7. Everett, 153.51 in P8. Kempeth in the number 66. He rounds out your top 10 right there. And there's the 902. Really nice looking car. I will say, man, I'm impressed right now. We've got some drivers that are definitely starting to move up through the pack. Mueller being one of them, without a doubt. As we're looking here at some of the scores over my time and scoring sheet, we definitely have some drivers that are progressing in the right direction right now, and it's showing without a doubt. There is Judge in the number 159 with a 201.604. Not quite as fast as I think his last lap. And we're looking here, cars going around the outside. We got one getting waved on by. That is the number 79. See him nice and comfortable, diving down to the inside here. And right now our Baker with a 211.38. So even some of our slower cars are moving up, but Roush is moving up in the right direction. Roush is getting quicker and quicker. A 145.35, impressive run. Friedman's not letting him go. Mueller's in the mix as well. Gilsdorf not far off the pace. Seeing a pretty big jump from P4 to P5 with a 147.51 to a 149.36. That's a pretty respectable jump. And then 5th to 6th to a 150. So a pretty big jump right there. So as I've used this term a lot in the past, as a weekend goes on, It's no secret. We all know, especially here where they drink the milk at the Indy 500, the cream rises to the top, folks. And that's just the way it is. And that's in all kinds of sports and in motorsport as well. And right now, the cream is slowly rising, and we're starting to see who may end up being some of our standouts here as the weekend rolls on. This class, getting a little crooked there, a little loose in the 202. So, you know, he's starting to push it a little bit. And we'll find out exactly who the 202 is here in just a little bit. But that car was starting to push it, diving in a little bit. Now tucking the couple of wheels down into the grass a little bit, getting a little squirrely coming out earlier on out of 2, I believe it was. Now we see him in that back section here. So that car, the 202, definitely starting to push it, and it shows. And hopefully we'll be able to see by lap time here. Just as you are, I'm doing the same. I'm learning drivers' names and car numbers together all at the same time as you guys are. So I wouldn't be surprised to see if maybe that is someone like a Roush or a Gilsford or something along those lines, because that car's being pretty aggressively driven. And Mueller moves into P1 with a 142. Big jump for Mueller. Roush drops back to P2 with a 145.35. So that is Roush right there. I thought that was one of our more aggressive drivers. So that makes sense, folks. We were talking, Roush was sitting back around P5. Made himself all the way up to P1 in that green car right there in the 202. Looking very aggressive. That last lap, we saw him get a little squirrely going into one of the turns. We saw him, I believe that was going into 2. And then we saw him get a little squirrely. Here is a replay of the 902. Looked right up in front of him. That is the 58. Got around all on his own. We were talking about that car a little bit earlier. I thought it was a cool looking car. So he came around all on his own. Everyone's safe, sound, continuing on racing. And the 202 of Roush, as I was saying, Roush was back around P5, made it up to P1. Really doing some great work out on the racetrack, but then dropped back a position. And I know the reason why. Going into 2, got a little squirrely. I think it was going into 2, got a little squirrely. I think it was somewhere maybe around 6 or 7. I'd have to look again, but got off into the grass a little bit, and that's all you need to lose. You know, when you start talking tenths, you make 2 mistakes, and a couple tenths each one. Next thing you know, we're sitting on a second or so, and that's exactly what happened as Roush in the 202 is now getting into some lap traffic here. We'll see as we come around towards the top of the order again. Roush staying aggressive. Going to the inside, little smoke belling off the right rear. Not able to make that stick. So he comes wide. Nice, comfortable pass here. Mueller stays out in P1 with a 142.047. Roush with a 145.35. I believe Roush did a better lap time than earlier, but he's dealing with a lot of traffic. Mueller, however, I'm not sure if Mueller's dealing with traffic or not, but really putting in a very impressive run in this first session out here. I'm excited to see where these guys take it as the weekend rolls on here, because they're no joke. I told you this is an amateur racing class. This is one of the first things I said when they started. But at no means am I taking away anything from these guys as being amateur racers. I mean, there's some people, there's some guys and gals in this class that can wheel a race car. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, as we see, we got a good look right there at the 202. An aggressive driver in this first practice session. Moving and shaking, wanting to make some things happen. There's the 99. 99 all by its lonesome. I love that beautiful blue color. As we are narrowing it down in this session here. We've got, thinking roughly, but we're definitely inside of 10 minutes, maybe 7, 8 minutes left in this session. And then we are getting more into some lap traffic again. And as we come back around to the top of the order, we'll see what has changed. Oh boy! 99 got on the binders. Roush almost getting to the back of him. That almost got pretty wild, pretty quick. Things escalated very fast there. Mueller in the 28 right there. There's your current leaders by points. I'm sorry, by lap times, not by points, by lap times. Roush, we've been following him as well. That's that green car. But there's Mueller. There's your fast car on track right now. And he has been dealing with lap traffic as well, which has allowed Roush in the 99, that neon green car, to catch up with him. But now more lap traffic has caused for some other incidents as well. So we were talking earlier on how all these different types of Porsche cars, all these different years, all these different makes and models, different level of ability from drivers that are out here at the same time. This 13 turn course, it's a big course, but it's not that big. And once you get into laps, and we're talking, difference in lap times of 12, 15 seconds, lap traffic is undoubtedly going to become a major issue. And it seems as though it only takes, about 10 laps or so, and lap traffic is an issue, and then it stays an issue. Lap traffic will not go away. Once you get into them, you're not getting out of them. You might get a break here and there at times, but that's about it. As you see, there's your leader by lap time right there, as we're zooming in on him on the number 28. Mueller, I believe it is, looking very comfortable. And P2 could be anywhere on track. It can change, but P2 has been Roush in the green car. And we're going to find out here in a minute just where we're at, because we're getting down to the end of the order again. Right now, our slower times is a 2:11. So Baker in the number 35 is a 2:11. That's the slowest time right now, but it's faster than it was before. The problem is Mueller's going faster with a 142.04. Roush is going faster. Friedman's in the mix with a 144.85, so Friedman just moves into P2. Roush drops back one. Undoubtedly, lap traffic has a bit to do with it, but that's the way it is out here. So really some great stuff going on, especially from our leaders by time. Yes, granted, am I getting a little excited over a practice session? Yes. Is anyone going home with a trophy for practice? No, I get it. But still, it's some great stuff going on out here. Really good racing, very, very racing. We've seen some paint getting swapped back and forth. A couple cars getting off the track. A few guys getting very aggressive. Lap traffic causing issues. I'm excited just to see where we go as the weekend goes on here. I thought this class was just gonna be for funs, just some from hoo-has, but no, it's not. This is gonna be great racing all weekend long here at the 2021 Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm excited. There's a lot of great stuff going on here on track. As we see there, a nice shot of the 514, I believe it was. And they're, no, not where I thought we were. So as I was mentioning before, I'm learning cars, I'm learning drivers. We're doing that together for those of you watching around the track, and those of you hopefully are letting all your friends know that the Porsche Carrera Cup .us is where you watch all this live all weekend long. That is our live feed at the Porsche Carrera Cup .us. But I'm learning the cars and the drivers, as I think a lot of you are as home, and so are our production team, our cameramen, our producers, everyone is working very diligently to bring you the best action possible. And I know all of us together, because this is a festival of togetherness, are all just going to get better and better as the weekend goes on. The drivers are getting better. The lap times are getting faster. All of us are doing a better job with one another. And I tell you, we're going to bring you some awesome action all weekend long here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. As we are narrowing down, we've got to be inside a handful of minutes left to go here. We are 33 minutes, 50-some seconds into it. I believe this is practice one. So now we are about mid-pack. Look at the number 17 with a 157.36. 157s. A lot of 157s across the board with Weatherford, Hiffman, Dune, Anderson with a 150, a low 158.09. Judge with a 159.58. So we've got a lot of close racing going on. Not everyone's setting the same laps out here, but we got all different cars, different styles, different classes, different driver ability. So we've got a lot of really close racing we're going to be having here in this class, not just for out front for the overall, but mid-pack for racing everything as well. So very cool stuff here. As we're coming around, we're looking at the number 760 with the 203. That's Messinger. Rausner with a 205 and the number 57. Dillon with a 206.39 in the 52. Now we're bringing us all the way up to 36th position right now with a 234. That's Jeff's. I can't tell what it is, G-Song, but he is not in it right now. There's no way he's a 244. So 142, Mueller. Friedman with a 144.86. Roush with a 145. There is Roush right there in that green car. Gilsdorf with a 147.51. Hereford with a 147.7. Bit of a gap right there for Parker in 6th with a 149.69 for Walski. So pretty close stuff. Then we get into 151s all the way up into Nicholas. Everett rounds out your top 10 with a 153.51. Collins with a 155.55. And then 55s across the board. Powell, Hupfer, Magrab, Bowling with a 156.603. He's in the 15th position. White with a 157. Messenger with a 157.317. Weatherhead with a 157 as well. So, wow, really close stuff going on here for our PCA Club Racing practice number 1. Very impressive. And we'll see here coming around to some of the slower cars. Shot with the 66. Wow, that's a beautiful looking car, huh? A lot of really nice cars out here in this session. And it just makes me bring back to make sure you go and you check out everything that we were talking about earlier, including, of course, the Porsche Restoration Championship. That's all going on in and around the Kid Zone. A lot of great stuff in the Kid Zone over there for all ages. Of course, our carpool karaoke, that's happening as well. Outside of the Kid Zone, kind of behind it a little bit, is the Porsche Club of America. Over 100,000 plus members in the Porsche Club of America. All of them are not here this weekend. Sadly, all of them are not here, but maybe we all come together at the Together Fest in 2022. Maybe we will get them all here. And of course, $500 each day for the Simulator Lab. Who puts down the fastest time in that GT3 Cup Car Simulator Lab? That's happening over there as well. A lot of awesome merchandise, owner relationships over there as well. Go over and check them out and talk to them. You have questions, they're more than happy to answer them. I was talking to them earlier this morning. Very friendly group of people. And of course, our Porsche Off-Road Experience, that's a ride-along. And also the Porsche Autocross Experience is a ride-along as well. That is in the new 718 Boxster GTS. So a lot of fun stuff. You can't get bored here at the inaugural Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we are live all weekend long on Porsche Carrera Cup.us. And when I say Porsche Carrera Cup.us, that's where you watch all the action. And it also means that Porsche Carrera Cup is here with us this weekend. So that's exciting. We're talking about getting faster and faster lap times. Wait till we get the Sprint Challenge out here in a little bit, and then the Carrera Cup out later. Then we're going to be setting some major lap times, really getting the power to the ground here in a little bit as things continue to roll on here in a beautiful, beautiful, sunny Friday morning here from Indianapolis. Really great stuff. You see a lot of cars coming down the front stretch. There's Roush in the 202, and that lime green car, been very competitive. He has now dropped back to a 145.356, sitting in P3. Gilsdorf at a 146.012. Parker, that rounds out your top 5 with a 146.65. Hertford with a 147.711. Kowalowski with a 149.62. Kamath with 151.5. Nicholas 151.837. Everett, that's your top 10 with a 153.513. There is the 514 pulling off the track as we're getting down to the end of this session. Next up, we will have a brief break. It won't be for long, and then we're going to roll right into our Porsche Sprint Challenge, North America. Practice number 1. That's coming up right around the corner, and then we're going back to the 935 Clubsport lapping session. And then after that, then we get into Carrera Cup Radio Show Limited. So that's going to be an awful lot of fun as well. A lot of great stuff to come, not just today, but all weekend long here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Beautiful cars, beautiful weather, great people, a lot of fun happening here all weekend long at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. Look at that. I love that fire engine red, man. That is what I had, as I said it earlier. That's basically, man, that's almost exactly what I had hanging up in my bedroom as a little kid. Now, that was a good 45 years ago, I'm not going to lie to you. But I just always thought that was just the trickiest thing. So cool. As we see, not any big changes so far in our top 10 on lap time so far. And this is practice number 1. So there's still a lot to come as these guys are going to continue getting faster and faster. Practice number 2 for them is not till 1:35, so they've got plenty of time to go in, do what they got to do, make the adjustments they need to make this happen here and get faster and faster. I am more than pleased and excited to see just how well some of these cars are running. Really impressive, not just for out in the lead overall, but mid-pack for some of these cars as well. So really, really on the gas. And we're going to see some great racing out of these guys as the weekend goes on here, without a doubt. And I'm pumped. I literally, I couldn't have been more wrong. I thought this class, being the club class, was going to be a little more along the lines of, let's go out and have a good time. But apparently, a good time is winning. Victory, that's fun. And that's what all these guys seem to be going for, these guys and girls here. So really cool stuff, and I'm pumped. And there's the number 28 right there. Really, I wouldn't say putting on a clinic, but putting on an impressive run in practice number 1 here for the PCA Club session number 1 club racing, because really, really, really impressive right there. And that is the number 28 of Mueller right there with a 142.047. Friedman with a 144.86, falling off the gap a little bit. Roush with a 145. Mueller in that 28 just keeps digging, getting faster and faster and faster. Almost so far, I don't want to put my foot in my mouth here, almost in a class of his own so far here. Very, very impressive. But I'm expecting a lot out of some of these other drivers. Roush especially. I've noticed Roush in that neon green car is very aggressive. Very aggressive, and I like that style. I'm not going to lie to you. I like that aggressive style, and that's something that could either be great for you or not. Look at Mueller blinking the lights, saying, hey, man, watch out. Here I am. Check me out. Really very impressive. What a run for the number 28 here in this first practice session. I tell you, if they ever did hand out a trophy for practice, they should give one to that man right now. Very impressive stuff as we are getting down to the very nitty-gritty here as we get ready to conclude this session, or to the conclusion of this session, I should say. Easy for me to say. And then we will go into a brief break. Give everyone an opportunity to check out the fan zone here, because there is so much good stuff going on there. And then we'll be back in a little bit here with Porsche Sprint Challenge North America. So I was expecting to see the white flag out there. I did not see it, so we may have one more lap after this. So there is Ji Song, and with a number with a 2:15 lap time. A little bit of struggles there. Mueller, we're watching him right now with a 141.96, getting faster and faster. Friedman with a 144.86. Roush 145.35. That's your top 3. Gilsdorf with a 146.01. Parker rounds out your top 5 with a 146.65. Hereford, 147.711. Kwiatkowski, I think I nailed it that time. He is in P7. Camp with a 151.96. Nicholas with a 151.837. Your top 10 is Everett with a 153.513. That rounds out your top 5. Then look at everyone in the McGrath, Hooper, Weatherford, Collins, all of them, all in the 155 marker. So all of them right on top of one another as a checkered flag is out in this first practice session. So very good stuff for PCA Club Racing. As Mueller out there just putting on a clinic here in session number 1 for our PCA Club Racing as we get ready to go into Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Folks, we're going to have a very special surprise for you, but I'm going to burst the bubble right now. Brittany Kroll, she'll be joining me here in a little bit in the booth as we will bring you all the action from the first practice session of that class, as well as we bring you a little bit of everything involved Porsche racing here for our inaugural event out here, 2021, for the Porsche Sport Car Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. What a great, fun, sunny, amazing Friday morning it's been so far here from Indianapolis. A lot of fun there, and there is Mueller. We've seen him blinking the headlights for the last lap or two. He knows it's a practice, but he also knows he did real good. And he's pumped on himself and the team. So very impressive stuff there. A lot of great lap times set for our leaders out there in midway through the pack. We'll be back with you here in just a little bit. A lot of great action coming up left here to go. Next up around the corner, it is the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. I'm Sean Cerny. Brittany Colby joining me in a little bit. Stay tuned.
Ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know, and you know, that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
colors are vibrant, this is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone, connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
All right, folks, and we're back. Look at the infield. It's beautiful here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 9 holes of golf in here. I'm not going to have time for that. I sure wish I did have time to hit the links. Folks, my name's Sean Cermony. Alongside of me is Brittany Carroll. And Brittany, this is the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America brought to you by Yokohama. This is a series that we're both quite familiar with.
It is. I am so excited to be here. I know you are too, even though we're in your steel cage of emotions right now.
I am.
We have been traveling all over, but this is our first time in Indianapolis. And we have 7 returning drivers, and we out of 21, Sean. So we have so many new faces out here that are not familiar with the track. Some of them haven't been in Porsches yet. So there's so many factors out here.
Well, and that's the thing. There's a lot of factors. And for everyone listening at home, like a lot of these North American Porsche series, they're new for 2021. And this is a brand new series for us as well. We've been around the United States with a lot of great racing. And it's like you're saying, a lot of new drivers. I think that's a sign of where the series is going to go, because our last race at Road America in Wisconsin, we had 41 drivers with only 2 or 3 new drivers. And now this is a non-points race this weekend for this series. So we're bringing in, as you just said, a lot of new drivers.
That's right.
People that haven't been in these cars yet. So as far as where this series is going, I'm taking that as a good sign.
It is.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm taking it as a good sign. And I was looking, we have some competitors and things like Grant Talking and stuff that aren't here. Mark Kwame is not here. These are guys that are running very well in their class, looking to win a points championship or be at least in the top 3 overall for points. And I'm kind of taking it as well, they got one car. You don't want to take it to a non-points race and have something, bad happen, and then you can't win the championship you worked so hard on all year.
They are very strategic in everything that they do. If they are not at a race, there's a reason for it.
Right, absolutely.
And if you guys are new to this series, we do have 3 classes of cars. We have the Platinum class, which is 2017, and the newer Porsche 991 GT3 Cup cars. Then we have the Gold class, which is 2014 to 2016 Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars also. And then we have the Silver class, which is the 2019 to 2021 718 Cayman Clubsport MR. So we have so much going on this weekend. I'm so excited to be here, Sean. How excited are you?
I know that this whole thing, and as you were just saying, this is kind of like
and it's our first time here.
Like a Rennsport.
It's a mini Rennsport.
Mini Rennsport, which is really, really cool.
It is all things Porsche.
Yeah, and it's been a lot of fun. I was saying earlier this morning that even just, I got in later last night, and I was at the track for a little while, and then walking this morning, it's a really cool vibe here. And being a brand new series, or I'm sorry, not a brand new series, a brand new event, the vibe this morning was very exciting. Everyone seemed pretty pumped, but at the same time, I could almost feel, and maybe it was just me, I could almost feel a little bit of nervousness as well.
Right. I have butterflies in my stomach right now.
Yeah, right now.
Everybody's so excited to be here. We have the Porsche enthusiasts. There's so much to take in. You have to have a full weekend of it.
Oh, yeah.
There's a car show going on. Everything out here at the track. The JW is set up for Porsche.
Yeah.
Indy is all Porsche right now.
Yeah, and it's huge. And as we were mentioning, just from the restoration competition that's going on to the Kid Zone, to all the Porsche merchandise, to all the different ride-alongs we have. We have the off-road ride-along. We have the autocross ride-along that I've been talking about. It's all Porsche. It's all happening this weekend. And for those of you, as I've been telling everyone, you don't have to be here to get all the action live. You can go to PorscheCarreraCup.us, and everything that's happening is on there, right there, and join us. You don't have to just be a big Porsche guy or gal. You just if you're into motorsport, and by the end of the weekend, you will be a Porsche person.
You will.
Guarantee you. Yeah, without a doubt.
There's no way you won't be.
Now, you were touching, Brittany, on the classes before with the platinum and the gold and the silver. I've noticed, not noticed, that you have to notice that some of the faster gold cars are running well up in the mix with the platinums.
They are.
Yeah.
They are getting record-breaking times.
Yeah, it's really, really
Their
impressive.
lap times are incredible.
Now, I'm curious to see. Now, there's the 99. That's Scott Zadanis right there. Zadanis, he's a very fast competitor.
He is number 3 right now.
Yeah.
On points, he's 644.
Super impressive. And so he's in a gold car, but we see him running up into platinums. But we don't have all of our series competitors here this weekend.
We don't.
We will at our next round, which is next weekend at Watkins Glen. But I'm curious to see how many of these gold cars are going to run up in the mix. And because of it being different, some different drivers, are the gold cars, do they have a better opportunity to maybe a gold car win its first overall? Or is Michael McCarthy going to make sure that doesn't happen? So there's a lot of things here where I'm wondering, like, is it going to be similar to past weekends? Or is this going to be where maybe golds and silvers are going to run even better? Is it going to be spread out more by class? And
Right.
I really don't know the answer.
I would love to see some friendly battles within the classes this weekend.
Yeah, without a doubt. And there was the 99, and that is right there. There's the 7. Michael McCarthy, for those of you that follow any type of Porsche sports car racing, you know the Kelly Moss Road and Race Team, Racing for Children's, and
They've made a name for themselves.
yeah, without a doubt. And
In all
Michael
the Porsche
McCarthy
series.
is just, he has been a standout in this particular series, which is the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama. But then when you get in, and I've been doing a lot of my homework and stuff because of the Carrera Cup and stuff, Kelly Moss Road and Race, kind of
Right.
the same deal there, but with different drivers. They are just running game on everybody.
Right. So Kelly Moss loves to take the drivers and build them up the Porsche ladder.
Yes,
And they
it's
pride
working.
themselves on that.
And it is absolutely working. Right now, there is Michael McCarthy. Had a little bit of trouble right there. We saw him. And there is Wallace at number 35. Now,
And Michael is still number 1
and so, yeah, Michael McCarthy is still number 1. And
from
we're
Clearwater,
gonna need
Florida.
a miracle to not be number 1 this weekend.
Right.
And right off the bat, now check it out. Now, granted, yes, we just got going, right? But the timing and scoring, 1, 2, and 3 is a platinum, gold, silver. That just changed briefly, though. But Scott Zadanis in P2, he's in a gold car.
And you look at his time, just like Grant Talkie, he was always in platinum lap times.
Yeah. And you know, in this course, it's got some fast sections, but it's not as fast as some of the tracks we've been to. But it's very technical. And I was mentioned earlier that all of these classes go to some of the most amazing tracks in the U.S. But a lot of these other tracks like VAR or Watkins Glen or what have you, they have big elevation changes.
Right.
It's a different track. They're technically a little faster. I believe that's turn 6 right there. We got a car around. That's a big, fast, sweeping left-hander. We got a car around there. But these cars or these drivers have to have the car set up a little different. There's only so much they can do, but they have to drive the car differently here, I would have to think. With the banking that's here, no elevation changes. It is rather tight through 2 different sections in between, basically from 4 through 7 and 8 through 10. Very tight. I think we're going to see the silver cars do really well there.
I think so,
The
too.
gold and platinums, I think, will pull away a little bit in between 7 and 8, and then 11 all the way to 1 is very, very, very fast. But I'm just curious, and maybe after today's over, I'll have a chance to talk to some of the drivers. Curious, I think they're going to have to drive the cars a little differently here than they do at most of these tracks, just since it's a completely different setup. Or maybe I'm full of it. I don't know. I sit here in this booth all day.
Right.
But I think that I think they have to drive the cars a little differently than they do at some of these other courses.
I know almost all of our returning drivers, this is not their home track.
Right.
So that's going to present some challenges. And the weather's going to get a little bit warmer today.
Yes, it is. It's going to get warmer. And I was thinking, I think the only one here that I guess would consider this a home, but not a home track, would be Kurt Vazikis. Kurt has a place
Yes,
here. He's only
Kurt.
about 15 minutes away, but Indianapolis Motor Speedway is not a place where you come out and you get a lot of test time.
Right.
So yeah,
I think he's the only driver that lives here.
yeah, so I don't know. I'd be very surprised. I could be wrong, but I don't think that allows him to get any more track time and things.
No.
So it's really not a home track for him as well. It's just it's just nice for him to only be 15 minutes from the house. And we're going to be talking more about Kurt as time goes on because he's going to stand out in the series as well. He's currently sitting in P11 by the times. We're just getting the things rolling here. and he is in the number 52. You'll see him in a little bit. And there's another nice shot of Michael McCarthy as well. And I've noticed here this track, it doesn't take long to get in the lap traffic.
It doesn't.
No.
I'm excited to have Dwayne come in and join us too from Yokohama.
I know, I am as well. I definitely am. You know, the cool thing is with this series is that and those of you that at home or listen that have found it all, like we've become a pretty tight knit group of people with the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama. It's just
We're a dysfunctional family.
Yeah, we all just kind of came together like Voltron, you know, just, you know, from all different walks of life. And, you know, my background is mainly for more off-road, and Yokohama's involved with so much sports car and off-road and things like that. And all of us kind of came together, and the series is just great. We've been having so much fun with it, and I think that shows on the track as well.
Right. And for it being its first year, it is so impressive.
Yeah.
How it has come together the way it has.
I'm really excited for 2022 to see where it goes and how big it builds on to be, and also excited to see where we're at next weekend at Watkins Glen. I have a feeling a lot of these new guys that we have this weekend might just show up next weekend because they're going to have a really good time.
I think they will.
Yeah, absolutely. So
It's all strategic, but I think they need the points in Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
They're going to have the cars on the track.
Yeah, I think we're going to see everybody there. We're going to be up in entries up the 30s. I would have to imagine for Watkins Glen. But what a great start to have as many vehicles we have. I think we have around 21 entries in this class for the inaugural 2021 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest here in Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And we are about 33 minutes and 48 seconds left to go in this session. There's Scott Zadanis, the number 99. He is your fastest gold car out there right now. And I'm calling him kind of the Cinderella story. Because with Scott Zadanis, and he knows as well as I do, we've talked about it. So do you, Brittany.
What a nice guy.
He's a great
genuine man.
But the thing is, he's not going to get mad at me for this. I know he isn't.
He probably will.
In practices and in qualifying, he seems to just struggle. And then all of a sudden, come race time, he's a different dude.
He is.
And he's just so fast. So that's why I call him the Cinderella story, because it just seems like, oh man, Zadanis, he's just struggling. It's just not going to be his weekend. And then next thing you know, he's on the podium talking to us.
Every time.
Yeah, so I'm like, it's just really impressive. And right now, hopefully I'm not jinxing him because he's running in P2 overall, second in class right now.
He's doing great.
We are looking at the 641 of Dan Clark. Dan Clark is in the Bartlett Nicholas team, and he's also on Indianapolis. He is currently in P1 with a 140.659. Scott Zadanis with a 142.82, with Michael McCarthy in P3 and a 142.005. That is their current laps. Fastest laps being a 140 by Dan Clark. And I'm now looking where McCarthy, Tim Kesman, Vernon McClure, and Thomas Herb, Fred Kamer, they are all series drivers, and they're all chasing down Dan Clark and Zadanis right now.
Have you had a chance to walk around and see everything that Porsche has set up?
I have seen.
Or have you been stuck in your cage the whole time?
I've been stuck in my steel booth of emotion over here for quite a while. I have seen some of it. When you came in, you were telling me there's a lot of cool stuff going on.
So much.
Yeah, tell me a little bit about what you've seen, because I know you've seen more than I have.
Oh, there's so much. So I was lucky enough to be here with Porsche for the last 3 days.
Right.
We had a performance drive going on, which was really incredible.
What's that all about?
So people were here, their dealers invited them to come. Cool. So they had a full track experience. They had the off-road experience. Porsche really did everything they could have done to give them an incredible experience. It was awesome. There's a car show going on. There's just so much here.
Right. Yeah.
So much.
And what I did see, we were talking about it before, is also everything that's going on in the fan zone. It's
and there's the kid zone.
Not just, you got the kid zone.
There's cornhole. I know you've been over there, I'm sure.
I have been over there before, yes. Yes, I have. And, they get the GT3 Cup Car Simulator. And I know every day they're giving out a $500 gift card to the fastest lap for that.
That's
that
impressive.
Gift card gets used towards a Porsche Experience Center somewhere in North America by your choice. So that's very cool. And then the Restorations Championship. It was almost like in the last class, it was just out here. when we had the PCA Club racing going on, I was kind of tying that in with the Porsche restoration because of all the different cars that were out there on track. It was almost like the restoration challenge was also on track at the time. It was so cool. But we've got, I think it was 40 or 50 dealerships around the United States that were doing the restoration challenge. And then I think it's the top 12. I think about a dozen of them here. And then we're going to be voted, who's going to be the winner overall here in a little bit. I think it's going to be Sunday afternoon, but that's really cool. And then you said the Kid Zone. Then, oh, that's right. If we get a chance, you and I need to do the carpool karaoke.
I didn't even know that was going on.
Carpool karaoke's happening. I think we need to hop in that.
I think we need to do that right now. So, guys, we're going to leave.
Yeah, right? Yeah, carpool karaoke. And those of you that are around the track listening to things, make sure you check out the carpool
here's
karaoke
Dwayne.
and do hashtag Sportscar Together. That's what we're using for this weekend is hashtag Sportscar Together. So that's what myself and Brittany and Dwayne, who we're going to meet a little bit, that's what we're going to do. And we're going 3 wide in the carpool karaoke here in a bit. But
the man is in the cage now.
so a lot of great stuff happening here around the way. And, of course, we also have the Porsche Club of America, over 100,000 plus members of that club as well. And we have a good handful of them there joining us here this weekend. And then the Porsche Off-Road Experience ride-along. That's going to be in the Cayennes and other versions. And then the new 718 Boxer GTS, that's going to be what's going to be used for the ride-along. And the autocross experience. And then, Brittany, you brought up a great point that I didn't know about. The Patrick Long Car Show is in full effect as well. So you brought in some
I'm
new
telling you, we're
information
taking over Indianapolis
Absolutely,
completely.
we are. Absolutely, we are.
I'm going to hand it over to Dwayne.
All right.
Dwayne, don't talk bad about me because I can't defend myself.
So, here with Dwayne from Yokohama. Dwayne, we've had some pretty good weekends together recently. The most recent being in Road America, which we had an awful lot of fun. Some great stuff here. And that was kind of a one-off weekend because that weekend was basically run by Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, Yokohama Tires. And now we're here just joined by everyone at this Together Fest. It's got to be a pretty exciting opportunity for you guys with Yokohama to be part of this.
Absolutely. The Porsche experience here is phenomenal. I mean, as Brittany mentioned, the full takeover of a motorsports mecca of the city between the car show, the Luftkukult that's going on, and then obviously we have some on-track action here with some phenomenal Yokohama cars, and as mentioned earlier in the broadcast, a number of drivers that are new and exciting that have run on Yokohamas before, have run with Porsche before, and now get to run it at a track that almost, I would say, all of us have watched at some point in time in our lives as in the motorsports broadcast.
Well, and that's the thing about being here in Indianapolis. It's and I actually kind of started the morning off with this. It's not just for the drivers and the crews, but for me, myself, for everyone that, when you're talking about motorsports, you go to Indianapolis, it's special. I mean, this is, the Indianapolis, not just the Indianapolis 500, but everything and anyone who has done something special, whether it's a driver or a series or a crew member, has done it here in Indianapolis. If you're somebody, you've done it here at one point or another. And so to kind of, put ourselves in as part of that family is really exciting to do that with Porsche. You take the names of Porsche, Yokohama, and Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I mean, that's the trifecta. I mean, that's huge, and that's just a fun feeling.
Absolutely. With the excitement that, as you mentioned, if you've got a resume, it's got Indy on it. And then to be with such established brands with like Porsche, I mean, and to see the fans, I mean, the people that come here. I mean, when you go out here in the parking lot, you see license plates from damn near every 50 state.
Yeah.
So it's great to see so many people coming out and traveling and seeing and bringing some phenomenal Porsches.
Absolutely.
Like I said, the parking lot is there's a full car show that Pat's doing with Kukult. But there's a pretty gosh darn good car show here in the parking lot.
That's great, and that's just it's just one of the perks of being at such a great event like this, and kind of being like a mini red sport, and just from the inception of, when this thought first came out of doing this Together Fest to now actually seeing it happen, everything is it just unfolding just over the last couple of hours. I'm not gonna lie to you, I've been doing this a long time. I was a little nervous this morning because there's just so much new stuff and working with so many different series. Scott Zadanis, as we were saying, he's making my words true. The Cinderella story. The 99's got himself parked in the marbles. As we were just saying, Dwayne, Scott Zadanis, I can always call him the Cinderella story because he practices and qualifies and just struggles all the time. And then come race time, I often find myself talking to him on the podium. And so I don't know if he has two different helmets that he wears. One's for practice and qualifying and one's for race time. But when he goes race time, man, he's a different dude. He's a different man.
It's good, practice. That's exactly it. Practice.
Yeah.
Find the limits. As you mentioned, a number of drivers haven't been here before, or have not driven a 911, or haven't driven a 911 on this track.
Yep.
And then, as you mentioned, driving a 911 on Yokohama. So, there's a lot of different, as we're seeing on track now, people are kind of exploring different routes
Yep.
to take around the course. And as you mentioned, it's practice is one thing. Find the adhesion limits of the track. Find your limits as a driver. Find the vehicle limits, and do that during practice. And then come race time, it's a different scenario.
Yeah, adhesion limits. I like that. I'm going to use that. All right, adhesion limits, folks, is one of the things that the drivers should look for when they're out here in practice. And that's what I was saying before. Sitting with a Dan Clark in the Platinum class with a 140.127, and then Scott Zadanis with a 141.91, running so well. But while testing the adhesion limits, he found himself out in the marbles. And as long as he stays calm, cool, and collected, he's going to be all right come race time because that's just his style. That's just the way he does things. He just struggles a little bit in practice and qualifying, but he pushes the limits of what he can get away with, and that's the time to find that out. So I saw a red flag out here, so I would have to think we don't have anything real major going on, but we might have some marbles out in the track. I know Scott Zadanis, they're going to have to pull him out. I saw him hung up there in the marbles a little bit, so they're definitely going to have to clean the track up, and I'm waiting for race control to tell me exactly what the game plan is here, but I'm sure it has to do with keeping the track clean and safe here, as safety is always of the utmost of importance here at Together Fest and the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama, and of course Indianapolis Motor Speedway as well, as you see that team getting ready to pull that car out, and I'm sure that's the problem because they're about to make a bit of a mess here.
And Yokohama has a wide spectrum of tires, and we kind of have the Porsche tires here are purpose built for maximum adhesion on the race course, not so much in the gravel pits. So we've got our Geolando tires that do a great job in the dirt, and King of Hammers and Baja and a bunch of most recently Crandon, where we had Brittany attend and see our dirt tires in action. So our tires can do great things here. Looks like we've got a technical difficulty with a red flag. That's a new one, and
Got the
no
red flag
number of
hung up
races
there.
haven't seen that before. The tires here are definitely phenomenal on the race course, not so much on the gravel. So we'll need that tow vehicle to extract that car.
Yeah, Yokohama definitely has the tires to get out of that spot, but they're not going to be the same ones. That's the A005 Racing Slick, and you would use the A006 for a rain slick. Hopefully we won't be pulling those out this weekend.
Yeah, it looked. I definitely hope not, because I didn't pack a rain jacket. Looked at the weather and said, that's going to be a phenomenal weekend here in Indy that all the Porsches will get to enjoy, and I will too. Hopefully I'll be wearing a short sleeve the whole time.
Yeah, that is the game plan. So, all that being said, Scott Zadanis making his way out. They are going to clean up the track if need be. I'm sure they're going to have to do a little bit of sweeping and blowing out there. And, of course, we've got to take a few moments to also get that red flag down off the fence as well, as we get ready to go back to green flag practice for practice number 1 here for the Porsche
Still have a
Racing
hang-up
Festival.
situation.
That's going to be a difficult one, and I'm curious if he even wants to call that one in to race control. Be like, guys, I got myself in a situation.
When you have to roll a safety vehicle out for a red flag, not because the red flag is in play, it's because the red flag is causing the safety situation. That's like I said, that's a new one. But,
It is.
Motorsports brings us smiles and brings us new opportunities every day.
Absolutely it does. Absolutely it does. So we have 20 minutes and 50 seconds left to go in this session. The clock will continue on even as we are getting things straightened out here. I'm listening to race control. They are getting ready to go. Green flag here momentarily. See Scott Zedanis in number 99. His car is rolling. He should be able to get out of there under his own power now. And he's going to probably want to go back and make sure that everything's all dialed in before he comes back out on track. And Scott, you're doing a wonderful job, my man, running with a 141.911, second fastest lap so far in this session. Dan Clark, very impressive. He's in the 641. He's in the platinum class. Zedanis in P2, P1 in the gold class. Michael McCarthy in the number 7. I expect Michael McCarthy to be running a little faster, but I expect him to be right where he is right now because he is so smart and methodical about the way he handles himself on race weekends. Very seldomly do you see him come out of the box and just be the fastest guy in the track. He works his way up to where he needs to be, and he knows what he needs to do and how to do it. And so I'm expecting Michael McCarthy from the Kelly Moss Road and Race Camp Racing for Children's to be back on the gas here soon. Mark Bowden, he is in P4 overall, P3 by class. Adam Adelson, we saw him earlier on. Adam was out here running extremely well in the 935 Clubsport class earlier on, so we see a double duty for him. He's in the number 12. Tim Kesman, he rounds out the top 5 in the platinum class. And Vernon McClure, number 101 is 6th by class, 7th overall. Fred Kamer, Glenn Gatlin, and Thomas Herb. That rounds out your top 10. Kurt Fazekas just sitting outside of that. This is his hometown track, but not necessarily where a track he gets a lot of time on. As there you see, folks, there is an opportunity for the autocross. Anyone can be a part of that. Come on down and check it out. It is a ride-along with the Porsche Autocross Experience. We also have the Porsche Off-Road Experience as well, also a ride-along. And if that's not doing it for you, and if you want to feel like you're driving yourself, of course, the Simulator Lab is open as well. Check that out. That is a GT3 Cup Car $500 gift card to the Porsche Experience Center of your choice here in North America. And there is the number 66 right there. You see his team and technicians.
Always good to do a quick inspection on the tires, and that's not just on the race course. That's for all people that are taking a drive. You know, definitely take a look at those tires. So getting back on track here, you know, like I mentioned, you know, whether it's a Porsche race car or a Porsche street car tires, and whether it's a Yokohama or not, just take a quick look at them before you go on a road trip, before you go back out on track. The tires will tell you something, and they got a story. So just let them tell that story to you.
Every tire's got a story. I like that. That is some quality words right there from one of the better tech guys in the tire industry here in the United States. He knows what he's talking about, folks. Listen to that story. It might just be a good one. They're going to tell you something. As we have 17 minutes and 27 seconds left to go in this session, hopefully get it through nice and clean. Everything worked out just fine there. Red flag is not always a bad thing necessarily. We just had a car just off in a dangerous spot on the track and outside of a turn. We got that taken care of, and we're getting ready to go back to green flag practice. And of course, this is practice number 1 of 2 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Soon following up, I believe we're going into the 935 Clubsport lapping. That's when we started the day out. That'll be their second session of the day. That's going to be starting at 11 a.m. We'll have a brief break, and then we're going into the Radio Show Limited. That's going to be happening here right around the corner as well. And that's going to be starting up at 11:45. A lot of great stuff coming on, not just today, but throughout the weekend. A lot of fun stuff here for the kids of all ages and the adult, or the kid inside you, as far as being an adult here. A lot of great stuff, great food, and a lot of fun stuff. The classes and the racing, the practice, and the qualifying is going to get faster and faster as the weekend goes on. Everyone is just testing the limits of what is okay right now on track. This is the first time for each session out here right now, so we will see the lap times getting lower, the speeds getting higher, and the action getting hotter as the weekend rolls on here from the 2021 Porsche Sport Car Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. thank you so much for being here with us. I really do appreciate it.
Better than a cup full of sausage. Today is the day.
It is better than a cup full. I'm hungry, though. But better than a cup full of sausage. I love it.
Yeah,
And,
we've got cars out on track. So again, those tires are telling these drivers a little bit of a story right now, saying put some heat in me, and that's what these guys and gals are doing. Definitely getting an opportunity to find what the car wants to do. So as you mentioned, the speeds will come up. Need that tire adhesion to make that happen, and we'll get that going here in the next lap or so.
Real quick, when we have a red like that, how quickly do the tires cool down, and then how quickly does it take to get them back up to where the temps that you wanted them to? And when they come back up to the temp, are they going to perform just as well as they did in the last session, or is that hot, cold affect the tire?
It does. It's an excellent question to ask, especially to ask a tire guy. So the optimum range for these particular, the A005 race tires that we use here on the Porsche series is about 180 to about 210 degrees. So if you're thinking about that, you want a tire almost at a boiling point of water, and that's what the optimum operating window that we want to use. So the tire, from a construction standpoint, can work in almost all conditions. From a compound point, which is kind of the chemical aspect of it, you want that higher temperature range. It's kind of interesting when you think about it that as you mentioned, that the tire temperature will come down. It'll come down to about 130, 150 degrees there. Okay. Which in tire world we think is on the low side.
Right, sure.
But when you think about it as an ambient temperature, it's pretty low out there. So we want those temperatures to come back up into the 180, and the tire can perform. There can definitely be lap times, but that peak time is when the tires will come up. And a track like this, it'll take if from a absolute cold start. You definitely see it in the second lap, maybe the third lap. Coming off of a red flag here, they should be back about a half lap to a lap.
Okay, and once they get back to that optimum temperature, they'll perform just as well as they did the first time. If they get hot and they get cold, and hot and then cold, it doesn't take performance away.
No, the heat cycling really isn't that brutal. It needs a heat cycle, and then a heat cycle, and then a heat cycle, and a heat cycle. That's when the tire really starts to degrade. Okay. And that's applicable to a number of Porsches here, on the street car side as well. The part that a lot of people don't think about on the heat cycle side of things here in the above the snow belt is there's on the street car side of things is the ambient temperature when it goes below freezing as well.
Oh, sure.
That can degrade a tire. So it's kind of interesting to tell people when it gets really cold that have competition tires, hey, bring them inside, bring them in the house,
right,
bring them under the blanket, put them under the Christmas tree. That's a part that a number of people don't think about.
Huh, I never thought about that. I wish someone told me that years ago.
Indeed, yeah. It's just as a Porsche needs special care and feeding, so do the tires that go on a Porsche. They take a little bit more effort, and so you care for your car, you care for your tires. You want to bring them into, you want to make them happy too.
Right, that makes total sense. Yeah, I would have never thought about that, but years ago I wish I didn't keep all my tires out in the garage in the winter time.
Or put a blanket over them, make them happy. They have feelings too.
All right, so we're looking good here. We are 11 minutes, 35 seconds left to go in this session here. Dan Clark still up on top. He's in the platinum class. He's in number 641. He's with a 140.127. And right behind him, Vernon McClure with a 140.462. Very competitive. 141.098 from Michael McCarthy. I'm expecting him to get faster as time goes on. That's your top three. Fourth is Tim Kesman. Mark Bowden rounds out your top five. Scott Zadanis, might not be on track right now. He did have a problem. He's first in class in the gold class with a 141.91 for his fastest lap. Kurt Vizicus in P2 in the gold class, and he is sitting back at a 144.673. He has some work to do for him, but if anyone can do it, it is Kurt Vizicus. So just outside 10 minutes to go, left in practice number 1 here for the 2021 Porsche Racing Festival here. This is the Together Fest from Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and this is the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. That's the classes out here right now, with the 935 Clubsport lapping coming up here in just a few moments here. They are on deck, and behind them is Carrera Cup. It's going to be up next. That's coming up right around the corner here in roughly about 45-50 minutes, and that can be listened to and watched right here at PorscheCarreraCup.us, and that'll be the Radio Show Limited. We'll be taking over the duties from there, giving me a quick break, and I'll be bringing you all the podium action from the Carrera Cup as the weekend rolls on for Saturday and Sunday. 9 minutes, 53 seconds left to go. Fred Kamer, Glenn Gatlin, they are over the start-finish line right now. Their time's improving a little bit. Kamer up with a 144.880. So
and it's great to have Fred back here on the racetrack. He raced with us for a number of seasons on the challenge side of things, and he's quite a character, and he's great to have back here at the racetrack. I believe this is his first time here. I spoke with him at the drivers' meeting, and said he needed to go off and find a map of the track, because this is the first time he's been here. So he's definitely finding possibly some new routes to take around the racetrack. And here we go. Again, going back to pit lane, taking a quick look at cars.
Fred Kamer, he's a riot. Anytime Fred's on the podium, you never know what you're going to get. We've done some where he just refuses to do it in English.
As I mentioned, he is quite a character. Unfortunately and fortunately, there's a picture of him giving me a giant bear hug that made on the podium that has made the internet once or twice before.
And that's a pretty big bear.
Yeah. It's quite a scene.
Yeah,
quite a scene.
Yeah, that's a good one. But we see them there working on Michael McCarthy's car there. I was going to mention something that had nothing to do with this. 2 Bears, 1 Den. This great podcast show, but we don't need to get into those details right now, but it's a riot. But Michael McCarthy having his car worked on there in the number 7, and see, we'll hopefully get him back out on track for a couple more laps. His number 7 is definitely someone you're going to want to be watching all weekend long there. I'm sure right now he's not overly excited by sitting here in the pits, but not to worry right now. It is the first practice session, and when it comes to sports car racing here in all the different Porsche series, when you've got a driver like Michael McCarthy and you have a team like Kelly Moss Road and Race, and Yokohama's on there getting the power of the ground for you, you have yourself a good group of people. Here is a replay. The 3 diving to the inside. Oh, cuts over the 29, says, I didn't know you were there. That could have been real bad, real quick, but luckily
great
just gone on to
and
it.
eyes there.
Absolutely.
Seeing a situation and addressing it and getting that car to go where you want it to go. That's the beauty of watching 2 classes of cars going through. There's definitely some speed differentials, not just from the drivers but from the mechanical side of the vehicle.
And that is one of our new drivers in silver class, and that is Miguel Marcena. I'll work it out. But good hands, though. Could have had himself a bad accident right there and got around that no problem. And now that's being his first time out here in this series. I think that was an awesome learning experience, to say the least, for him. As we got a good look at Mark Bowden, number 46 right now. He is a platinum car. Mark is currently running in P5 overall in 5 class. And his fastest lap so far is a 141.73, a little bit off the mark with Dan Clark with a 140.127 everywhere in the mix. So first through 5th right now. Yes, that is a bit of a jump. We're talking about almost second 3/4 or so there. But we got a lot of practice left to go as the day goes on. A couple laps left in this session, and then more practice as the day goes on. And, of course, qualifying will happen as well. So the way qualifying is going to work, we'll touch more in detail on that when we get to that portion of the weekend. but the fastest qualifying lap will be used for the starting grid for race number 1 here in Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama Tires. And the second fastest lap will be used for the grid in race number 2 of the weekend for this series. As there's a nice shot of Mike McCarthy in number 7 back out on track and do what we can do to try to move up. Rob Lorndale into goal car to number 6, makes a big move, comes out of the top 10, puts himself in 3rd overall, right behind Dan Clark and Vernon McClure. So a great run for him right there. That was a fast lap, getting aggressive quick with a 1:40.914. Knocking Michael McCarthy back one more lap. Tim Kesman drops down, Bowden drops down, Zdanis goes backwards, and Thomas Herb all drop down. Rob Lorndale came out of nowhere with that with one seriously amazing lap.
Yeah, definitely we get to see a whole gaggle of cars here on track going through, and basically, this is what people have to look forward to this weekend, where there's a lot of close competition and cars getting past and cars getting aggressive. That's what racing's all about.
And the thing is too, I've noticed this road course. The first time I've been here for the road course, lap traffic is a thing that happens quite quickly. It only takes, if they're at speed with even some of the slower classes that were out there earlier, even at speed, it only takes about 8 laps and we start getting into some lap traffic. And then it's like the 4:05, 5 o'clock in the afternoon, man. It's serious business. And so that's going to be an issue for this series as well with all 3 classes. And I think for the first time, we're going to start seeing some of the Platinum cars getting up and lapping into the Platinum cars, just because that's just the kind of road course that this is. And I think a lot of it has to do, too, with just experience on different courses. I was talking to Brittany about it earlier, and I would have to think as a driver, you're driving this course a little bit different than some of the others. We're not dealing with the elevation changes. A lot of this asphalt is newer than some of the courses we've been, especially you talk about like Sebring or something like that. So as far as just the coarseness of the course itself, the banking on some of it here, now with the backstretch being interrupted, so now having, instead of going 5 right into 6 at the end of the straightaway, we have 5, 6, 7 in there, which we see them coming out of right now. There's a lot of things that are different from this track in both a positive and negative that we don't see at any other road courses that this series runs. And the drivers that have got more seat time, I think, are going to be able to capitalize on that a little bit easier than some of the people that have less time behind the wheel.
For sure, and then when you've got such a long straight like that, that's kind of how you can win some races, is go fast in the fast sections, and you can go real fast on that straightaway. So those that kind of get a really good run and can carry that speed, and that's what we get to see right now. And then a whole lot of brake going into turn 1 there, and again finding that adhesion limit and kind of feeling your comfort zone and finding that exact point where you can haul that Porsche down as quickly as possible in the shortest distance possible. I mean, that's what we in the tire world that brakes stop a wheel but tires stop a car. That's definitely kind of in play here. That again, when you've got the optimum temperature range, you can really get a car to slow down very, very quickly in a short amount of space.
Absolutely, and they're going to need that coming, like you said, coming out of 11 into 1. You can make up a lot of ground right there if you don't have a good drive. Basically, coming through, if you're not on the gas through 8 through 10, and you can't enter 11 with a lot of speed. The person behind you that does is going to make up a lot of ground from 11 to 1, and then that braking is going to be where it's all about. I think we're going to see a lot of cautions come out through the 1 and 2 area, and we're probably going to see a lot of aggressive passes in that area once we get under real green flag racing here as the weekend rolls on. And that's going to make a big difference for a lot of the cars. And then when we get into the lap traffic, I think that's going to be a big issue as well. The Platinum cars from 11 to 1 are going to be going considerably faster than our silvers. And they're going to be pulling some of the golds as well. Now, basically 1 through 10, the silver cars, I think, could be very competitive because, they corner a little bit better and things, but there's going to be a massive difference in speed from 11 through 1.
Yep, and as we kind of come to the tail end here of practice here with just about a little over a minute to go, we'll see people kind of really trying to figure out, as you mentioned, find out where just exactly where this racetrack goes, and then how's the fastest way to go around. We've definitely got some movement, as you mentioned, where we've got a gold car in third place overall, and we've got some platinum cars definitely, making some big jumps as they find what the car wants to do and how they want to drive it.
Absolutely. So right now we are 40 seconds left in practice number 1 here for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, here at the 2021 inaugural Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Here we have another practice session coming up later in the afternoon for this class. And right around the corner, we have session number 2 of the 935 Clubsport. That is going to be another lapping session. A smaller group out there. I think we had 6 or 7 cars earlier this morning. I heard rumor we may have a couple other entries as well coming out for the second section, and I hope we do. And of course, that's going to be followed up here by the Carrera Cup coming right around the corner as well with their first practice, and that can be on Radio Show Limited coming up here in just a little while. So practice session should be over. Checkered flag should be out. Right now, Dan Clark in the 641 in the Platinum class, looking very good with a 140.127 lap time. Very impressive run there. Vernon McClure, attaboy, in the 101. Look at you go. The 140.6 or 462. Very good run right there. And then Rob Lorndale just strapped a rocket to his car a couple laps ago. Went from outside the top 10. Said, hey, folks, I'm here. I'm ready to put myself up on the podium again. And he is in first place in the gold class, 3rd overall so far by the numbers with a 140.914. Michael McCarthy has some work to do in his number 7 Kelly Moss Road and Race. He's in P4, P4 overall, 3rd by class. Tim Kesman looking at a 141.387. He rounds out your top 5 overall, 4th by class. Mark Bowden, Scott Zadanis, Thomas Herb, Adam Alderson, and Kurt Fazekas. That's your top 10, and he is 3rd in class in the gold. Fazekas with a 143.188. A lot of great action yet to come as they clear the track here. As we will be back here in just a little bit, we are going back to green flag action here with a lapping section with a 935 Club Sport. I'm Sean Cermony. We're here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the inaugural Porsche Sport Car Together Fest. What a great day we have. The sun's out, the cars are fast, the speeds are getting better. More action coming up right around the corner.
life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant, this is living ecstasy. I'm so alive, I'm so alive, look at me now. Ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
1, 2, hey, hey.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know, and you know, that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips are warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. This is my time. Look at me now. This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. my time, look at me now. Get ready for it, get ready for it, get ready for it. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for it, get ready for it, get ready for it. This is my time, look at me now.
Well, hello everybody and welcome along to our first of two back-to-back triple headers at the end of the 2021 inaugural season of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. We're at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll head off to Michelin Raceway Road, Atlanta, to round the season up, and the championships are very nicely poised. Live on IMSA Radio, RS2 via imsaradio.com, and live streaming video as well for every session this weekend. I'm John Hindorf, as usual, but with Jeremy Shaw going to be busy with the WeatherTech weekend over at Laguna Seca. Delighted to say that joining me here is Bruce Jones. Hello, Bruce.
Hello, John. Cars look epic, don't they? I've really enjoyed this first season of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. The cars look magnificent, but we've got space to see them. There is so much space to play at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
Cars brand new for 2021, and a real big departure on a couple of fronts. First of all, it is a Carrera Cup North America. We've not had that before, so the perfect opportunity with the brand new Type 992, the 8th iteration of Porsche's trademark shape sports car, the 911. The 992 road car introduced last year, and a massive technological step forward. Looks very similar, as is Porsche's way from the outside, but under the skin for the road car and therefore for the Cup car as well. Many changes, including double wishbone front suspension. The cars are all wide body cars now, not like the old days of certain models being narrow and certain bodies being wide. And the difference in the models, they're all wide body cars now. And you'll see also some very different aero, borrowing a lot of technology and experience from the Le Mans and IMSA GT cars, the 911 RSR 19s. Oh, just Hutton McKenna just running on and having a go round the longer part of the speedway. There is a cut through to your left there, Hutton. No, you don't need to go back against the traffic. Just going into turn one, the wrong way around. What hasn't changed is the flat six engine hanging out at the back, and 4 litres, just over 500 horsepower, and providing us with a brilliant soundtrack to this Porsche Together festival here this weekend. First time we've had that as well, bringing together a whole host of Porsche files and Porsche cars here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, using the hairpin version of the infield circuit here at Indianapolis. So not exactly the same as the Indy cars ran a few weeks ago, and indeed the Cup cars as well, of course, with their first visit to this hallowed ground. And because it's Porsche Together, we've got more coverage for you, hence live sound and vision on this practice session, giving Bruce and I a chance to reacquaint ourselves, in my case, and acquaint himself in his case to some of these cars.
Well, John, I can assure you I've looked at highlights of all the previous rounds to get my eye in, and I'm just deeply impressed with the sheer number of professional drivers that have been enticed to come and race in this first Carrera Cup North America, because let's face it, we know, John, from our coverage of all things sports car racing, this is the branch of motor racing that's really having a huge boom time sort of happening now and exploding into many works manufacturer teams coming back into the sport with the combination of the North American scene and the European scene, the global scene. And I think particularly for the drivers that have a J after the name on the result sheets, these are drivers who are eligible to be part of the Porsche Junior program, and I think that could be a mighty place to be for these drivers as they try and shape their careers. So yes, they're trying to win this championship, but they're just trying to impress the right people, and I think it's great they've got that scholarship element to aim at.
Yeah, and you bring up a good point there, because in the past it hasn't been possible really for the juniors from the North American Cup Challenge, as it was in its previous iterations, to compete on equal ground at the shootout at the end of the season. But now with the new car and crucially moving to the Michelin Pilot Sport Challenge tyres, which are the same as pretty much all of the other Carrera Cups around the world and the Super Cups use as well, then it's not such a stretch for anybody who is chosen to go over later on in the year after we've been to Road Atlanta. And of course the carrot that's been dangled there, Bruce, is the opportunity to be a Porsche Junior supported works driver, and the names that have come through that down through the years are simply staggering.
Well, absolutely so, John, but it's also the fact if you keep your nose clean, do a good job. Some of the Porsche Junior drives from the very inception of the programme are nearly 40 years old now, and the very best of them are still with affiliation to Porsche. And you just know full well that whatever the shape of global sports car racing, there's always going to be a strong Porsche presence. So it really is a very sensible championship to contest. And for the likes of Seb Priaulx crossing across from the UK to come out and play, Erik Johansson as well, the Swede, you know, they've come here as a prime hunting ground for them as they try and build their futures. And these are drivers in their early 20s. In fact, we've even got some in their late teens. And yeah, it's just such an enticing carrot to aim at, isn't it?
Certainly is. Certainly is. Let's go through a few of the early times. 1:41.4 for Dylan Murray, one of those juniors in the number 38. That is one of the BGB Motorsports car. You'll hear us talking about a few of the teams here, and you'll hear some of the same names coming up. Kelly Moss Road and Race with the two championship protagonists at the front of the field, Kai von Berlo in second position, and Sebastian Priaulx in sixth in this early running of this session, but they're contesting the sharp end of the championship. Three classes here, two of them based on driver age and ability, and the third based on the car type, because we do still have room for some 991.2 cars, the second generation cars. They are running in their own category as a Pro-Am 991 category. Joe Lombardo with the fastest time for that in the number 92 at the moment with a 43.9. Some of those cars have done sterling service, but are still very quick racing machines and still a lot of fun to drive. They're getting 1 year in this new for 2021 Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. Tim Pappas in the pit lane for JDX. Tim, who is almost synonymous with Porsches down through the years, and looked like he had some overheating brakes. Maybe he's already been off and visited the grass, and that was what the guys from JDX were looking at there. He's sitting in 7th in the Pro-Am category. He has put a time in.
Well, we've got 25 times on the board, John, but I noticed we haven't got one for Hutton McKenna. We saw him running up the escape road, so presumably he's put his tail between his legs and limped back to the pits, or maybe I've got to keep an eye out to see if he's actually parked it up there, if the problem was anything more than over-exuberance and braking too late. But 25 times on the board. Dylan Murray, son of David Murray, top of the charts, 1 minute 39.0. He's only a tenth of a second clear of Lee Keane, so people starting to work their way down to very sensible times indeed.
That's a good point, actually. The I wonder then if his issue was more about some other problems rather than running long, and that's why he didn't try to rejoin through the cutout at that area of the track that leads you back through the grassed area. That you might have hit that one on the head. At IMSA Radio, if you want to get in touch with us here. And Dylan Murray's time still at the top, 39.0. Last time around.
That's only 25 thousandths faster than Kai van Berlo, who's popped up into second place. So 2 Porsche Juniors right at the top. Seb Prio, the third of the Porsche Juniors, in 4th place. But just to show how competitive, just 0.3 of a second cover the top 4. And some of the drivers really start to hang the tails out a little bit. Car 69 being driven with real gusto just a few seconds ago, and certainly very entertaining. Tom Collingwood, who's just moved up to be top Pro-Am driver with that very classic lap.
Yeah, and teammates are sharing the awning at least with Dylan Murray, so the BGP Motorsports team clearly have got their cars dialed in. We've not seen this form of Porsche racing here on the road circuit at Indianapolis before, so it is a bit of a voyage of discovery for everybody. Good to have your company wherever you are in the world. Friday afternoon in Europe. Some of you working from home, I know, are tuning in. We will be splitting our coverage in terms of the audio between IMSA Radio RS2 and RS1 over the weekend, but the video will always be on a dedicated part of the IMSARadio.com live video page. We will have 2 panes in there, one from Laguna Seca and one from here at Indianapolis, and so you will be able to bounce between them. There are a couple of side-by-sides that if you've got a couple of screens, you'll be able to get them both up at the same time. All the details are on IMSARadio.com, and you can scroll to the bottom and see the timetable, and you could also go to radio-show.co, that's .co.uk, and that gives you all 3 of the audio channels that we run here at Radio Show Limited. So no reason for you to miss any of the action, and it will of course all be archived later on. Coming across to the second of the dives into the infield, Maxwell Root in the white and green number 3. Kai van Berlo in the white and green number 3. Who has just put his time in and gone to the top with a 1:38.4. So Kelly Moss Road race first and second, and Bruce, it is the 2 young pretenders, the 2 championship contenders, with Dylan Murray in 3rd for BGB, and they're separated the top 4 now with Sebastian Carrazzo, another Kelly Moss Road race driver in 4th position. Can I put my teeth in for this? Separated by a second.
Yeah, I think what we've seen is just much better laps from Seb Prio and Kai van Berlo. In fact, as I say that, actually, I can't even believe the time that's just gone in. Yes, I can. 1:37.9 from Seb Prio. So there I was saying 1:39. 4 drivers very close on those. No, Prio 1:37.9. Second fastest 1:38.4 Kai van Berlo. And Dylan Murray has done 2 or 3 laps almost within 100th of a second of his best time, 1:39.0. They're the top 3. Seb Carrozzo a whisker behind. Lee Keane, not to be ashamed, only another 1/10 of a second back. So it is pretty close, but just Seb Prio and Kai van Berlo really starting to lay down a marker.
Wherever you are in the world, welcome along to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Porsche Together Fest 2021. Hashtag Porsche Together, and at IMSA Radio as well if you want to get in touch with us here in the Global Broadcast Centre. It is the first free practice session for Porsche Carrera Cup North America 2021, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. And the winner, of course, will be heading down to the Cayman Islands at some stage in the future. Has opened back up for tourism, heading down towards their season down there at the moment. Number 12, the bright red car, is Lee Keane for 311 RS Motorsport, looking exceptionally stock, that car in Guards Red. Very little sign writing on it. Lee Keane, Bruce, this season has been giving the youngsters a run for their money, improving there's life outside of the junior class.
Oh, absolutely so. Not quite 38 years old, so almost double the age of some of the youngest drivers. But he really seems to be reinvigorated by this new challenge. And I think in a driver's career, especially someone like Lee, who's been racing for such a while now, you need new challenges and something that makes you take another step forward. And when you've got sort of very rapid teenagers trying, as though they've just hopped out of off a simulator or playing a game into these cars, they're really, really quick. But well done to Lee, 5th fastest at the moment, and he's right in the mix for a top 3, not for a first or second in practice. One driver who's taken a short while to get going, we have got a decent time, suddenly Hutton McKenna, remember he went missing very early on, he just popped up into 8th place, so give him another couple of laps and I think he'll be towards the sharp end, whatever that problem was early on. One thing I was just going to point out, we haven't mentioned we've got a new driver in car number 16, MRS GT Racing. He's the 4th driver in this car, and he's come from Romania to take part. Alexander Marmoriano, he's down just outside the top 20, 22nd at the moment, but great to have this sort of rotation of faces in new places, John.
Yeah, and that is the 991 class, but there's plenty of people in there at the moment who are looking further down the line. There was an initial allocation of an amazing 23 cars, and we have to give some credit to the outgoing man at the top of Porsche and Porsche Motorsport here in North America. I don't know how he did it, whether he had to go and bang his hand on the table or whether there was some clever diplomacy, but there was certainly more cars than we were expecting to get this weekend, or this season, should I say. And fair play to Dr. Daniel Armbruster, who will be replaced in January by Volker Holzmeier as the president and CEO here in North America. And Volker's already in position, shadowing Daniel Armbruster, and has in fact already had his first official engagement. He waved the green flag at Road America for the last round of Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands, which is exactly how Dr. Armbruster was introduced to us a few years ago. So following on a very proud tradition.
Now, if anyone's looking on and thinking, right, John and Bruce have mentioned the 3 different classes. Pro-Am, we normally have a driver by the name of Alain Metny at the top of that. If you look down the results sheet at the moment, the timetable, he is not there because he's 2-timing this weekend, competing over at Laguna Seca. And then he's planning to come, because it's a triple-header race meeting, he's going to come for the second 2 races. The races on Sunday. He's leading the Pro-Am class really quite comfortably, actually, but 195 points to Efren Castro's 141. But he's hoping that he described it's a bit like you hope that when the off-season is over, you get back in the car, you can get straight onto the pace. Coming in cold, but I think Alain's good enough to manage it as long as he can cope with all the flying in between. But he's going to be very, very busy this weekend.
And we've got one driver going the other way, I think, as well, don't we, for the Wright Motorsports, one of the Wright Motorsports drivers. Now, is he out?
As you say that, I was looking for Max Root, look for car number 7, yes. Maxwell Root. The answer is, I think he's warming his tail end in California at the moment, and hopefully will be commuting back. But it's so difficult in this season. John, we've all tried to balance championships work in. You imagine if you're trying to do multiple championships and one just decides to get, in order to race in front of a crowd, they'll move their race back a month. You get these clashes, and hopefully we won't have to live with such things in 2022. But certainly for the logistical departments of the teams or the driver themselves, it can be a bit of a nightmare, particularly when they're well placed in both championships, which is the problem for Alain Metny. He's very well placed in the Lamborghini Series and very, very well placed in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. So he decided rather than choose between one child and another, he's going to try and please both of them.
I love it. Well, Max Root, of course, is from San Diego, so he's a little bit closer to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. He normally drives the Mo-Speed Wright Motorsports partnered car, the number 7. He's effectively been called up to the big leagues, unfortunately, because another driver isn't able to race. So he's been pulled into the Wright Motorsports car in one of the other IMSA championships, and it's an opportunity that he can't pass up. And one might say, Bruce, is exactly the sort of thing that Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands, is exactly the sort of thing that this championship is training these young drivers to do. It's the longest of any Carrera Cup in terms of the duration of the races at 45 minutes, and that's sort of the area of a fuel stint when you get to Michelin Pilot Challenge or indeed the WeatherTech Championship.
Exactly so, John, and it is not just an education about how to drive fast, it's how to manage what you're doing out on the circuit. And yes, it's a fantastic step. Others may choose in years to come, if they do really well in this championship, to go and try and compete in the primary Porsche series, the Porsche Super Cup, supporting the Grand Prix largely around Europe. That's, you know, their choice, but what a fantastic opportunity to have these sort of approaches you can take if you do well in a championship like this. But with the Pro-Am class, and particularly the Pro-Am 991 class, for a lot of people, this is just where they want to race. A lot of the drivers, they now have quite a few candles on their birthday cake, not to explain it otherwise. And so this is what they want to race, and to be able to step up to these new cars, or in the case of the 991.2s in the Pro-Am 991 class, a really good standard of car, and just race on circuits like this. You rattle through the calendar. There are some epic places to race in the Carrera Cup North America.
Bruce Jones and John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. Good to have your company for Porsche Carrera Cup North America. Triple header this weekend for the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on the road course, with the hairpin on the infield as well. And here's how it stands, with just under half an hour still to go. 7:30 for Kelly Moss Road and Race is the best time. This is free practice one. This is not setting grid positions unless something goes a bit awry later in the weekend. So it's always good to get a good lap in early. 1:37.9. That's an average lap speed of just over 95 miles an hour. Kai von Berlo, his teammate, but they are very much individuals when they are racing against each other and for this championship. He's about half a second further back, and unfortunately we have a spinner on the circuit. That's Sean McAllister for the JDX team, Jeremy Dale and Harrison Brix's outfit, coming out of the final corner onto the start-finish line at turn 14, that's called. Four-way flashes, the hazard flashes are going. That's not because Sean has fired them up. They tend to do that on their own once the car's thought that you've had a bit of a whoopsie. We had a 992 Carrera Cup car racing in the 24 hours at Barcelona. Oh, has he hit the wall? No, lost it coming in and got it stopped over the infield grass. So good news is I don't think he's hit anything, but the hazard flashes have gone on, and Sean has refired the flat six. Yes, it was rather odd to see at the Circuit de Catalunya last weekend. Ivo Breukers had rented a cup car from the Speed Lover guys who run in the Benelux Championship, and had a 992 that wasn't being used that weekend. Sean flipped back across the racetrack, but he's pointing in the right direction now. And every time that car had a little bit of a whoopsie, the four-way flashes, now they will stay on unless the driver turns them off. So they'll be on the radio to him now saying, Sean, find the hazard button. It's the big one with the triangle on it in the middle of the dashboard. Yep, that's it. Excellent. Well done. I have had that called myself, but not in a Porsche. 92, just going on to the infield now. That's Joe Lombardo, who still leads the Pro-Am category. Kelly Moss Road and Race, 1:42.1. About 0.4 of a second on Matt Holcomb for Goldcrest Motorsport. In Pro-Am, Kurt Swearingen has the best time for ACI Motorsports. That's the 17. And he's got just on a second, just over a second, ahead of Efren Castro for Team Hardpoint EBM in the number 65. And at the top of the shop, it's still the two Kelly Moss Road and Race drivers, Prio and von Berlo, ahead of Dylan Murray, who's another 0.3 further back and has only 0.068 further ahead of Riley Dickinson now, who's up for Team Hardpoint EBM into 4th position. That looked to me like Bill Smith having a spin in the 42 Top Racing bright orange car. but he's pointing in the right direction. So we're starting to see people with 25.5 minutes left, Bruce, just pushing the outer envelope here in FP1.
Very nicely described, John. Precisely my thoughts. I think we've seen them just chipping away a little bit, and then in the case of Seb Priaulx and Kai van Berlo, starting to take great chunks of time. But it's the drivers further down the field who are starting to feel, maybe it's that little scary moment, a little bit brave, but about the lowest speed incident you could have. I think that's turn 12, was it, John? Coming off the banking, where you drop down into you turn right, then you turn left, and you go onto the banking again as you come out of 14, where we saw the other car spun a couple of minutes ago in the number 2 in the hands of Sean McAllister. But no damage done. There is a lot of space if you get it wrong, and also if you're getting it wrong at about 40 miles an hour, it's not too difficult to gather it up again.
It's a fair point, well made and beautifully presented, Mr. Jones. That is Bruce Jones. He is with me, John Hindhaugh, this weekend for a triple header, but we have all the sessions, 2 free practice sessions, plus qualifying, and all 3 races live in sound and vision via the live video tab on imsaradio.com. We've got audio if you're moving around or you don't have the bandwidth, that's on RS2. And that is the home of IMSA Radio. Every hour of every day of the year, there is IMSA content there, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. We are going to have to drop onto RS1 at some stage of the weekend. You can find all the details on imsaradio.com or radio-show.co.uk, where we have the full programme schedule at the bottom of the homepage. And by some trickery and black magic that I don't understand, that schedule will automatically convert all of the on-air and live times into your browser time, so you don't have to do the arithmetic to work out if it's +5 or -7 or whatever the heck it is, which is frankly the only way I ever get on air on time, is by looking at that. So no changes in the times for the moment. Parker Thompson's just put his fastest time in for JDX Racing. He's in 6th position in Pro in the second of the JDX racing cars that we've talked about, at least. 1:39.0 last time around for Parker. Another one of the under-23 drivers. Sean McAllister, with his confidence restored, goes down the inside of one of the 991 Cup cars into what is turn 1. Very big inside curb. And even though these are GT cars, Bruce, I noticed that everyone is giving that inside curb a wide berth. It was Joe Lombardo, by the way, that Sean went by. Joe leading the Pro-Am category in the black and red at number 92 Porsche.
It's interesting, that turn 1, John. As you say, very big curve they're trying to avoid, but what we just saw there with Sean McAllister gave it a bit of space, and then suddenly found the track was turning right, and he wasn't. He really started to lurch through the corner. Saw a bank, not a bank of grass, but a wide expanse of grass ahead of him. He could not get the car turned in. So this is what they've got to work on in practice number 1. How to get into turn 1 properly so you don't compromise turn 2. And that time around, just too deep into the corner for Sean McAllister. He'll work it out, but that's what these sessions are for, isn't it?
Oh, 100%. And you build up. Ryan Gates is in the pits at the moment. That's the other bright red car from 311 RS Motorsports, teammate to Lee Keane. Tell you what, you could do a lot worse than having Lee Keane as your teammate. What he doesn't know about driving any motor car is probably not worth knowing.
He's certainly had a very, very illustrious career. Right, change at the top, John. Kai van Berlo, now fastest by, the smallest amount of not very much, 0.047 of a second. So between friends, we'll call it 500ths of a second. But Kai van Berlo now ahead of Seb Priaulx. As you said, teammates, but they're at each other's throats. They're going for this championship.
And I'm sure that Seb knows exactly where he could find 0.047 of a second round here, Bruce, don't
it's
you?
up his sleeve, got it, saving it for when required. Now, I remember, you just alluded to, you were talking about how Ivo Breukers was competing at the Barcelona 24 Hours, part of the 24-hour series last weekend. It was at one of those meetings, it was a Spa meeting, that I met the Van Berlo brothers and their father. What a friendly bunch of guys they were. And I think at the time, Kai and Glenn Van Berlo, his brother, were I think 17 and 18 or 16 and 17, obscenely young, but so personable. They almost chased the camera down the pit lane because they wanted to be interviewed. They were just having so much fun, but doing it as a family must just be super fantastic for all of them, and they've both done really well. But Kai clearly enjoying, and I'm looking at his interviews this year in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, just again super personable, but you can just start to sense that steel developing in him, and likewise in all of these young drivers, as nice as they can be out of the car, but they're there to win, aren't they?
Oh, and Kai from the Netherlands, which has been a phenomenal production line of talent in motor racing over the last few years, and obviously Max Verstappen right at the very top of his game, leading the FIA Formula One World Championship as they go into Monza, isn't it, this weekend? But I mean, we can name any number of them that are coming through the ranks as well, and Kai van Berlo is just another one to add to that list, and he's going about it in a very structured way. You could say the same about, what now, is he a third or fourth generation driver, Sebastian Priaulx? Certainly his dad and his granddad, I'm not sure whether his great granddad did, but he's certainly third generation driver, and you know, again, these are young drivers who, it would seem not very many years ago, if we were talking about motor racing, Bruce, that, you know, we would be thinking of these young drivers in Formula racing. But what they see, as you pointed out earlier on, is the opportunities that pro sports car and endurance racing will be able to afford them in the either right now or the not too distant future.
Yeah, I mean, unless you are absolutely at the zenith of single-seater racing, and you're not just being misled by your inability to identify the drivers being faster than you or being propelled there by parents who won't accept their child is the very best. If you really are the very best, of course, keep on. But for so many drivers, it's just much wiser. Yes, you might be a top 6 finisher in Formula 3 and Formula 2, wherever, but how many of those get the Formula 1 break they so crave? And then their career could be over by the time, you know, by the time they're in their early 20s. Coming to sports car racing can give them a lifetime of racing. And also, it's easier to dip back in later in life, isn't it? If you go away and then, you know, run a business, do whatever you want to do, but then to come back to it later, I just think it's a great place to play, and it's great for them to come out and the older drivers and compete against the young pups, isn't it? And just see where the latest, you know, how you still, whether you can hack it or not against the young guns. I think sports car racing and GT racing in particular is just fantastic for that.
Looks like Seb is winding up to another lap, and he's drifting that multi-matic car through the infield section. Track limits not an issue coming out of turn 6 onto the infield straight. Now very bumpy underbraking for the chicane at turn 7, 8 and 9, but the two-tone blue and white curbs very flat at that point. There's a couple of slightly raised orange areas there, like the baguette curbs or the sausage curbs, but they are laid not just over the back of the curbs as we often see in Europe. Here at IMS, they are laid perpendicular to the racetrack, almost marking the apex of the corner. Pit lane for Seb.
Well, he had just
17 minutes ago.
He had just briefly gone to the top of the charts, but it's Parker Thompson sitting at the top of the table. 1 minute 37.332. The number 9 entry from JDX Racing. That's the one we saw in the pits a short while ago. White with the fantastic orange livery at the front that folds around the back and side of the cars. 1 minute 37.332. So he's ahead by almost precisely a tenth of a second from Seb Priaulx, who's got a tenth of a second in hand as well over Kai van Berlo, but still super tight at the top. 0.223 of a second between the top 3 drivers. And then you have to look back fully to 1.5 seconds off the pace. That Dylan Murray, who's been there or thereabouts. I'm expecting him to start winding it up. So we'll look for car 38. Bright green on the screens at the moment. The track actually got a fair bit of space on it at the moment. So if he's got a quick time in him, he's got the space to go and put it down. Getting towards the end of a lap now.
Yeah, 16 and a bit minutes to go in the classes. Kurt Swearingen in the number 17 ACI Motorsports car leads the Pro-Am in a very creditable 11th position with a 39.6 in the 991 category. It is Matt Holcomb who's gone to the top, demoting Joe Lombardo, so Goldcrest at the top of 991. That's the older cars, 141.6. So half a second between those two.
Well, I talked about a fantastic pace from Parker Thompson. He's obviously decided, the winner last time out, that he's got more in hand, and he just put in a 1 minute 36.727 second lap. That puts him 7/10 now ahead of Seb Priaulx. So for everyone else, they're aiming at a target, and it's moving away from them. But car number 9 setting the pace. JDX Racing will be very proud of the Canadian Parker Thompson. Seems to be timing his charge in the championship really very well. He's 3rd overall at the moment, with Seb Priaulx on 164 to his 129. Kai van Berlo just 7 points further ahead, but you really sense that the momentum is starting to build for Parker Thompson. He's got 6 races, 3 here and 3 at the finale at Road Atlanta, so every chance, if he keeps on doing what he did last time out and takes win after win after win, and with this pace he's looking pretty good for it, then he's got a chance, he's got a hope, and that's all he can ask for.
It's Bruce Jones with me, John Hino, for the Global Broadcast Centre. It's Bruce and I looking after the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands this weekend. Jeremy Shaw with Shea Adam will be on duty for the rest of the IMSA Championship events over at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Brian Till jumping in as well for the Lamborghinis. So plenty of sports car and endurance racing action across the Radio Show Limited network of channels this weekend in both sound and vision. And remember, if you, for this particular event, whether you're in the States or further afield, every session for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America is available without any blocks in sound or vision. If you're outside the US, then don't forget we'll have flag-to-flag coverage of WeatherTech qualifying, plus all of the races from Laguna Seca as well. So you might need a few extra screens this weekend. There's a couple of overlaps this weekend. Got some more Mazda races as well over on IMSA. But all covered via RS1 or RS2 in audio, and of course we'll be on SiriusXM for the big race on Sunday from the West Coast. But it's Indianapolis Motor Speedway that's taking centre stage, as it has done for many years, using the road circuit, running back to front down the start-finish line, which I still can't quite get my head around. It just looks, in some ways, just looks very wrong. Onto the infield again for Kai van Berlo, who I think has just slapped a new set of Michelins on and is going for another time with 13 minutes to go.
The time he's got to aim for, 1 minute 36.727 seconds, so he's really got to wind it up. He's got to find the best part of a second. But as you say, John, just over a dozen minutes remaining. New set of rubber, looking very aggressive through turns 1 and 2. Got the turn, it didn't go as deep as we saw Sean McAllister doing a while ago. And when they then turn left through turn 2, we see a lot of drivers just getting their right-hand wheels of their car onto the grass. They just don't want to do that too much, and then they've got to keep on turning. The early part of the lap is very busy. Effectively, John, after they've got out of turn 6 onto that infield straight, it's the first time they can really relax.
Van Berlo then cuts his way onto the middle straight, the infield straight, using all of the concrete runoff to drivers left as he comes out of the exit of turn 6, that hairpin area, and then under braking for 7, 8 and 9, front end of the 992 just dipping down there as he was braking, balancing the cars between 9 and 10, then just allowing it to get onto the bridle a little bit. For a moment, it's up, back onto the banking, and then the braking down for 12 and cutting onto the infield for the second time before going past the pit lane entrance on driver's right, which he stays away from. So he is coming round to complete this lap. Now, will it elevate him to the top of the times? Needs to find nearly a full second, 0.828 of a second behind Parker Thompson, who has the best time at the moment. He crosses the line. His best time at the moment, a 1:37.555, just waiting for the time to update. He goes to second, 36.5. Check that, 36.9, my apologies. 36.9, so 2 1/4 tenths there away from Parker Thompson, but it looks like he's hanging on and going for another lap, Bruce.
And as he's doing that, Seb Priaulx, his teammate from Kelly Moss Racing, sorry, what am I talking about? Yes, it is Kelly Moss Road and Race. has also come out, I think, on a fresh set of rubber, so we'll expect quick times from him. So let's just reiterate. Parker Thompson, 1 minute 36.727 seconds. That's 0.224 of a second faster than Kai van Berlo. Seb Prio bound to be winding it up, the number 15, the Multimatic liveried car. Multicoloured, Multimatic, and that's third fastest. Riley Dickinson, we didn't give him too much credit. The Porsche Austin livery car, fourth at the moment, but Lee Keen's been chipping away, a few tenths here, a few tenths there. He's now very, very close to Dylan Murray, who's holding down fifth place, but Lee just keeps getting better and better. Now, will Seb Prio, the driver who lives on Guernsey, one of the Channel Islands just off the south coast of England, and see what he can do this time around, because that was his outlap. Now he's winding it up this time around, but that target time, 1 minute 36.727 seconds. Don't forget, this isn't qualified, this is first practice, but I'm starting to see the drivers, John, finding ways of turning, particularly through turns 1 and 2, much more tidily than they did at the start of the session.
Yeah, hi to Andy and Joanne, who I know will be watching and listening, proud parents of Seb Prio. And if you think you know Andy Prio's name, you'd be absolutely right, driven at the very highest level, including at Le Mans, and still driving very quickly indeed. And I know that Andy wasn't too well a little while ago. Hope you're all recovered from that, Andy, and hope to see you back in a car sooner rather than later.
Right, and if Andy's son Seb wants to go to the top, and he's certainly looking very, very positive, he's got a new target time to beat. It's no longer Parker Thompson, it's Kai van Berlo who set the best, 1 minute 36.481 seconds. So he's found half a second to move a quarter of a second here of Parker Thompson, the Canadian, but Seb Prio pressing on out of turn 14, down the start-finish straight. This lap, is it a good lap? We'll wait to see when the time gets posted on the board. Very good lap.
The line,
second.
Sorry, Bruce.
No, yes. Sorry, both guessed at the same time. He was precisely 24 thousandths of a second faster than Parker Thompson. This is practice, though.
This is practice, but we've got what amounts to a qualifying session going on here, because we've got these drivers at the sharp end of the field with now 18 laps under their various sets of Michelin Pilot Sport tyres. They are, they're trading tenths and hundredths of a second. 0.222 between first and second, 0.024 between second and third. In the classes, Kurt Swearingen still holds on to the best time in Pro-Am. He's in 12th position overall in the ACI Motorsports number 17, ahead of Efren Castro on the Team Hardpoint EBM number 65 by just on a tenth of a second. In Pro-Am, Matt Holcomb for Goldcrest is ahead of Joe Lombardo. That's the 55 and the 92. Joe driving for Kelly Moss Road and Race, and he's all of a tenth and a half behind the man with the fastest time. Bit of a slide for Parker Thompson in the red, white and grey with the maple leaf on the side. Very proud Canadian as he comes up onto the banking to head towards the finish line. Parker Thompson in third at the moment, 0.246 of a second away from the top position. Does he improve his 136.7? He does not, because that was an outlap, or that was at least a slow down lap. That was a 158.6. So he's building up to something. Let's keep our eyes on Parker then, with that red, white and grey hindquarters on the very distinctive livery of that number 9 Team JDX racing car.
John,
made to Sean McAllister. Go ahead,
John,
Bruce.
if I may cut in, we've got Kelly Moss Road and Race at the first two positions, suddenly in fifth place as well. Sebastian Carrozzo's just put in a 1 minute 38.782 seconds. He's 2 and a bit seconds down, but it's good for fifth. So he's chipped away, and I think again it's a case of putting those fresh sets of Michelins on towards the end of this practice session to see what you can do. As you pointed out, John, they're actually practicing for qualifying.
Yeah.
How to get the very most out, because pole position here will give you the chosen line down into turn 1. Of course, you've got 3 attempts, we've got 3 races, but if you're out there, you want to take the win in the first race and just take those maximum points.
Yeah, and let's not forget about subsequent grids here and how the grids will be set. In a normal weekend, we set the grids with the second fastest times, and the way that it works this weekend for qualifying. Obviously, when we get to that, we'll explain it properly, because that's when it will make all the difference. We don't do things like reverse grids or anything like that, which some 2 and 4. We've got Bill spun around again. Bill Smith in the 42 top racing car. That looked like it was down at maybe turn 4-5 area on the infield. Back of the car was on the immaculately trimmed grass. Mr. Penske won't be liking that very much, Bruce.
I guess most of these cars are pretty easy to distinguish, but when your car's bright orange, it really does stand out. And all we saw was the bright orange nose, so I'm afraid there could be no denying it was Bill top racing, but sitting sideways. Bill, 64 years young, and I mean, again, we were talking about this, John, about how drivers have the various classes they compete in, and I'm a big fan. As I'm soon to have 60 candles on my birthday cake. How did it get to that? But you know, just knowing that there's a place to go racing if you choose, and to race in such a great series as this, well, all the better.
So we're coming down in fact, we're under now the last 5 minutes of this first free practice session. The qualifying, which comes up later, we'll have live for you as well. So every session that these Porsche Carrera Cup North America, powered by presented by Visit Cayman Islands, with you in sound and vision today. The starting position for race 3, the additional race this weekend. So I mentioned that it's your second best lap that will get you your starting position for race 2. The additional race this weekend are determined either by the third fastest lap in qualifying or the fastest lap in race 2, whichever is quicker. So that's the additional regulation for this weekend for race number 3. But let's not worry about that for the moment. When we look at qualifying later on, we'll be giving you the starting positions for the first of 3 races. That's Saturday's race, 2 races on Sunday, and we'll give you, when we get to those, we'll give you the starting grids once everything has been made official. Don't like looking too far into the future because it scrambles my little mind. I am a bear of small brain when it comes to bringing all this in. So Kai Van Berlo at the top with a 36.4.028 of a second ahead of Seb Priaulx. Van Berlo goes on to another lap. He'll get this one and maybe one more if he wants it. Is he going to be under pressure? Well, you've got to say it, 0.028 of a second. He is under pressure, but it's practice. Just practice, as Mr. Iverson would say.
Well, what he was practicing was flashing his headlines. He had Andor Kovacs, who's taken over the number 14 entry MRS GT Racing, normally driven by the Swede, Eric Johansson, but he was a little bit in the way, and even though it's practice, what you saw there was Kai Van Berlo didn't want to lose any more of the time when his tyres are really sweet. He's got, I think he's done, 3, possibly 4 flying laps, John, since he fitted those that new set of tyres. Seb Priaulx also put the new tyres on, but he's done 1 lap less. So his tyres have got a little more, it's practice. Keep telling them that, though, but they're not really paying attention. They just want to be the faster of the 2, and if they're fastest of overall, that's good too. And they are fastest overall, but seriously, another good lap from Parker Thompson, and that may be taken away from them.
He's going on to the infield now for what will probably be his last lap. The number 55, Matt Holcomb, in what Porsche aficionados and at the Porsche Together Festival here, Porsche Together Fest, you might at first glance think that, oh, that looks a bit like the hippie Porsche, but in fact, you're not wrong in that with the greens and the blues and the swirls on it, but it's actually an homage to the van colours of the Mystery Machine and Scooby-Doo.
Well, that's so funny you should say that.
And it does have Scooby on the front. It's got his dog on the front as well.
In fact, only now you see that, I think I can see his tail. I was about to chip in, almost being facetious, saying it's like the Scooby-Doo mobile, but there we are.
It is the Mystery Machine.
The Mystery Machine. Fantastic.
See, if I think we might have got away with that if it hadn't been for those pesky kids, Bruce, to be honest.
Schnigger, schnigger.
Matt coming round in second position in the 991 Gen 2 class. Got to find about 2.5 tenths if he's going to get back on top there, because Joe Lombardo last time around did a 1:41.358. Actually, it was the time before, so Joe's sneaked back to the top in the Kelly Moss Road and race number 92. So they've had a decent scrap as well. And it's really close as well at the top of Pro-Am in the 992s, with Kurt Swearingen now ahead of Efren Castro by just on 1/10 of a second, with John Gertz from Wright Motorsports another 7 tenths further back, 17.65 and 57, as Matt will get one more lap, so he's got one more go. He had wound himself up there, but that was only a 1:45.0. Has he got the performance in the Michelin tyres for this final almost 6 miles, 2.59 miles around, because the checkered flag will come out next time around. In fact, the checkered flag's coming out for him now. He will take the checkered flag. Let's see if he's improved. Just waiting for the time to come up. 1:43.1. No, so he hasn't improved. So it looks to me as though Joe Lombardo will take the bragging rights in this session in 991 category. Pro-Am for the moment, at least, is Kurt Swearingen for ACI Motorsports in the 17. And it is Kai van Berlo for Kelly Moss Road and Race, who by the barest of margins, 0.028 of a second over his Kelly Moss Road and Race teammate. But the top three there, with Parker Thompson for JDX, all juniors and all within, well, you might as well say a quarter of a second there. 0.246 of a second, Bruce. Now, this is your first opportunity to watch this Porsche Carrera Cup North America presented by Visit Cayman Islands. Close enough for you in the category, sir?
It'll do, he said dramatically. No, it's fantastic. But those top three have really got the legs. I expected Riley Dickinson to be closer to them than he is. He's a second down overall, 1.1 seconds down. But I think we might see him getting in the mix. And I've still got to find out if we are going to see Max Root coming over from California to take part as well, because he's been quick so far this season. But again, John, one of the drivers who is double dating this weekend, very complicated. And also Alan Metney, the leader in Pro-Am, not here, only arriving on Sunday as far as I understand, so he can be playing catch up. But I think for a lot of drivers, for some of them it might be their first experience on this infield circuit at the Indy Motor Speedway. I think that's been a very, very useful session. Not too many spins, a couple of people getting a little bit out of line early on, but really people knuckled down. And the good news is the times kept on improving.
Yeah, Bill Smith with a couple of spins in the bright orange top racing, number 42, but finishes up 8th in Pro-Am, so by no means at the back of the grid. Top 11 all pro cars, and that is the pro field for the moment here. Sean McAllister will not be happy being down in 11th position, although we did see him with a wee spin earlier on. TJ Fisher in 10th, Ryan Gates in 9th, Hutton McKenna with brake problems earlier on in 8th position, Dylan Murray in 7th, Sebastian Carrazzo in 6th, and the top 5, Lee Keane, Riley Dickinson, Parker Thompson, and the two quickest, the two Kelly Moss Road and Race drivers, Kai van Berlo ahead of Sebastian Priaulx. Just got the last couple of cars coming through to take checkered flags. In fact, I think everybody has seen the checkered flag, so this should be peeling into the pits for the stars and stripes on the GT Silver number 14, and indeed it is. Anando Kovac comes in to the pit lane. So far, so good for the first free practice session in a triple header weekend, as we're heading in to the final run to the championship for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. 6 rounds remain. We have 3 here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway and 3 at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta over Petit Le Mans weekend. Thanks to Bruce Jones for ably stepping in. And check the websites, imsaradio.com. We've got all the details on there, and also, of course, on the Facebook and the YouTube pages for Porsche Carrera Cup North America. All the broadcast times are on there. Every session live in sound and vision. Great thanks to our production team on site here at IMS. Thank you very much indeed, Rick and the team, and also to Tim Gray, our executive producer, up in London. For Bruce Jones, I'm John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre. Free practice one for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. Back in the book, and they're back in the paddock. We'll see more from them later on today.
John, Bruce, excellent. Thank you so much. Wonderful job, team. And a big congratulations to Kay Van Berlo coming out on top on that practice session. Very exciting stuff for him, just squeaking one out. A lot of great stuff coming around the corner here from the 2021 Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A lot left to come. We're going to take a quick break. A lot going on in the fan zone. Check it all out. 1:35 p.m. We'll be back with more green flag action. I'm Sean Ceremony. We'll see you in a little bit.
I was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the long time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
I was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. ready for me? You ready for me? This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know and you know that we never met before tonight. Why then should I feel so right? Your lips so warm and familiar, and you feel like someone I know.
In endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
colors are vibrant, this is living ecstasy. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone, connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. time, look at me now. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now. I'm so alive, I'm so alive. Get ready for me, get ready for me, get ready for me. This is my time, look at me now.
Copy. All right, folks, and we are back, ready to rock and roll. Break is over. I hope everyone had something good to eat because we got some hot action here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway for the inaugural, the very first ever Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here 2021. Midway through day one, this is a day of practice, qualifying, a day of getting track time, getting faster and faster. Slower laps, faster speeds, that's what's been happening. So, that being said, with no further ado, folks, my name's Sean Sermony, and this is practice number 2 for the PCA Club Racing Series. Now, for those of you that are here earlier this morning, or that are watching or listening online, and everyone can watch and listen online, whether you're looking at a big screen or on your cell phone or your computer, and you can go to Porsche Carrera Cup.us, and you can follow us online and watch all the action here all weekend long. But if you were here this morning, you heard me say I was pleasantly pleased with this class. I thought being, the club race, I'm like, oh, these guys are out here to have a good time. It's going to be fun. Yeah, they're having a good time. They're having a good time setting some mean lap times is what they're doing. Very impressive stuff. And we're going to get to know these guys a little bit more as this session goes on. And, of course, the racing things will happen as the weekend continues. Today is a day of practice and qualifying, as I had mentioned earlier, for some of our classes, not all. And racing will get underway starting tomorrow, being Saturday and on into Sunday. But this class was a lot of fun and very, very impressive. A lot of different cars out there, and we're going to find out a little bit more about who is driving what type of car throughout this session. And it was very impressive. As you see a couple of cars that are out front right now, those were some of the faster vehicles that we saw earlier on in practice one. Keep in mind, this is just a practice, but lap times are lap times, man, and that stuff's important. You want to see where the car's at, how the car's handling, how the driver's doing. Have they made changes from practice 1 to practice 2? Some of them, I have a feeling, may have just left things just the way they were because, man, they were really on the gas. Some had a lot of work to do. And there's several different classes out here. We're talking all the way back as far as cars go from 1987 911s, 1974 914, an 88 951. We got a 92 968 Firehawk in the mix. 2012 Caymans, all kinds of things. We're going to touch on who's driving what car here in just a little bit as we get underway with this session. We are scheduled here for about 42 minutes left in this session. Hopefully the majority out will be under green flag. We don't run into any cautions or red flags or things. And this is a fun course right here. It is 2.5 miles long. This is 13 turns on this course. And the green flag is out and running right now. And see out in front, that is the number 28 out in front right off the bat. We saw him set down some pretty good lap times earlier in the day. As we are going to keep track of everyone out here in this class. As I'm going through my list, we've got quite a few entries for this class. Very exciting stuff. And as you see across the top, you'll see your leaderboard as far as lap times go. And you see right now as they're all going over the start-finish line thanks for the first time. So they're all kind of jockeying position right now 4 times. And then we'll see that scroll on pretty good. I can tell you right now, if you take a look at those cars that are out front right there, especially that green car as well, that neon green, very aggressive driver there, and we're going to get more detail on each one of them. But those are some fun cars to watch, and they are going to get into lap traffic here quite quickly. There's the 28 right there as well. These guys are going to be only a few laps in, and we're going to start getting into some lap traffic of some of the slower cars out here. And because of that, it's going to make it very, very interesting, to say the least, the way things are going out here. Looking right now, we are going to be coming around to the top of the leaderboard here momentarily. They're just getting up to speed, just getting the tires up to speed. We had Dwayne in here earlier from Yokohama. He's a tire expert here in North America, talking about, temperatures of tires and where they need to be for certain tires. They're not all the same, different manufacturers and different compounds and things. Right now we got Marshall, he is up front. Gilsdorf in P2, Spiegler in P5, and they're going to be bouncing along as well. Mi Jing Song, I hope I got that right this time, in P8 right now, down to P9. And you're going to want to keep your eye on that number 20. And we see some different names. You see the number 99 of Zadanis in here as well. Number 52 of Kurt Fazekas. So this class is growing. We're getting some faster guys in here. We're getting some more cars in the mix. That's going to make it interesting. I'm excited to see that. We're sitting a handful of guys coming out of the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, coming out and now competing in this class as well. So that's good news and bad news for that's great news for me and all of us watching. It's going to make it more exciting. We're going to put some more talent on the track. Bad news for some of the guys that are out there right now, because the talent pool was pretty deep as it was earlier on this morning, just after practice 1. You could dive in that pool head first. Never hit the bottom. And there, so you see, I believe that is number 7, Michael McCarthy. So that is that's another fast competitor as well. And we are going to get all the information we can on these competitors with a few new guys in here. I don't know if I have all the paperwork for them yet, but just by looking at the leaderboard, we can figure out enough of it, or I can figure out enough of it and be able to get that information to you. What a great day here. Beautiful, beautiful, sunny Friday afternoon here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It's the place to be. Here, it's almost like a mini Rennsport, if you will. This is the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest, and that's where all the Porsche series come together as one and have an excellent weekend here, and so many great things going on around the track, not just on the track, but as far as our fan zone goes, all kinds of excellent things happening there. A lot of fun. We've got our simulator lab. That's happening. That's a GT3 Cup car. Simulator lab is giving out $500 each day, a gift card, that is, of $500 each day for a Porsche Experience Center, whether it be in Atlanta or out west or what have you. So that's a very cool prize. Of course, we got all the really cool Porsche merchandise stuff. If you're a car owner, things that you're looking to speak with owner relations, that's also in the fan zone as well. And then, of course, the Porsche Restorations Championship. I'll get more detail on that again. I talked about it pretty good earlier this morning. We're going to touch more on that here in a little bit as well. And then the Kids Zone is also the fan zone. A lot of fun stuff for the kids of all ages going on in there. We've got bands playing each day. And, of course, carpool karaoke, that's in full effect as well. And what you want to do when you go in there and carpool karaoke, you want to take your family and friends with you, get in there, get some cool pictures. And when you want to do that, you're going to want to share the experience. And that is hashtag Sportscar Together. Hashtag Sportscar Together. And very cool stuff there. And it keeps on going. We've got the Porsche Club of America here. Over 100,000 members in that club. Not all 100,000 are here, but that club is here and in full effect. And then, if you want some ride-alongs, you want to get some action, you want to get in a car, well, there's an opportunity. We've got the Porsche off-road experience as well. That's a ride-along in the Caymans and other vehicles of its type. And then also the Porsche Autocross experience. That's a lot of fun. That is getting a ride in the new 718 Boxster GTS. That's happening as well, a little farther down the front stretch on the infield area here. And, of course, offsite is the Patrick Long Car Show, which, from what I understand, has been very popular, and I'm sad that I have not been able to get a chance to get over there and check it out. But very, very cool stuff going on all the way around here. Then, keep in mind also, in the kid zone or in the fan zone, not far from the main stage, it's 3D chalk art is happening. That's in progress. And she is also part of the hashtag Sportscar Together. And that is happening right now. You can go and check that out. I saw a little bit of it earlier. Very cool stuff. That's 3D chalk art around a car. It's in progress right now. You can see it happening. And she's in there working very, very diligently yesterday and today and continuing on throughout the weekend. And I'm looking forward to seeing what that final product is going to be. Is black flags out and someone's in trouble. As that black flag is waving. Caution is out. Just as I thought we were going to start getting some good quality lap times, the caution flag comes out. We'll have to see exactly what happened there. I took a moment to look down at my paperwork and look up, and we're in a full course caution as they are pulling them into pit lane. Look at that, some really cool cars. As they're pulling them all in here, we'll wait and see if we can find out just what's going on. And from race control, see if we can get a little bit of information. And then, folks, as soon as we find out what's happening from race control, we'll give you a little information here. And just see what's going on. There is the 28, very fast competitor. See, also, it looks like William Talley's in the mix now as well. So this class from this morning till now has grown quite a bit. As we see our cameraman down here on pit lane. Checking everything out. We got a big thumbs up. We'll see just what exactly is going on here. As we got some cars are in pit lane, some are not. We'll find out just what's happening. Right now, as we sit, the number 28 car, Mueller, with a 143.32. Friedman with a 144.506. Roush with a 148. That's that green car we talked about. Michael McCarthy with a 148.772. Hereford with a 149. That's your top five. Then we got a 150, 151, 238. That's from Everett. Anderson with a 151. And then they start to spread out a little bit here as we get up out of 10th. McGrath with a 154.68. Weatherford 154.74. So that they go to get up a little bit higher here. But keep in mind, we're only got a couple laps in there before we had to go into this full course caution. So just as they start to get themselves up to speed a little, it was time to shut it back down. So look here. That's a cool shot looking right in the mirror there. And I said we got a lot of very cool cars in here. And we are going to learn more about it once we get out on track. Mueller, the number 28. That's Bob Mueller in that black and teal 2017 GT3R car. He was currently leading right now in this session that was just getting underway. We'll see here. Kurt Vazekas is in the number 52 as well. Looking on my sheet here to see if we've got Kurt in there. I have a number 52 that was Joe Dillon. and I believe it's Kurt Fazekas now, if what I have here is right, an 1988 944. So things are changing a little bit. And there is McCarthy, number 7. He is in P4. He is in the number 7 car. I could be wrong, but I'm thinking about what I saw earlier here. That was there was a number 7 car out there. It was a 1979 911, and that was Steve Parker that was driving that earlier. I'm curious if it's the same car or not, but we definitely have had some additions to the field and some driver changes from practice 1 till now. And what this session is basically just an opportunity to get more track time, as I did earlier. When we start off session 1, these guys literally dropped, like 12, 13 seconds off the time from when they first started to when they finished. A lot of these guys, they haven't been on this road course. This is something quite new, and it's new to a lot of people that are here this weekend, because you think about the series that we have here. Okay, this is the first time, we've been here with the PCA Club Racing, right? So it's new to these guys. First time Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama. First time we've been here, we're a brand new series, started in 2021 here, earlier this year. So most of those guys haven't been on here. Then we go to the Carrera Cup. Most of those guys haven't been here. That's a new series as well here in North America. So have some of these drivers been out here and drove this road course? Sure they have. Absolutely. We've got some very talented professional drivers here that do a lot of different forms of motorsport. But I would have to say, and I'm a betting man, no doubt about that, that the majority of these competitors, guys and gals, have not had any time on this road course till today. And I also think that has an awful lot to do with why we're seeing some of the driver changes and things of that nature in this class. We've got some competitors coming out of the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America and Carrera Cup as well, North America, and coming into this class right now in his second practice. And I would have to say it's all about seat time. It's all about getting more laps. It's all about track time. And I definitely think that's what's going on here as we get ready to go green flag again one more time here. 30 minutes, 9 seconds left in this second and final practice session for this series. This is the PCA Club Racing. And we're going to get back underway here. Green flag is out. Get these guys back up to speed one more time. And awful lot going on here. There's so many cool things happening around the facility here. Different track walks and things of that nature. Track walks will continue on throughout the weekend. I do ask that everyone that's going out on a grid walk, that everyone on foot, we got security out there to help you on and off safely. But when the grid walks are happening, please enter and exit through Victory Lane. That's where we want everyone going on off the track. And we're out here taking those pictures, checking everything out. Like I said, share your experience with us. We're all doing it together. This is Together Fest, and we're all together doing this, all sharing this experience to one another. That is hashtag Sportscar Together. So please share all that with us. As the weekend goes on, we'd like to see what your experience is all about. We're going to do the same as well. And we're back. Green flag now. Up and going. So we're going to give them a lap or two. I'm going to start touching off some lap times here. And like I said, we dropped 10, 12, 13 seconds from lap 1 to when we finished this session earlier on this morning when practice 1. And I think there's some of these drivers, I think they got some more in the tank. And we're going to see that in this practice session. And it's going to continue on and progress as the weekend goes on. Weather pending, as long as the weather stays as beautiful as it has today, and I think it's going to, I think we're going to see these lap times drop and the speeds go up. I really, truly do. That's a very cool car, the 141 right there. We're going to see if I can get some information on that. The 141 car. Righty. Look at that's very cool. That yellow car that really stands out. I'm looking through my list. That is Dennis Hiffman. Dennis Hiffman in the 1988 944. That's the number 141 there. Dennis Hiffman. Running quite well. as you see, slightly different lines for some of these different cars. Wide body, narrow bodies. Not like the newer cars now where they're pretty much all a wide body style. We have a big change in vehicles out here right now from where they were. Oh, we got one around the 99, the 991, I should say. Been looking for him all day. We saw him come out earlier on, and I'm not making fun of the guy. I love the paint job. I think it's rad. I'm being dead serious right now. That's just rock and roll right there. Look at him. 991. And I'm looking through my paperwork. That is, Mr. Song. That's Mijay Song. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Mijay Song in the 991. I'm liking the style. I actually got an email from Mijay Song earlier saying, basically a very polite professional email and saying, hey man, you're screwing my name up. Can you get it right? I hope I'm doing a better job right now. As you see right there, there was our leader from earlier on in practice number 1, really on the gas. As you see a handful of cars barreling down into turn 1 right there. Coming out of 11 into and through 12 and 13. It's very fast. And then we bring it back down into turn 1, and there's heavy braking in that section. And we're going to be looking for a lot out of that number 28 car. It is right now, number 28 is Mueller with a 1:43.320. Mueller looking very comfortable in that number 28 2017 GT3R. Roush 148 as well, a 202. McCarthy in P4. Hereford 149.99 into 515. Everett into 7th position with a 151. And there we are locking on the leader as far as lap times go so far. Looking very comfortable. That is Bob Mueller. Number 28, black and teal, 2017 GT3R. There's a lot of very cool cars out here. I'm looking to see right now on the number 57 of Frank. I think it's Rauscher. The number 57. We're going to hear it. The reason I'm saying that is some of these older cars out here, I'm curious where they're at. That's a 1974 911. I'm sure we'll get a shot at that that car here in time with the number 57. A lot of cars on the track. And look at that. See, now I knew it would be a cool car. Look at that thing. 1974, year before I was born. I remember those when I was a real little kid with what we would call, back in the day, we would call that a whale tail. If you're a young kid from Great Barrington, Massachusetts, like I am back in the day, and you're 3, 4, 5 years old, you saw that, that was just the coolest thing you ever did see right there. And that is the number 57. Very cool car. And it's 1974 911 RSR. Trick looking ride. I like some of these older cars that are out here. And I'll keep up with him and see where are with lap times as well as time rolls on here. We'll make a note with the number 57 when he scrolls by the leaderboard. We'll have to see. I'm curious to see where he is at, Frank Rauscher. And right now, all the times are dropping for the majority of the competitors out there, especially if you are comparing from practice number 1, which you did earlier on today. For those of you just tuning in, we are here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. Those of you around the track, if you want to just not always be looking up at the board, if you want to check it out on your phone, or if you're a crew member, what have you, when you're in the paddock area, it is Porsche Carrera Cup.us, and that's where you can get all of the action. Thank you, Jason Smith, our VP of United States Auto Club, sanctioning body of all that is cool here, is on board and joining us in the booth here just for some quiet, just let you know I'm here for you, Sean, kind of pat on the back type of thing. As there is the 202. We watched him earlier on. Very aggressive driver, even in the lap traffic. In practice 1, we saw him really on the gas. and really bobbing and weaving through the traffic. We saw his lap times go up greatly. He went back from about P6 or 7, went all the way up, shot up into the lead in front of Mueller and in front of Friedman, and then towards the end kind of dropped back a little bit, and that is Roush in the 202 right there. Definitely not afraid to stand on the loud pedal through the traffic, and we're going to start getting into some pretty heavy lap traffic pretty soon. Hopefully we stay green flag racing. We don't have another caution now, and you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. It only takes, with these cars, because there is quite a bit of difference in speed, it only takes a handful of laps. I'm talking 8-9 laps, and we are deep within the lap traffic area. And so that's going to be coming up here momentarily. As we take a look at our list, we've also got some older cars here as well. I'm looking Claudio Kemp in the number 66. It's a blue number 66. That's a 1970 911. Claudio Kemp in the blue number 66. We'll get a look at him here in just a little bit as we see these guys cruising along here. Check it out. There he is. That's a beautiful car right there, man. That is a 1970. That thing was ahead of its time back in the day. 50 years old, and look at it, rocking and rolling out here on the track here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Very impressive. Porsche builds them to last. There's no doubt about that. And then we got that real cool car right in front of him, trying to grab a number on him, give him a little action here. All different types of vehicles, all different types of Porsche vehicles, I should say, out here. That is a 128, I believe he is. And that car, that number 128, would be driven by, I don't know, because I don't see it on my list. Well, that's not fun. 128, there he is, Fred Benedict. Fred Benedict, very cool car right there. Benedict, that's what it is. Fred Benedict in the 128, blue 1974 914. So that's awesome car. Look at that open cab, nothing but roll cage. Wheeling that car pretty well. What a beautiful car. And speaking of beautiful cars, that brings us into what I mentioned earlier on, which is one of my favorite parts of the whole deal here, and that is our very own Porsche Restorations Championship, which is happening this weekend. We had numerous amounts of entries for this, and I'm looking at a list here of upwards of about 40 cars from Porsche dealerships all over the United States, from Palm Springs to Tucson, Chandler, Anchorage, Alaska, Colorado Springs, Salt Lake City, Plano down in Texas, Omaha, Jacksonville, Nashville, Fort Myers, Barrington, all over the place. And the list goes on here. Delaware, the Gold Coast, Inglewood always up to no good. And so all these guys are all dealerships and things that put together these cars to be part of the first ever restoration championship. And the way that works is it's a classic restoration challenge. These entries, they run the gamut from the 1950s all the way up to the 2000s, from only 75 horsepower all the way up to 612 horsepower. Now, I'm not necessarily talking about the cars we're seeing on the track. We're talking about what's going on in what I'm going to call our museum, if you will. There's about a dozen cars, the top 12 that made it to the show. Baker's dozen, if we're lucky. I'm not sure exactly. But there's about 12 cars in there. And one will be awarded the trophy of being the number one spot of the best car restored. But out of all of them, out of the 40, 50 of them, we're talking horsepower from 75 to 612 horse. And from rear to mid, front engine layouts, the years and the miles of all, from all individual histories for each car. They now have a common chapter in their life, is that they're all brought back together and rebuilt here, and they're able to be part of the 2021, the inaugural Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge, which is quite cool. The U.S., is undoubtedly home to more classic Porsche cars, sport cars, than any other market. We know that, hands down, right? After decades and decades of these being on the road, inevitably, these cars, no matter how perfectly built they are going to need a little TLC. That's just the way it is. It's like my buddy Jason sitting next to me. just needs a little TLC, and he's ready to rock and roll. And so these old cars, you know, they've been around for a while, and they've now had an opportunity for a second life. And each vehicle underwent restoration in the best possible hands. These Porsche trained technicians with their portfolio of Porsche Classic genuine parts. 9 of the participating dealerships are designed Porsche Classic partners, which they pretty much study. That's what their main deal is dealing with these classic cars and things. And they go above and beyond, man. They really, really do to keep these vintage cars on the road driving. The Restoration Challenge began November 2020. And all along, it is a panel of experts from Porsche Cars North America judging the progress based on criteria that include not only just the restoration, but the criteria such as, you know, the engine, the suspension, the interior, but also all the documentation, like the Classic Technical Certificate. So, I mean, you get those little details in there, and I'm sure that all the top 12 cars that are here have all that. That's the real serious stuff. That's when you know it's done right. And that is what the Porsche easy for me to say, right? Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge is all about. And I like talking about it when we have this class out, because it's almost as if that class is happening both in the museum and here on the track. We've seen some newer cars, and we're going all the way back into the early 70s. So I think it's pretty awesome. The two of them kind of tie in with one another. Now, let's get into some lap times. We're coming around. We're just over 30 entries in this class. It has grown since this morning. We've seen some new competitor names that have come out of other classes. I believe it's for track time. 141.03. Mueller, you're an animal. That's the best time in this class yet today. Friedman, P2 with a 144.506. Roush, no surprise there, at 146.4. Having trouble bettering that mark. I've been watching him. Parker with a 148.77. P5, 149.944. That is Hedford. And then we get up into some of the 150s. We see Everett, Camp, and Nicholas in the 151-52 range. Powell as well. Weatherford, he has bettered his time a little bit at a 153.02. That would put him in P11 right now overall. Marshall, McGrath, Gilsdorf, and Hooper. That rounds out your top 15. And then we start getting into some of the not necessarily slower cars, but maybe older cars, underpowered a little bit as we get up near the 20th mark, which is Collins with a 158.396. Anderson with a 158.41. That's 20th and 21st. Spiegler and Benedict. That rounds out your top 23 right now. And then we start getting into some of the other cars a little farther back. Look at the number 77. Look at him. That is awesome looking car right there. The number 77. I just had him right in front of me. Ryan McGrath. That's an 08997. Got the Grateful Dead logo on there. Riding that train. And there is the 515 as well. That's a cool looking car. Got the stars and bars on the hood. I like that. That is Shannon Herford. Shannon Herford in 2019 991 GT3R. And that blue car, that's a trick looking car. I really like that a lot. I love the different blues. I love the stars and bars on the hood. I think that's pretty awesome. All right, then we see here that red car right there. If it's the right one, there's a couple different red ones out there. And I noticed only about 2 or 3 laps into practice one this morning, there was one of those red cars had quite a bit of tire rub on the sides, and I already had a rough morning. It looked like it was running quite well. We'll figure out who's who here in a bit. There's the number 87. We had not had an opportunity to speak about that competitor just yet today, but there's no time like the present. And that is, Eric. Eric's in a white 1990 944 S2. Bear with me, Eric. Eric Rennenkamp out there in that 87. That's a trick-looking whip right there. Very, very cool car. And as I had mentioned before, folks, the description of these cars, this is all over the board. From some of the newer cars into the 90s and things, down to into the early 70s. So a lot of trick stuff, and it's a little bit different. Some of these cars, were purpose-built cars. Some of them were not purpose-built for racing, and kind of converted over. The difference between what we're seeing here in this class, which is our PCA Club Sport class, versus, say, the Porsche Sprint Challenge cars or some of the other classes, that those are purpose-built cars. And that's the guy I was looking for, the number 33. He already got himself a whole sidewall on there about lap 2 or 3 in practice number 1. And on the way back from lunch, I passed the right side of the car, and he got himself a double whammy. He must have got the Malachi Crunch out there, and the number 33, and that is Topher Everett in that red 2012 Cayman S. So Topher running very aggressive this morning, not doing bad at all today. Has done some paint swapping with some other competitors. I don't know if it's necessarily from this weekend. I kind of think it was. You can see right there, you got a little bit on both sides, but hey, that's what it takes if you want to be moving and shaking with the fast guys out here. So Topher Everett looking good, looking comfortable. As we come back around, we'll be repeating the leaderboard here momentarily. 11 minutes, 2 seconds left to go in this session. This session will then be followed up, as we're almost repeating the order from this morning. We will then go into the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Practice number 2, the last and final practice for that series today. And that'll be followed up by the Clubsport lapping. And then we will then go into the Radio Show Limited again with the Carrera Cup. That'll be happening as well this afternoon. That'll be the last class on track. And then those of you that stick around all day, we got a track walk happening later on as well. And as I mentioned before, grid walks and track walks, we want everyone to carefully enter and exit through the victory lane area. And as you're doing it, take pictures. Share them with us. Hashtag Sportscar Together. I want to know what your experience is like. You know what mine's all about. You've been hearing it all day. And it's awesome. I've been having a wonderful time, and I'm thinking you're having the same as well. So we got 10 minutes to go left in this session. There's a 99. Another cool looking car. I honestly, there's not a car out here that doesn't look cool. I'm kind of like a broken record, but there's just some really trick stuff out here. And that's the number 99. That's a blue 1975 911S, and that is driven by John Westra. That's what it is, John Westra. Very cool looking car. I mean, I don't care where you're from, you're going to look tricked cruising around in that thing. So there is John Westra in the 75 911. It blows my mind. These cars that when I was a child were so cool. I mean, just so cool. And like I said earlier, it was the it was the all red, the fire engine red, or Ferrari red, whatever you want to call it. Bright red, 1974, that I had as a poster on my bedroom wall when I was a kid. And then to see those same cars now, 45, 46 years later, and they're just as cool. It's just a testament to Porsche's design of their cars earlier on in the development. They're in a class of their own, without a doubt. And to have those cars still just, you look at them, they're so trick and just so far ahead of the competition. It's just really impressive stuff, and just that cool to see. It's almost like a step back to my childhood, watching some of these vehicles around the track. As we see right there, Roush, I believe, looked for a minute like he had his hand up doing something. I don't know if he was telling the competitor next to him that he was coming on by, or that he was number 1, or what happened there. But there's definitely some hand movement in the cab of that race car. As we get a good look at the 902. Now I'm going to give you some info on that. Jack Gilsdorf, that is a white 2005 996 Cup. Very cool car. And we are still continuing, even if we're getting into mid-pack. Lap times, for the most part, are definitely dropping down a little bit. So everyone is kind of going as planned. Like we said, in practice 1, no, we're not going to see a jump like that in practice 2. They got some track time already. Practice 1, some of our faster cars some of our faster cars, you know, they drop 10, 12, 13 seconds off the lap times from when they started practice until they finished. Now, that's to be expected. So, let me take a look here, make sure. All right. Miji Song in the 991. Heavy on emails. All right, Miji Song in the 991. Now I got it. It's like Fiji with an M. So we got that. Thank you very much. Miji Song, we got you dialed in the 991. It won't happen again. And there is the number 69 right there. And we're going to take a look of who this compares. Check that car out. Wow. That's trick. Just take a moment and check out. Just force in the air in there. Got that big wing on it. Getting off the marbles a little bit there. Getting a lot of rubber down on the track there. Number 69 looking really cool. Brian Weathered. Yep, Weathered. And that is a 1974 914-6. And that car's trick. Very, very cool car. That's not something you see every day, man. So you see him put down a nice smooth lap here, not really having any trouble. Sometimes slow is fast, smooth is fast, and he is looking really good right here. Weatherford in the 69. We'll see if we get him up here on the screen as far as his time goes. I have a feeling we might be starting to get in the mix of where he might be, but that's just me guesstimating after watching everyone do laps out here. We still have a handful of cars up over the 2-minute marker, which is to be expected. You know, not all these cars are out here are sitting on massive horsepower. That's just not the way it is. We've got a lot of different race cars out here in this class, just like the number 33 of Miji Song and the number 991. 33rd position. Mueller with a 140. You're getting faster and faster. Mueller drops a second off his pace. 144 by Friedman. Roush with a 145.69. That's your top three. Parker, 148.77. Your top five. Hereford with a 149.739. Nicholas with a 150.514. That's your top six right there. So Mueller just getting faster and faster and faster when everyone else is just digging for a possible 10th. Mueller's like, I'll just take a second. I'll take an entire second off my lap time here in the number 28. Very aggressive run for a practice session here. Mueller heavy on the gas. Can't take anything away from his performance for both sessions, today or yesterday, in that number 28. Got a good look in. We are 4 minutes, 20 seconds left in this session. And then we're going to get ready to go into our Porsche Sprint Challenge practice number 2. We'll be joined by Yokohama's Brittany Carroll, and possibly some other guests as well. It's always a surprise here in the booth. And there is a good look of the number 86 as well. I feel like we touched on these. It's Ed Dune. Ed Dune in the black, 1992, 968 Firehawk. Ed Dune. And there is the number 51 as well. Mitch Bowling in the red, 1992, 968. Rich Bowling right behind him. Ed Dune and Rich Bowling having a nice little battle out there with one another. Being smart on the track about how they're handling things. Nice run for the two of them. Slightly different lines for those two different cars. Hand out the window. Pulling in the pits there. That's why we had slightly different lines. As Ed Dune continues on, Mitch Bowling pulls off. 2 minutes, 54 seconds left in this session. And I'm curious to get back around on our leaderboard here and just see what's happening, because we've just been seeing some very impressive stuff from some of our faster drivers and cars. And keep in mind, when I'm saying faster drivers and cars, especially in this class that's out there, I'm not knocking anyone because the cars are completely different. And the way you drive one car opposed to the way you drive another car is going to be completely different. I'm telling you, you can see from the lap times from earlier this morning where we are right now. The talent pool's deep. I mentioned it before. You dive in this thing head first, never hit the bottom. Not even going to be an issue. But there are faster and slower cars just because horsepower, handling, different style cars, different styles of driving those cars. And that's going to, spread out the pack. So we are down to 2 minutes left in this session. Mueller with a 1:46.2. Going to be hard to beat. Freeman with 1:44. Great time. Mueller's just on the gas. Rouse with a 1:45. Still looking good. Parker with a 1:48. No big changes here in your top five with a 1:49.73 from Hereford. Nicholas with a 1:50.514. Kowalski in a 1:50. And the number 55 class, Everett with 1:51.047 to 33. Kemp 1:51.87 in the 66 car. Rutherford rounds out your top 10 with a 1:52.24. And that is your top 10 right now overall. And this is a practice session, but the numbers are important. You want to know, are you improving? Are you not improving? Where are you faster than you are in some other sections? And that's what's important right now. These guys to figure out, all right, this is working great for us. This is not. From turns 11 to going into turn 1, that's a fast section. It's no secret in motorsports. Go fast in the fast parts. And so these guys are just going to be on the gas as best they can through there, but then that's when it gets really technical. And we got the number 33 off in the grass a little bit there. Not sure exactly how that happened. Could have been all on his own. Could have got some help. All I know is the driver of that car, looking, we got a replay right here. There's the 33 coming in hot. Looks like it might even got a little understeer and then boom, out into the weeds. Nice and safe, no problem. So not bad at all. That is a driver that just from watching today and today only is not afraid to push the limits. That's Topher Everett. We were talking about Topher earlier in the 2012 Cayman S. You see a little rubber on the driver's side door. You see a little rubber on the passenger side door. You see him off in the grass a little bit there. Doesn't mean he's not a good driver. It means he's using these practice sessions to see what his limits are. How far can he push the car in what areas? And it's working for him. His lap times are good. He's sitting in P8 overall right now. That's not bad at all. Start getting into more traffic. That's going to make a bit of difference as well for him. So, Topher, you're just in the grass, but I applaud your effort, sir. Pushing the limits of what is okay, when and where, that's huge. And I think that's well done. Now's the time to do it, not qualifying, not in racing. So, Topher, way to go, buddy. And there is the 202. Been watching him all weekend long. Running very well. That is Roush. Roush, another aggressive driver. We saw Roush going through what as much as we saw of this segment pretty smoothly. Segment 1, practice 1 earlier today. Not having struggles, but having some problems with some lap traffic. People braking real early on him. A couple different things that he wasn't expecting. Didn't ding the car up at all. No problems. Didn't have any contact with anyone. So everything worked out good. But that is another competitor, Roush, that is not afraid to do what he's got to do to get that car up on the podium. As those are our unofficial results for practice number 2 in our second and final practice for the PCA Club Racing Series. And coming up here a little bit, right around the corner, next on track is going to be the Porsche Sprint Challenge, practice number 2, Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Another brand new series brought to North America for 2021, and man, has it been exciting. Growing like crazy. Only a few weeks ago, up in beautiful Wisconsin, we are at Road America, one of the great road courses here in the United States. 41 entries in the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America. 41 entries. That's absolutely huge. Then think about the fact, the amount of entries that we have here this weekend, which I believe, as of practice 1, was 21 entries. Yes, it was. And that, as the majority of those are not drivers that have been in the series with us. A lot of new names there. which means that series is just going to continue to grow. I'm excited to see what happens with Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires, next weekend in Watkins Glen. Because if we get all 41 competitors from a couple weeks ago, and then we get these new guys now, I got my mouth full, man. All right, so in better terms, I'm going to be very, very busy on the mic with all those cars on the track. So here we are, the 341 is coming around. Everyone's now down under control. Quick cool down lap. All right. All righty, so we are now just getting the track all cleaned up. Make sure everyone is clear and ready to go. USAC's Jason Smith is heading up to the booth, and we're getting ready to go into our next session. We're going to have a quick break here. This is the 2021 Porsche Sportscar Together Fest here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. A lot of great practice and qualifying underway right now. 2 more huge days of racing coming up, but the afternoon's not done yet. Beautiful Friday afternoon here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I'm Sean Sermy. Don't go anywhere. Stay tuned. A lot more racing coming up.
endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, some 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream up? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living at the same. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living ecstasy. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now.
All right, folks, the green flag's flying once again. And I'm Sean Cerny. This is Brittany Kroll alongside of me. And this is the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America brought by Yokohama Tires. And we're here on a beautiful Friday afternoon. The sun is shining. The lap times are getting lower, but the track's getting hotter as we're here for the first ever inaugural Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. And what a fun weekend it's been so far. Day 1 of 3, Brittany. We already got a lot of stuff in the record book so far. A lot of practice, a lot of qualifying. We've got several different types of series here, and we'll touch on that more. And for those of you that are around the track, make sure you're tuning in. If you're in your hauler, text your friends or what have you. Porsche Carrera Cup.us. You can tune in to everything that's happening here on the big screen and be part of the fun. Take some pictures at home. If you're sitting on the couch or if you're hiding at work trying to listen to the races, I get it. I understand. Hashtag us. Put us on hashtag Sportscar Together. I don't know what your experience is like. You know what mine's all about. You've been listening to it all day long, and I'm having a blast. Brittany.
I am having so much fun. I'm so happy I'm in your steel cage of emotions right now, in the back hiding. So we have 21 drivers today. We have 7 returning. We're happy to see all these new faces out on the track.
Yeah.
This is our first time at this track in Indy for Porsche Sprint Challenge.
Well, that's the thing, too, is that it's as we touched on before, it's special. When you come to Indianapolis and you're able to race or be part of an event like this in Indianapolis, we go to all the premier tracks around the U.S. But Indy, there's something special about it here. You know, you can just feel the vibes when you step on this track and in this facility. It's really something special.
There's so much history, and this is a proper track.
This is a proper track, to say the least. And then you take the fact that a lot of firsts. This is the first ever Porsche Sports Car Together Fest. It's 2020's first ever for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America. It's the first ever for the IMSA for the Carrera Cup as well. A lot of firsts in 2021, and all of that is a first right here together as a team because we are together. It's a Together Fest here in Indianapolis. So really exciting stuff. And
it's so cool to have our race to be part of this with everything going on with the car shows, with the activations.
There's so much happening. It's
hard to take everything in. You need more than a weekend to see all of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And the good thing is, and we're going to get into a little more detail in a bit because we have a VIP guest coming in here momentarily, but it is more than a weekend. And we're going to find out more on that. Indianapolis is just being overtaken.
My buddy Andrew's going to come in and tell us all about it.
Yeah, so very cool. And we're going to get into more detail of that. We're going to give these guys a couple laps. They're green flag right now. Give them a few laps to get up and going. But we are waiting right now with timing and scoring to be able to get their screens up and going. Get our timing and scoring up here so we can get our lap times. No big surprises except kind of one within reason. Michael McCarthy with Kelly Moss Road Race Team, Race for Children's. Very impressed all year. Just an absolute standout in the Platinum class. And Brittany's going to touch on the 3 classes here in a minute. But we've watched Michael McCarthy start off a weekend a little slow and get faster and faster and faster. And he does that on purpose. The kid is methodical about the way he gets around the track, and that's the way he is. He has his race face on all weekend long, on and off the track. But after we were done, you know, he was barely sitting inside the top 5. We did see his car pulled in and being worked on and things. Yeah, so I'm not sure if they're having problems with setup or what have you, but that's very odd. Maybe everything's fine, and I'm just getting too excited. But to not see him running right up front, right off the bat, and then Dan Clark into 641, also in the Platinum class, he was a standout in practice 1 without a doubt, really on the gas. But that being said, I'm talking Platinum, Gold, and Silvers. Brittany, tell me a little bit about what's going on with those 3 classes.
Yeah, so we do have 3 classes of cars in this series. We have the Platinum class, which is the 2017 and newer Porsches, the 911 GT3 Cup cars. And then we have the Gold class, which is 2014 to 2016 Porsches, 911 GT3 Cup cars. And then we have the Silver class, which is all of the 2019 to 2021 Porsche 718 Cayman Club Sports.
Now, so all of that being said, so folks, take that in. Drink that in for a minute, right? So all these different classes. Now, let's talk a little bit about horsepower. And I'm going to tell you why. I'm going to get into the track here in just a little bit. But when you look into the platinum classes, you're looking at 485 horse, around 8,500 RPM, right? 4.0 liter, 6-cylinder. Then you go into the gold class, not a huge difference. On paper, it doesn't seem like a huge difference, but it is. Now we're down 15 horse at 7,500 RPM, 3.8 liter, also naturally aspirated 6-cylinder. Similar cars, very similar race cars there. All of these are purpose-built race cars. These are not grocery getters, man. These are purpose-built race cars.
It could be a grocery getter.
It could be a heck of
fun
a grocery
getter.
Oh, yeah. You need to shoot down the store real quick for some milk and bread.
Take 8 hours to go get bread and milk.
And then you get into the 718, the Caymans, the Cayman Clubsport. That's they're a little down on horse. They're 425 at 7,500 RPMs. But cornering, from what I've seen in my experience, paying attention, in some of the tighter sections, they can really excel in that areas. So for this track, turns basically 1 through 7 is pretty tight. 7, 8, they get to open it up a little bit. 8 through 10 it gets a little bit tighter, but 8 through 10, you really got to be right where you need to be so that you can get a very good entrance speed into 11 and exit out of 11, because 11, 12, 13 going into 1 is very fast, and it's no secret in racing. On the fast parts of the tracks, go fast. And so the platinums and golds are going to be kind of eating up the silvers in those areas, but then they're going to get on to heavy braking, and we come race time going into 1, I think we're going to see some pretty aggressive moves going in there. And the braking is going to be huge. We're going to see some people out braking one another. Some are going to overshoot that turn. Some are going to have some struggles right there.
Right.
So we're going to see the silver cars really doing well. Basically, I'm thinking 1 through 7, and then 8 through 11, but then 11 through 1. We're going to see our platinum golds really doing their thing.
Right.
And that's going to make a big difference. Yes, they are all separate classes, but we're still waiting. We know we got some of these gold drivers that want an overall.
Oh, absolutely.
They want to win overall. And can that happen? If you had asked me this at our first round in Sebring, I thought, you're crazy. You don't know what you're talking about. Well, guess who didn't know what they're talking about? Me. I was wrong. And
Shocking.
Shocking.
Officially unofficial.
Some of our gold cars that are more talented drivers are really able to run up front. One of us right there is Kurt Fazekas. Kurt Fazekas, not right where he wanted to be in practice number 1, but it seems like he's already kind of switched that around, maybe came out with a different mindset for practice number 2, and he's running quite well.
And I love what Dwayne said earlier, that these practices are when they're going to push the cars to the limit and see what they can do. That's what they're out here to do.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's why they're rolling in the dirt sometimes, and they're off the track.
And there's different ways of doing it. If you're a Michael McCarthy, you do it in a different manner. If you're Scott Zadanis is known for pushing the limits of what he's capable of doing of a driver, what his car is capable of doing, and then coming to a track like this that a lot of these guys have never been at.
Right.
He struggled earlier on in practice 1. He was running up in P2.
But then you see him at podium.
And then you see him struggle, and then the next thing you know, he's on the podium talking with me. So there's different ways to go about being successful here in this series for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. A lot of different ways to go about it, doing it. Which is the right, which is the wrong way? Don't ask me. I don't know, because I've talked to so many of these guys on the podium. We have so many different winners in the top 3 that it's hard to tell. So that being said, Brittany, you got a special guest here.
I do. I brought my friend Andrew with me.
Andrew and Andrew Torres. We're going to bring him in here in just a minute. Andrew is the manager PTX in driving programs, is that correct?
Yes, and before I bring him on, I've been working with Andrew the past few days at the performance drive that was here at the track.
Okay.
And it was wonderful doing that and leading into the races today. We're just having a good time. And I'll hand this over to my friend.
All right, so what we see right now is Andrew's getting set up here. We're looking, Dan Clark still looking very good in the number 641, the platinum class. Behind him is Mark Bowden, Tim Kesman, Thomas Hurd, Kurt Fazekas, rounding out your top 5 overall. First place in the gold class in the number 52. So running quite well there. But with no further ado, Andrew Torres, thank you so much for being here with us.
Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be with both of you here. This is fantastic.
So tell me a little bit about what we said. So your title being the manager of the PTX and driving programs, you're working closely with Brittany here. the last couple of days. What exactly were you guys doing working here as a team for over the last couple of days?
Sure. So what we have here is a 10-day activation presence at what you guys described as a fantastic racetrack, right? The Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And the center of that activation is this weekend, the Sportscar Together Festival, which we just are so happy to be a part of and to put together, as you said, in our inaugural season. But prior to that, as Brittany mentioned, we were here for the Porsche Performance Drives, which is an opportunity to put the Porsche portfolio of the full model of vehicles that we have available to prospects in the Indianapolis area. And they come out and they do a range of activations, including some of the activations that we can talk about in a moment, the autocross and the off-road modules. And then everybody's favorite is the lead follow, where you're actually being able to get out on the racetrack, following an instructor in a proper format that's structured, safe, but exciting nonetheless.
You had mentioned before we got on the air here, that after this weekend's over, you guys are sticking around, and you have, how did you put it? It's a very, and I'm not wording it proper, it's not an extreme class, but it's kind of a master's class, is it?
That's exactly right. So what we have, I run the PTX, which I should describe as the Porsche Track Experience, which is a high performance and racing school that's based in Birmingham, Alabama, at another fantastic race track, the Barber Motorsports
We love
Park.
Barbara, yeah.
And so what we do is for the number of individuals, our most loyal customers that have been to that track many, many times, we look to kind of up the ante a little bit and give them an opportunity to go someplace else. And, you know, the premier track that we chose this year, and it is our first year, is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. So following this weekend, we can expect 32 guests to come out over two-day programs, and they will have the opportunity to do their track programs here on Tuesday, Wednesday, and then Thursday, Friday of next week.
So you're taking some of your for lack of a better term, some of your better customers or more interested customers,
That's exactly
or
right.
more vested customers from your school at Barber Motorsports Park, bringing them here to kind of up the ante. But you brought them to Indianapolis Motorsports. So where do you go from here, man? I mean, you're starting way up on top of the totem pole.
That's a really good question, and I'm afraid that we're going to end up loving this track so much that our clients are going to really want to come back and have a constant presence here.
Yeah, and that makes sense. And you know, I have a question for you. This is something I brought up, and I don't think there's a better person to ask than you now. That's what you're talking about. I brought this up this morning, and I need you to just put me in my place and tell me if I'm right or wrong. I got thick skin.
I'll do the best I can.
So what I was thinking is a road course like we're racing this weekend, really no elevation changes, but we do have the banking coming, 11 into 12 and 13, opposite of what we would normally run, running this counterclockwise and things. But then this versus, say, a Barber or a Virginia International or a Watkins Glen, we have big elevation changes. Things are a lot different. You have off-camber turns, things. I know the cars are all purpose-built, and within reason, there's not a whole lot you can change, in the cars. But as far as a driver, are you going about this course differently behind the wheel than you would at some of these others, or how would you attack it?
That's a really good question. I think one of the differentiators is the fact that most of the people who are coming here are so familiar with Barber because they've been there countless times.
Yeah.
They know the track inside out. And I think one of the challenges that they're all embracing is to come to this iconic facility and figure it out. It may take a half a day, it may take a full day, it may take many times to come back, but I think everybody is chomping at the bit to get out there and put in their first laps and just build from there and get faster and faster and more comfortable with the facility.
And so all your people, down at Barber, people that come from all over the world to come to this school. It's not just people that live in the area.
That's correct.
How would you, if all of a sudden I'm like, hey, Andrew, I want to be part of this. I want to get to school. I've never done it before. I'm a little nervous. I want to start from the ground up. How would I go about doing that?
Well, first of all, I'll say that you're our best customer prospect because you're the kind of person that we want. We want someone who really wants to start at where they should, which is building a solid foundation of performance driving. And for us, the name of our program, our most popular program, is the Performance Course. And it's a 2-day format, and we assume that the people or the persons who would attend that program have no track experience. And so they are really good at absorbing and listening, and we're also very good at conveying what they need to know to navigate a track safely and start that process of building those blocks that are going to get them those good habits so that they can start building speed and comfort and consistency on racetracks. And that's one of the things that I think we do well. And we couldn't be happier to be able to do that and offer that skill set to individuals that want to get it.
Absolutely. And then from then on, if you want to continue on, it just keeps building and building and building to there until you get up to your master classes and things like we were discussing.
That's exactly right. You build from performance into, as you say, into the master's levels, and then you'd be surprised, Sean. We have individuals that have been back to Barber countless times. I mean, we're talking 20, 30, 50 times taking our programs. So that's very flattering to us that they want to be trained and they want to arrive and drive in some of the best vehicle product that they could possibly do this program in. And then, like I said, the icing on the cake for now is to come to Indianapolis and apply those skills in a new challenging format.
Right, that sounds wonderful. It's something, and for those of you listening at home and around the track, folks, like you were saying, this is not, you don't have to have any experience. It's almost preferred that you don't, because you're coming in and you're like a clean slate.
That's exactly right.
So it's something, if you've been coming to the races with your friend for a long time, you've always thought, boy, I wouldn't mind giving that a try, or you something you've seen on TV and that really interests me. This is an opportunity to come in, and it's okay to be nervous. You should be nervous. It's normal. If you're not nervous at all, you got something wrong with you. I mean, that's just not normal. You come in, but you can relax. You're with professionals that know what they're doing. Safety is of the utmost of importance.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned. Excuse me, I'm so glad that you mentioned safety. That is the critical component of our program, and we do have an instructor team that has seen it all, Sean. And we make sure that the structure's in place so that one, they can be safe, but two, they can have a really good time exploring what the car is capable of doing.
Right. Well, that's very exciting stuff. And how long have you been with the school?
I've been with Porsche for 4 years.
Okay. And where did you come? Were you doing driving instruction beforehand?
I was running high-performance driving schools for a brand that I won't name.
Certainly, yeah.
But I had a good background in it, worked at some phenomenal racetracks, and was able to bring that expertise to Porsche, and I couldn't be happier to be on the Porsche team.
Yeah, it's A1, everything. And I can back up what Andrew's saying from my background in motorsport, which done all kinds of things. This year is my first year working with Porsche, and it's just done right.
Yeah.
It's just done right. The professionalism is A1. Everyone that you meet that's part of the Porsche family is just easy to talk to, excited and happy to be here, and happy. None of us, whether it be you as an instructor or me doing commentary or guys that are running tech, everyone shows up at work pumped to be there every day.
That's correct.
And that makes a big difference, and that is the Porsche family, and we're looking to grow that family. So if all of you are out there, if you have any interest, should they go online, or is there a website they hit?
Yeah, for sure. You'd want to check out PorscheDriving.com.
Okay.
And in there you could find out more information about not only the Porsche track experience, but our sister properties, the Porsche Experience Centers that are based in Atlanta and Los Angeles.
Okay.
We also have something called the Porsche Travel Experience, which is a vacation experience, if you can imagine such a thing, where you would go with a partner or a friend and travel around the United States in Porsches.
Oh, very cool.
But again, all that information is available at PorscheDriving.com.
Very good. So, exciting stuff here. And, Andrew, we so happy to have you in here with us. We got a lot of stuff come up around as the weekend goes on here, guys. Make sure you go to that website, check it out, see what's going on. There is something there for everyone to get involved with. And if you got any interest in Porsches or any type of sports car or racing or just an experience in itself, something you've never done before, and maybe you know that you won't do it again after, it's just something you need to get, just off your bucket list, that's something you want to check out here. So make sure you check out the Porsche driving experience, and a lot of fun stuff on there as we are down below checking out with the Kelly Moss Road and Race team. It is one of, hands down, the best, one of the best, most aggressive. We come here to win. We come here to build drivers up programs that there are in sports car racing, and they are absolutely second to none. You see those handprints in the cars? That is Racing for Children. That's their actual handprints from Racing for Children, from the Children's Hospital down in Alabama. And so very, very cool stuff. They race for a great cause. They race to win, and they do it as professional as you possibly can. And we see right now, still up in front, Dan Clark in the number 641. Platinum cars, 1st through 7. No gold cars in the mix, so we're Dan Clark with a 140.854. Mark Bowden right behind him with a 142.090. Tim Kesman, Adam Adelson, Thomas Herb rounds out your top 5. Michael McCarthy, he's in the pits right now. And then, of course, Fred Kamer in P7. First in class is Kurt Fazekas. No surprise there. He is a rock star in a gold class car. It is the number 52, and he is sitting on a 144.012. And then down behind him, Rob Lorndell and Shane Leathers rounds out your top 3 in the gold class. If we could get timing and scoring to maybe scroll down and see where we're at with some of these silver class cars. So we can see where some of those at as well. And before I let you go, and I know you're a busy man, I want to ask you about, we have the off-road experience and the autocross experience as well here on site, which is a ride-along experience.
That's right.
That's about all the detail I have. Could you give me a little more detail of what that experience would be like for our fans here?
Of course, yeah. So, so the dynamic activations that we have going on in the infield are extensions of what Brittany and I worked on this week earlier during the Porsche performance drives, in which the clients were able to drive and experience the Cayenne and the Cayman GTS 4.0. And today we are, or this weekend I should say, we're offering ride-along activations for anybody who would like to register for them. They can just basically check in at the Boxmans in those adjacent areas.
Yep. And
today's a fantastic day to do it because I saw that the turnout is building, and before it gets too large, you're going to want to get your name on there and have an opportunity to get a ride in some of these fantastic cars. So I highly encourage folks to go out and seek out these activations.
Now, just on a fun note, will you be driving either of those? Will you be giving rides at all?
I will not be giving rides out. I'll be jumping on my computer and catching up with some email. But what I really want to do is watch some of the track action with you guys here. This is a lot of fun.
Absolutely. I mean, you might have a second call. Maybe you'll be working with me here.
Who knows? I don't think I could take Brittany's shoes. I don't think I could fill Brittany's shoes, but I'm happy to be here.
Well, those shoes are tiny, but she's very talented.
Yes, she is. She is.
All right, folks. So we are looking right now at our time and scoring there as we're making some adjustments. We have not talked in this session about the silver class competitors, and we're about to get those up on screen here momentarily as we're making some final adjustments to our timing and scoring. And it looks like right now in P1 in the silver class, 16th overall is Jordan Wallace. Jordan Wallace with a 148.575. So the lap times as expected, because from 11 to 1, that's a very fast section right there. So they are all not quite on the pace that our platinums and golds are, but you wouldn't expect them to. So Jordan Wallace in the silver class looking very good. William Talley in P2 in number 87. He's been with us all year long. And Daniel Espinoza as well in the number 38. No surprises there. Those are two names that we've seen all year long and looking very, very good. And then we get back to Miguel Maracano. Do I got that right, Miguel? You might be mad at me. We'll have to talk about it after the race is over, after this practice session is over, the number 29. And then rounding out your top 5 overall, Billy Van Ginkel, who has been with us in the number 38 the majority of the season as well here for 2021 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. And we're here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and this is the inaugural 2021 Porsche Sports Car Together Fest, as we are 20 minutes and 18 seconds left to go in this last and final practice session for this particular series. As the day rolls on, after this is over, we are then going into our 9:35 Clubsport lapping. That'll be coming up here in a little bit for a short session. And then, of course, we'll be going to Radio Show Unlimited as we get into our Carrera Cup racing here in a little bit. That'll be their last and final practice as well. And, of course, tomorrow we'll be back with you all day long as we get into qualifying and racing. no more practice after this is over. Dress rehearsal is done, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of today, and we are back to green flag racing tomorrow, and that's when the action is going to get hot and heavy. Dan Clark, I couldn't be more impressed with him in the 641. Really, really impressive run. Looking very, very comfortable. As there we see on your screen right now, the number 52. He is Kurt Bezikas, and he is chasing down, I believe is the number third. I'm trying to look and see. I don't know if he's a lap car. He could be a lap car. Kurt gets in nice and smooth right there. A couple cars bottle up. 2 go by. I'm not going to see exactly who he got by there, but Kurt Bezikas has definitely come out a different man, maybe a different car, maybe some adjustments, may have had some issues that he needed to work on earlier on in the day, but he certainly seems to be working them out as he is putting together quite a performance here in practice number 2. See right there with the 641 right behind him as well. That is Dan Clark. So Dan Clark is actually coming up to lap the 8th place overall, which is Kurt Bezikas. Is what it looks like might be happening here. It's hard to say exactly. I wasn't paying attention to every single lap here because I knew it would take them a good handful to really get up to speed and start setting some new times. And as we see him get on by Dan Clark, very impressive stuff. So it is definitely, I could definitely say that this track, and we've now figured out, the Platinum cars are really able to make a difference. It's a lot easier to make up time on the fast parts of the track if you go fast than it is on some of these tight sections where we see the gold and silver cars make up a lot of room here. But right now, Dan Clark is practice number 1 and practice number 2, and kind of in a class of his own, as he is putting a little pressure on the 19 as well. And that number 19 vehicle is Juan Manuel Fenton. So putting another one behind him. So Dan Clark really looking good. Max Bowden behind him with a 1:42.09, 2 seconds off the pace from P1 to P2. That's huge. Keep in mind, folks, we do have a handful of competitors in this series that are not here this weekend. This is a non-points weekend here for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. It is a non-points weekend. So we have a few different competitors like Grant Talkie, who should, as long as he keeps the car together, will win the gold class. You come here in a non-points race, make a mistake, or someone gets in you, you take you out, there goes your championship you worked so hard on all year long. He's not with us this weekend, so that makes a big difference. We got a handful of other drivers as well that are not here, that are running up very high into points in the prospective classes, and obviously don't want to take the chance of messing that up after spending all season long putting in an amazing performance and then have that taken away from you at a non-points race. They will be back with us next weekend at Watkins Glen. So you see right there, I believe, I can't get a number. I think that might be William Talley. I'm going to find out in a minute. Tim Kesman, my bad, in the number 4. So all these guys putting in some great times, but I'm very, very surprised to see Michael McCarthy and is back as far as he must be having some problems. I just want to quit a quick thanks as Brittany gets on here to Andrew Torres for being here. Andrew, as he said, he's a busy man, has a lot going on, a lot to take care of, and a lot of information coming from him, and we very much appreciate having Andrew Torres in here and talking about the driving school, the Porsche driving school.
Formative.
Yeah, it
I'm
was.
so glad he was in here.
I'm actually, not just now, but for the longest time, like, I gotta get myself down to that. That's something I want to do. I would
Right?
absolutely love to do that.
So I think we need one day where we all get to go out there in the Porsches.
Yeah, absolutely.
We get to run the track.
I've been lucky enough to race a lot of moto and snowmobiles and dirt modifieds and sprint cars and different things I've been in, but I've never driven a sports car.
And how many bones have you broken, Sean?
48.
48.
48.
You only have 48 bones in your body?
And 13 concussions.
Only
But,
13.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when
I'm
you
glad
grow
you're
up
here to
racing
talk
without a
about
roll
it.
cage. Yeah, when you grow up racing without a roll cage for most of the time, you know, if you're going to be fast, you better be you better be tough, and that's part of it. But
And that's why
hey,
Sean talks for a living now.
well, I tell you what, since I've been on the mic, I haven't even chipped a tooth, nothing. I've never gotten hurt in the last handful of years, so
Look
I'm
at that.
still
No
doing
workers'
pretty good.
comp. That's good.
It works out great. So there's a bit of the story right there for Michael McCarthy. Back in the paddock again. So they're definitely having some issues that they have not yet been able to work out with 15 minutes, 35 seconds left to go in this session. I'm sure the young man is chomping at the bit to get back out there right now. It's not his style. We saw him at VIR start about mid-pack. Granted, this is not qualifying, but they need to get out there, give him some lap times that he's able to really get on the gas, stand on the loud pedal, show what he can do, not just for the team and for the guys, but for his own confidence, because, and Michael has always said, when he makes a mistake, he doesn't, he doesn't sit there and just think about that. He just consistently keeps going forward. Don't worry about it. But that's a mistake, when he loses a tenth or two here and there. He's been in and out of the pits all day long with problems. And there's no way possible that doesn't develop something in the back of your head where you're thinking, oh, what's going on? Everyone else, even if Michael's saying, listen, I know I have the talent and the ability to go out there and make it happen, but when I'm sitting here, everyone else is doing all these laps.
Right.
Everyone else, they're getting 17, 18, 20 laps in every session. I'm getting 6 or 7 laps in. There's no way that can't mentally affect you.
Right, and I love how supportive his family is too.
Yeah.
His father and his mother are here every race, and we had the
Absolutely.
opportunity to interview them.
They're cool.
The past race, and they were just telling us their experience, how they feel when he is out on track. One of them's wanting to throw up, and the other one's screaming and cheering at the same time.
It's funny. You're saying your mother's just like just get through turn 1 all excited, and his dad's just kind of around the corner dry heaving. As they get the race done. But I'm just wondering what's going through Michael's head because he has been an absolute standout this year. I mean, I couldn't be more impressed with him. And I know that he can get through mistakes and issues better than the majority of the competitors out there. But then to not get the laps in everyone else's, it's got to mess with you a little bit here.
It does.
And it absolutely has. There's no way about it. I mean, he's sitting on 12 laps right now, and all those 12 laps are not good laps. When we've got Dan Clark putting in 16 laps, and all 16 of those are amazing laps, that's got to mess with your head. But then again, maybe we're going to change it around. Maybe Scott Zedanis isn't going to be the Cinderella story this weekend.
You never know.
Maybe it's going to be Michael McCarthy.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. I was praying for like a healthy battle, like a friendly battle out here this weekend.
And I think we're eventually going to get it. I think we're going to see that happen. We still have, 13 minutes left in this session. We still have a qualifying session. And I did mention in practice 1, the way qualifying works is your fastest lap in qualifying will be used to grid you up in race number 1. So qualifying will happen tomorrow, being Saturday, and your fastest lap will grid you up for race number 1. Your second fastest lap will grid you up for race number 2, and that's the way it'll be done. So he still has time to get a good handful of laps in here if things go well for him in this practice session. And then he's got a long qualifying session to get it together. He needs 2 good laps out of it. We did see him, where we normally see him start near the front of the pack, we did see him start about mid-pack at VIR, and I was curious of how that was going to go. I think it was a little bit, it had some talent involved, had some luck involved, but as you know, VIR, the first turn is kind of like turns 1 through 6 because it's so tight. There's just so much happening at once, and I think he started like 8th or 9th and came out like 2nd or 3rd. So can he make those quick decisions and get through? Yeah, absolutely he can. He can do it right, but it's going to take a little bit of luck as well, Brittany.
Right. We need to give a little shout out to Tag Heuer, too. I know they're not out here with us, but aren't those some incredible watches?
They really are.
And we normally have them out here every weekend with us. They have quality watches, and they have the Porsche series now, too. It's awesome.
Well, that's the thing, and
it was just meant to be.
They've been on display with us so many different times this year and stuff with some really amazing product. But there's a lot of different partners and things involved with the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America that have been with us right from the get-go. And without them, we just wouldn't be able to do what we do and grow so quickly. So that being said, Tag Heuer being one of them. I know VP also involved. Oakley involved
and
as
our
well.
Broast.
I'm sorry?
Our Broast.
Oh, absolutely.
You can't forget that.
Have you seen Scott?
It's Beer 30.
Yeah, have you seen Scott from Warsteiner? I haven't seen
I don't
him
think
yet.
he's here.
He's
I don't
not
think he's here with us this weekend.
Oh, well, that's too bad.
I know.
Great guy, our buddy
it's
Scott.
It's a sad
from
weekend when you
Warsteiner
don't have beer.
Very, very cool guy. And of course, we have Evolve Transporters. That is our hospitality trailer and things. Janus Motorcycles is involved. Haggerty Motorsports. Of course, Porsche Motorsport North America, without a doubt. Racing Radios as well. A great group of very professional companies. You know, when you take Porsche, Yokohama, you know, Oakley, Tag Heuer, I mean, these are huge, very professional companies known around the world for their professionalism, and you put them all together, man. Like we said earlier, they just kind of come together like Voltron, you know, just really, just a really great group of company and people.
I like that. Come together like Voltron.
Yeah. And she's making fun of me. I'm Italian. I talk with my hands all the time. So
Talk with your hands all the time.
I might be in this booth, the steel booth of emotion, the majority of the day alone, but I'm still using my hands. So if anybody walks by and looks in the window, it's going to look kind of odd.
That's right. And Sean's smiling ear to ear, even though you guys can't see him.
No, I'm in here having a great time. And so
This is our Candyland.
this is our Candyland. We are 9 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. And Dan Clark in the 641 Platinum class is the top 8 in a row. It is Dan Clark, Matt Bodum, Tim Kesman, Adam Adelson, Thomas Herb, and Frank Kamer. Michael McCarthy in P7. He's trying to fix that right now. His fast lap is a 1:43.82. So he's got some work to do. Can he do it? Absolutely he can. He's Michael McCarthy. He can do anything he needs to do in that car. 8th place right now in the 101 is Vernon McClure. And then Kurt Vazekas, he is putting it to him in the gold class. Way out in front right there. Behind him is Scott Zadanis, P2 in the gold class as well, with my buddy Glenn Gatlin and Jeff Earshausen in between the two of them in the platinum class. So that's what we're looking for platinums and golds, and our silvers with George Wallace out front. He's running with a 148.575 tally, and Daniel Espinosa rounds out your top 3 in the silver class right now. And this is, keep in mind, a practice.
I met up with Glenn earlier while you were stuck in the cage.
Yes.
And he taught me some yoga moves.
Oh, really?
It was very impressive. He's very good at it.
I can imagine.
And we put it on Facebook Live. So if anyone would like to go watch that, Porsche
Very-
Sprint Challenge,
Very well.
North America.
I can shut the air conditioner off if you want to do some hot yoga in here, because it was cranking
Let's do
hot
some
earlier.
hot yoga.
Absolutely.
We still have Andrew in here, so
Yes.
he's going to be part of that also.
Yeah, I think everyone at home, if you could see me right now, you could tell I'm a man that is heavy into his yoga. And, we're definitely going to do that. I got my mat with me in my backpack, and we'll do that as soon as we get off air here with a little hot yoga. As 8 minutes left to go in this session, coming up right around the corner, we are then getting into a very brief break, and we'll be right back with you with the 9:35 Clubsport lapping session. That'll be their third and final session of the day. And then we are going to then roll directly into the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by the partner of the Cayman Islands. Visit the Cayman Islands. And that's going to be brought to you by the Radio Show Limited. That'll be coming up as well. And then that's going to bring us down towards the end of the day. And, of course, I'm going to put the cherry on top of this Sunday at the end of the day. We'll finish it up here. But a lot of great action yet to go. And don't forget, tomorrow, a lot still to come Saturday and Sunday as we continue on our day. Tomorrow we'll be starting off. First thing out on track is going to be this class, the Porsche Sprint Challenge qualifying. That's going to be at 8:40 in the morning, running at 9:15. They will be a 35-minute session, and that will be qualifying them for their starting grid order for race 1 and 2. So tomorrow being Saturday is going to be all qualifying and racing, and that's when things start to get real hot and heavy. So we are, hold on one second. Okay, so that being said, we are only a few minutes left to go. As we see out front, Daniel Clark is really stretching his legs like a giraffe out there, really making it happen, and really pulling a lead. But check it out, folks. Check it out. Right behind him is Michael McCarthy, and the number 7 really moving up. And so Michael McCarthy gets, wow, I'm excited. I'm just laughing. I'm so happy for Michael McCarthy right now with a 141.907. So Michael McCarthy with a really good run here. We knew he had it in him. He just needed the car to cooperate with him still a little off the pace, a little over a second off the pace, but he's just starting to build confidence. He's building it quickly right now. He's got the camera right on him right there, the number 7. Very impressive stuff. Dan Clark stretching his legs out right now in the 6:41. Michael McCarthy right behind him. It is a 140.864 versus a 141.907. Massive jump. Massive jump. Michael McCarthy went from a 143.33 to a 141.90 once he got back on track here. And as we are getting lap cars back in his way again here, but he's able to quickly get around them nice and safely. Very interesting to see. Only time for a few more laps left to go in this session. And is that Michael McCarthy just pulled off again? I believe it is. Yes, it is. So came out here really just like gangbusters. Now, with the way he came out of there, maybe he might have just cooked turn 1 there a little bit. Very possible. You know, he came out feeling pretty comfortable there. You know, we were talking about the pressure of watching competitors do lap after lap after lap, and you're not able to do so. That definitely, no matter how well and how mentally strong you are, that is undoubtedly, no matter what you say, it's got to mess with you a little bit. And so he went out there and put down a smoker of a lap with a 141.907. And then this is just me sitting in here talking, but I'm pretty confident he just overcooked turn 1 there and went off a little bit because he came back on the track with authority. Now it's just time to reach in under the helmet, grab his earlobes, just a little woosah, woosah. Calm down, mellow out.
Is that what he's
buddy.
doing?
That's what he's doing. I know he is. He's driving with his knees right now. And he's just rubbing his earlobes with both hands, saying, woosah, woosah, calm down. As he's got time to get a couple more good laps in. 3:53 left to go.
I can teach him some of my new yoga moves.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe he needs that.
He may need that. You and Glenn doing that, you can borrow my mat. And as we are now getting down to the nitty gritty, we are still Dan Clark, Michael McCarthy, Max Bode, and Tim Kesman, Adam Alverson. That is your top 5 overall and your top 5 in your platinum class. Kurt Vazquez, he is in P1, the number 52 in the gold class. Behind him, we are down to Shane Leathers has moved up to spot to 575. Congratulations, Shane. Well done, sir. He's at a 145.50. Scott Zadanis with a 145.71. So just a little bit off the time there. And it is Rob Laurendale and Marcel Fagan rounds out your top 5 in the gold class. And then Jordan Wallace looking very good, number 35 in the silver class with a 148.544. William Talley right behind him. Daniel Espinoza and Billy Van Ginkel. That rounds out your top 5 in the silver class. And only a little bit left time to go here. And we might get one more after this lap in, possibly. It looks like we could. And we got to keep an eye on the number 7 right now. His best lap, a 141.907 still. That's the smoker of a lap he put in here just a couple of laps ago. As we see a shot here of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and it's not going to happen in this session. But that's okay. That's okay, Michael, because this is practice. No trophies being handed out for practice, ever. Ever. Well, I guess, I don't know, sports are different than when they were when I grew up. I think they do that now.
They
I
do.
don't know. Yeah, everyone gets a trophy these days. But sadly enough, not here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Not yet. But, hey, sitting P2 in at practice with all the struggles he's been through, nothing wrong in it. You can't shake a stick at that kid. As he's still, I'm still feeling very confident in his ability to come out and really put down some laps in qualifying tomorrow. There's a nice shot of Kurt. No, it is not Kurt. It is Kurt Vazquez. Wrong Kurt. I was adding 2 competitors together there. Another Kelly Moss Road and Race, number 52. He came out a different man as well and really put it to him. I'm wondering possibly what's going on there, because Kurt Vazquez and the Kelly Moss Road and Race team seems as though he had some struggles. His lap times were a little down, Brittany, in practice 1. Totally turned that around. Practice 2, Mike McCarthy was off practice 1, got better and better in practice 2. Wondering if it's a similar issue there, or maybe I'm just making things up. I don't know.
Right. They're both strong racers.
Yes.
Like we said, a lot of things are strategic. Maybe they're being gentle on the cars at some points. You never really know what's going on.
Yeah, absolutely. There's, especially, you know, if for lack of better terms, if you're, you know, a smaller team, a lesser budgeted team, sometimes it's easier to watch, especially if you get to know them, what they're doing. You don't necessarily
Right.
always have to talk.
Right.
But when you're Kelly Moss Road and Race and you're racing for children's, you really don't know what they're doing because they have so many different strategies at different facilities and different tracks and what they're doing to save the car or doing maybe they're feeling comfortable about, you know, what they're doing on the track and they're testing some other stuff out. We don't know. All I know is you never ever count them out.
Right.
That's the only thing I can guarantee you. And like I've said it 1,000 times before, if I was a betting man, and we all know I am a betting man, definitely do not count them out, man. They are always going to be in the mix. There is
Kelly Moss always dominates, and they're always in the top of the group.
Absolutely, they know what they're doing. And speaking of knowing what they're doing, Scott Zadanis right there in P2 in this qualifying session in the gold class. He's going to be happy with that. I'm sorry, P3 with Kurt Fazekas way out in front. Big jump. Kurt Fazekas starting with barely making it in the top 10 in practice 1, now sitting in top 5 overall. And he has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Shoot, he's got 8 or 9 competitors in the platinum class, separating him in second place in the gold class. So very impressive run for him. And Zadanis not looking bad at all, as this session should be checkered flagged. And they'll be bringing him in here to the pit area, and we'll get ready to go with our 9:35 Club Sport lapping session.
Yeah, and thanks again, Andrew, for being in here with us.
Having Andrew here was huge. I wish he could hear us now. I don't know if he's listening or not, but that was just really gave us a lot of great information. If anything, just got me more excited to want to go. I'm going to take, you know, my whole paycheck for the next 2 weeks and end up, you know, spending it at the Porsche school. My girl's going to love that. And
you can sleep on the couch.
Yeah, sleep on that couch. I got a pillow there waiting for me half the time anyways. And so because of comments like that, you know, but I just don't seem to learn. But we are very excited to learn more and more about the Porsche driving school, and it's an experience for everybody at all different levels. And what a fun time, whether it's something you just need to check off your bucket list, or it's something you're interested in maybe getting into some competitive racing and you're not quite sure where to start. Well, we just gave you that answer. Now you know where to start. So that being said, we are getting ready to go into our next class here momentarily. Checkered flag is out. The track is clear for our Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. And next up is going to be our 935 Club Sport lapping class. I'm Sean Cermony. This is Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Stay tuned. More action right around the corner.
ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
All right, folks, we're back. There it is. There's the logo, the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. Flying high in the sky here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And I tell you, it is a beautiful day, and it has been an absolute awesome experience being here, part of this festival 2021, for the first time out here for this festival. And we've had a lot of great track time so far. No racing yet. That's going to be happening underway tomorrow. Today is a day of practicing, learning the track, getting the competitors an opportunity to come out and check out the course, get the car ready for it, make the changes they need to make. And this series here, this is the 935 Clubsport lapping session. This session is going to be going on here for, I think we're talking about 25 minutes or so. And this is their last and final lapping session of the day. And then we're going to go into, of course, coming up around the corner here will be the last and final practice session as well for the Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by Cayman Islands, their title sponsor there, Cayman Islands. And so when you're thinking awesome stuff, you're thinking Porsche, you're thinking the Cayman Islands, and I'm thinking Indianapolis Motor Speedway right now. That's where my head's at as we get ready to get going for this session as well. I believe we have 9 cars in this session, 8 cars in this session. I see Cam Ingram on there 3 times on my timing and scoring. You're not seeing that sheet yet, but I am. And we're going to get some lap times in here a little bit. Earlier on, we did see some great times actually being set here in this class by Cam Ingram, by Bruce and Ryan Gates. I'm thinking this is probably Ryan Gates. I'm not sure which one of those 2 drivers is in. Jim Rappaport doing quite well as well, and Todd Hetherington as well. So very cool stuff here as we get ready to rock and roll with this session. It is now under green flag, 29 minutes, 40 seconds left to go as of right now. And we'll talk a little bit about this as we continue on here. So this is going to be a fairly quick time attack exhibition for the Clubsport series here. And you see the number 36 up there. That is Mike the Legend Levitas. Mike Levitas. Mike Levitas has raced with us before, the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America before. And I see he's listed as Mike the Legend Levitas, and I love that. That is awesome. And then see several other cool cars in here as we are minute 38 seconds into it here. And they will start to pick up the pace. There is the number 17 right there as well of Jim Rappaport. And so very cool stuff. We have seen a lot of fun stuff so far today, and today is only just our practice sessions, just getting all the drivers, he and she, warmed up on the track, giving the crew guys the opportunities to do the things they need to do as well to get ready for this. And we have seen so far several sessions so far with what we're seeing right now. This is the 3rd and final of the 934 Clubsport lapping. We have seen our PCA Club racing. 2 sessions of that are now also in the record books. Both practice sessions, 1 and 2 for the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. Those are in the record books as well. One of the Porsche Carrera Cup North America practice is done, and 1 more to go after this session. And on top of all that, there's a lot more happening around the track here than just what's going on the track itself, as our fan zone is still up and operating. It's going to be going on for quite a while yet. And in the fan zone, a lot of great stuff. And as I mentioned before, and I'm going to mention it again, if you are here at the track and you're in one of the haulers, or if you're a spectator and you're walking around and you're not always looking at one of the big screens, use your phone, use your tablet, what have you, to go to PorscheCarreraCup.us. That is PorscheCarreraCup.us to check out all the action. You're going to get all the action you see on the big screen, as we do here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And you also get to listen to the sweet, sweet sounds of my voice, bringing you on through the day. As we come down to the nitty-gritty, we have 2 more sessions left to go, including what we see on track right now. Pace car is still out, and we're going to get ready to go into a full green session here. And this is an exhibition. And as I was told in this exhibition, they are going to continue on getting faster and faster throughout the weekend. Come Sunday, it's going to be quite the show. Well, they started putting on quite a show already earlier on today. They've already picked up the pace. They're doing some very impressive laps here. So before we go green flag racing, I was talking about the fan zone earlier on. In that fan zone, we've got the simulator lab. It is a simulator of a GT3 Cup car. $500 gift card goes to the winner of the fastest lap each day. That $500 gift card can be used towards a Porsche Experience Center, as we talked earlier on to Andrew Torres about that as well. He is at the Porsche Experience Center in Atlanta. And that is for someone that's never been in a race car, never been in a sports car, never been in anything like that. There's your opportunity to get involved here. You can go over there, get in that simulator lab right now, see what kind of lap time you can put down. You might be able to put $500 towards that experience here in the very near future. Of course, we also have our Porsche merchandise. We have our Porsche owner relations as well. They're in there. So if you are a Porsche owner right now and you'd like to talk to them, you have some questions or what have you, the owner relations are in there to help you out, answer all your questions. Very nice, kind, easy to talk to people. And, of course, the Kid Zone we have. And then next to Porsche Relations is the Porsche Restorations Championship, which is super cool. Very, very cool. That's happening in the fan zone as well. And, of course, Carpool Karaoke. Brittany Kroll and I, we're going to be in there later on getting down, doing a little singing, a little carpool karaoke. And make sure you're in there doing that. Take some fun pictures. Have a good time with it. Let me know what your experience is all about. Get us with hashtag SportsCarTogether. And you can put up all your different pictures and things of that nature throughout the day and show us what your experiences have been like. And then, of course, 3D chalk art in progress right now and throughout the weekend. She is also advertising hashtag SportsCarTogether. That is Alex Andrea Jade. Andrea Jade. I think that's how I'm doing it right. ALIXANDRAJADE. That's how you would find her on Instagram. And she is in there doing the 3D artwork that is in progress right now. So very cool. As we are underway, green flag racing. We've also got the Meccan Sound Stage. We had our band playing earlier on. We'll have a band every day here throughout today, Saturday and Sunday playing. We've got the Game Zone, the Kid Zone, the Lego Race Zone as well. Live music, I mentioned that. We got our vehicle display. We've got our art cars. Porsche Simulator Lab, I brought that up. The Cayman Island Experience, very, very cool. All that is happening and more. And then we cannot forget, of course, about the Porsche Off-Road Experience as well. That is a ride-along, and that has been one of the different vehicles we have out here of off-road vehicles and the Porsche Off-Road Experience. And then if you like that ride-along, try out the Porsche Autocross Experience as well. That's a ride-along, and that is in the new 718 Boxster GTS. So a lot of cool stuff. And it's not just all what's happening on the racetrack. It's also what's going on around the track and in the infield here. So a lot of fun stuff. It's been a great day so far, and we have a lot more to come. So for the Porsche Experience Center, the home of speed in the heart of the South, it's a 1 mile of skill-focused, purpose-built driving, and is designed to test drivers in the famed punctuality only a Porsche can offer you. Every turn and every surface were considered in tandem with unique capabilities of Porsche vehicles. In all 6 aspects of the track, we created with one thing in mind: the thrill to drive. And that is the Porsche Experience Center, the home of speed in the heart of the South. So definitely go in there and check that out. A lot of great stuff. And then, of course, Return to Glory. That is the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge. Those cars, about a dozen of them out of about 40 or 50 entries, have made it here to Indianapolis. And the best of the best, the cream of the crop, they are here. And one of those cars will be crowned the king of the Porsche Classic Restoration Challenge later on in the weekend, I believe on Sunday. So very cool stuff. A lot happening, and it just doesn't seem to end. It just keeps on going as we continue on here with some on-track action. And right now, this is the 935 Clubsport lapping session. Jim Litzy with a fast lap of a 156.460. Charlie Cook in the number 55, right behind him with a 157.826. And behind him is Cam Ingram with a 159.509. And then, of course, in P5 right now in the 5th position in this exhibition time attack session, Mike the Legend Levitas out there with a 203.375, and Jim Rappaport right behind him as well with a 203.734. And that is where we are at right now. We are 5 minutes 10 seconds into this session. 18:45 left to go. And that will wrap up this session here. As we see the number 9 right there of Cam Ingram. Very cool car. Very cool car. And there is the 36 as well of Mike the Legend Levitas. So he is getting faster and faster as well, as he just put down a 149.691. So big jump from where he was. The Legend, Mike Levitas, getting on the gas and getting faster and faster as time rolls on. See them with several different lines here and there. There's a nice shot. Look at that black car. Jet black with that little bit of blue and silver on there. Very cool looking car. See now the lap times are starting to get better and better. Everyone has been improving throughout the day, without a doubt. Each class taking advantage of getting all this extra track time here at the Porsche Sprint Car Together Fest. Lots of lap time. There's lots of track time, I should say, to get in the proper lap times. Easy for me to say. As we see them continuing to get better and better as we come around to the top of the leaderboard here. It is Adelson right now with a 147.75, the number 120. Hetherington in the number 66 with a 149.574. The Legend Levitas, 149.690. Rappaport in the number 17 with a 150.121. Lessington, 151.941. Ingram with a 154.701. So we see these guys, if you compare them to their laps earlier on in the day, have certainly been making an improvement. Very impressive from what they've been doing. As I'm looking down now to break down from their sectors, looks like Adelson right now, sector 1 with a 54.5 versus a 55.5 for Todd Hetherington. And then we get into sector 2, Adelson with a 53.6 and Hetherington with a 54.1. So that explains that right there. Adam Adelson just edging out Todd Hetherington just a little bit of time in both sectors 1 and 2. Mike the Legend Levitas put down some decent times as well, but he is a 54.5 in sector 2. Very competitive time, but his sector 1 is a little off. Must have made a mistake right there with a 58.3. He had to have had a bad lap to fall off the pace that much right there, because that's not where we saw him on earlier on. The action does not stop here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway at the Porsche Sportscar Together Fest 2021, the inaugural season of doing this, inaugural year. This is something I foresee going on to be bigger and bigger and better as time rolls on, which is hard to beat because it's pretty impressive. You cannot run out of things to do here around this facility. There's so much great stuff happening around the track, not just for the adults, but for the kids as well. I'm really excited to see what Saturday and Sunday brings for us as we get into the real racing, with practices being at the end today, over and done with. This is our last practice here, and then one more for the Carrera Cup as well, brought to you by the Visit the Cayman Islands. That'll be the next on track and the last and final for today. And then Saturday, of course, is going to bring in some great racing action, qualifying and racing. And the qualifying is very important, as you know. That's what it's all about. It's where you start on the grid. Passing is going to be difficult at times because all of the classes are going to get into lap traffic. Without a doubt, it's going to happen. Those are the facts. So qualifying well, getting out front, yes, you get into the lap traffic sooner, but you don't have so many people to tend with. And there is the 991 pulling off right now, as I don't have him listed there, but he has just now pulled off the track. The 66 of Todd Hetherington, also a cool looking car. Hetherington in sector 1 with a 55.3, just off the 54.3 of Adelson in sector 1, but bettering his time from last lap with a 53.7 in sector 2. So still just a little bit off the pace of Adelson. And there he is right there, Adam Adelson in the number 120. Easy car to spot right there. That bright yellow roof. And Adelson putting in a great performance right now. His fast lap is a 147.644 over a 149.050 by Hetherington. Waiting for the legend, Mike the Legend Levitas, to get in the mix with a 149.69. As I am expecting him to get up in the pace a little bit more here, as the 120 of Adelson looking very comfortable. 11 minutes, 25 seconds so far in this session. 12 minutes, 25 seconds left to go. Which is only about a handful of laps left here. We're looking probably about 8 or 9 more laps at maximum. And this session will be done and over with here. 8 or 9 laps. It's not even going to be that much. We're going to be looking about 5 or 6 at max, as we're only seeing a handful of cars getting all the laps in. We saw Levitas, he had to pull off 2 laps in. We do see Charlie Cook. He's marked down as 6 laps in. He is with a 154.673 for his fast lap. Look at the 120, just very calm and cool the way he makes his way around the track. Adam Adelson. We're not seeing any mistakes from that car. Not seeing any mistakes from that driver. You can see his hand on the wheel. Not very twitchy. Very calm and cool. Definitely looking very comfortable. And there is a nice shot of the 55 itself of Charlie Cook. Charlie Cook in sector 1 with a 58 flat. Sector 2 with a 56.6. this road course. 13 turns. Pretty technical track, to say the least. As we see these guys out here get it done nice and smooth. Charlie Cook looking very comfortable. Trick-looking car right there. That black with that red on it. The red trim, very cool car. See over the start-finish line right there, Cam Ingram. He gets another lap in. Charlie Cook does the same. Jim Litzy in the 716. He's sitting at a 152.988. A little bit off the pace. There's a nice shot of the 55. Still Charlie Cook. Also very smooth. Not making mistakes. Looking comfortable. Great performance for him. That's the name of the game. Right now we are still P1, 147.643. Adelson. Hetherington, 149.001 in P2. P3, Mike the Legend Levitis, 149.690. But he hasn't gotten back out on track. Yes, he did not get back out on track. Still only saying he's got 2 laps in. I don't know if that's true. Litzy with a 152.987. Cook with a 153.820. Ingram with a 154.701. Bruce Gates, 304. So Bruce Gates, they used the 991 that we saw pull off earlier. So just over 9 minutes left to go in this time attack exhibition. Club Sport exhibition, if you will. Carl Lessing looking very good there in the 54. Leansien, I believe it is. Carl Leansien into 54. That's a great shot. I tell you, the grounds here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway are really beautiful. Very done very well. And I'll tell you, part of that is, for those of you that don't know, I mean, there's an 18-hole golf course here. 9 holes of it, I believe, are right here in the infield. And this facility is absolutely massive. These are not facts, but, I mean, we're fitting like a dozen football fields in here, just in the infield I'm talking. You know, you got a full-size 9-hole golf course in here, along with all the buildings and the paddock and everything that goes along with it. It's impressive how large this facility is. And the fun thing is, you look at this track, you know, this race course being 2.59 miles long, and it's taking up a very small amount of real estate here in the infield. As, of course, you know, they do use part of the front stretch and things of that nature, parts of turns 2 and 1 in the front stretch. So, but the infield section of it is a very, very small part of it, but big enough where all of our paddocks and everything is right in the infield here, inside of the road course. So, massive facility here, beautifully done, well manicured, well taken care of, and that is the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And there is the 718. Yep, 718. I'm looking. I believe that said a 718. It did, but I'm not seeing a 718. I'm seeing a 716 of Jim Litzy. Possibly that could be the case. But you see the livery on that car. One side is not the same as the other. As he is looking very comfortable, looking very calm and cool. No one around him. Open track to do as he pleases. Get the best time down as possible. And we're going up for the fastest lap time. What you're seeing on your screen is the last lap time. The fastest lap time right now is a 147.467 for Adam Adelson. Todd Hetherington and the number 66 behind him with a 149.001. Mike the Legend Levitis with a 149.691. Jim Rappaport in the number 17 with a 150.121. And rounding out your top 5, is Carl Lenzien, and he is at a 151.941. And that was his second lap out of 8 laps. Adam Anderson, 9 laps in so far. 5 minutes, 35 seconds left to go in this time attack here at the Porsche Sports Car Together Festival. A lot of great things going on all weekend long, and it's going to continue that way as the weekend moves on. Tomorrow being a big day of racing. We will be starting off tomorrow early, Saturday morning. You're going to want to tune in to Porsche Carrera Cup.us. Those of you that are here in the area, if you're not here yet, maybe if you're still at the hotel or you're at home or whatever, you can tune in to the live feed, Porsche Carrera Cup.us. And tomorrow is going to start off 8:40 green flag for Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. That is going to be their qualifying session. Their fastest lap in that session will be used for their starting grid in race number 1, which will also happen tomorrow. That is going to be at 1:40 p.m. for Porsche Sprint Challenge. And we will also have the second fastest lap of that qualifying session will be used for race number 2, which will be at 10:25 a.m. on Sunday morning. Soon as the Porsche Sprint Challenge North America qualifying is over, we go right back into Clubsport exhibition, which we see right now. PCA Club racing be right after that. Porsche Carrera Cup qualifying, that's at 11:05 a.m. tomorrow. And the day continues on after that as we then start getting into some hot and heavy racing from both the Carrera Cup brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands, and also by Porsche Sprint Challenge North America by Yokohama Tires. Sprint Challenge drivers are here for a non-points weekend. A lot of them here just trying to get some track time. A lot of new competitors in that class as well. As we can get down to the last remaining minutes. 3 minutes and 30 seconds left here in this Clubsport exhibition time attack. Adam Ellison really putting it to him with a 147.476 for the fastest lap of the day for him. And out of all the rest of the competitors in this class, the number 66 of Todd Hetherington as well with a 149.001. That was from his 6th lap, and that is staying true in P2 so far. A lot of room to make up, not just to hit that lap number again, but to get from P2 to P1. Big gap right there, big gap. And then Mike the Legend Levitas with a 149.691 as well. Jim Rappaport with a 150.121. Cam Ingram rounds out your top 5 in the number 9 with a 150.750. 2.5 minutes left to go in this session. There is the number 9 right there of Cam Ingram. Oh, getting a little slideways right there in the 120. Adam Allison trying to better his 147.476. I don't think that's going to be the lap to do it, as we saw him getting all kinds of slideways right there. Having a little bit of trouble. Everyone so far getting through this session quite clean. You can see there's a great shot of the number 120, Adelson. One little bobble we got to see there, but other than that, he's been pretty flawless throughout this session. Kind of in a class of his own right now. Looking very comfortable, but still pushing it right down to the end. Minute 15 seconds left to go in this session. Porsche North American Carrera Cup. North America coming up around the corner here for another practice session. Partnered with Visit the Cayman Islands. That's going to be coming up here very soon. And then we're going to see some serious lap times there, as those guys are really putting it to it in some of the most latest of Porsche racing equipment cars. As now we are just over 35 seconds left to go remaining in this Clubsport exhibition time attack. Speaking of attack, that's what Adam Allison's been doing all day long. Checkered flag is flying for the number 120 as he leads them down the front stretch. Very impressive run here from Adelson. Not able to better his 7th lap, was his best lap at a 147.476. The 6th lap was the best one for the number 66 of Todd Hetherington with a 149.001. Cam Ingram, 149.247. Mike the Legend Levitas, 149.691. He's in the P4 spot. Jim Rappaport, he is rounding out your top 5 with a 150.121. He did that on lap 3. And then Carl Lenzing. Let me get it right, Carl Lenzing with a 150.312, his fastest lap. And he did it on his last and final lap, lap number 12. So that is the number 54 making that happen. So congratulations to you, Carl, bringing it right down to the nitty-gritty and able to make it happen. So very impressive run. And that being said, that is the Clubsport exhibition time attack. That one's in the record books, but we've got more action to come, so don't go anywhere. Still coming up, catch us on the radio show Unlimited for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, brought to you by Visit the Cayman Islands. I'm Sean Cerny. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
Was thinking of leaving. There was no one around here I wanted to know. Then I saw someone who happened to remind me of being in the time ago. I know
endurance racing, there are two types of cars, these and these. He's in a race, he's in a race, but they're not racing each other. Multiple classes all race at the same time. That's the race engineer, that's the crew. This guy waves flags, and that's the driver. Well, one of them. Every team has at least two, but no more than 5. One seat. No one driver can drive for longer than 3 hours, so they switch mid-race a lot. Some races are 2 hours, some are 4, some are 6, 10, 12, and 24. They race all across the world, like here, 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 and here. This is France. A lot can go wrong, like that, and yikes, even that. Before they race, they qualify. It determines the order they start in. Then, they race for real. Only 60 kilometers per hour in the pit lane. Any faster, you're penalized. Out here, they go 180 miles per hour, sometimes 200. They race when it's raining, when it's not raining, when it's dark, when it's not dark. This flag means start. This one means caution. This one means pit. This one means disqualified, and this one means it's over. It's not about who can do the most laps first. It's about who can go the farthest in the set time. Those who do, well, they win.
What kind of car would you dream of? If the road you took to work was known around the world for not having a speed limit. Well, if you were Porsche, that car would move like a force of nature, look like a work of art, and make you wish that road would never end.
Life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living action. Temperature hot when I'm in the zone. Connecting my mind with a cell phone. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. Get ready for it. This is my time. Look at me now. This is the life of a dream. All of my colors are vibrant. This is living as you said. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Look at me now. Ready for me, ready for me, ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now. I'm so alive. I'm so alive. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. Get ready for me. This is my time. Look at me now.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, where we are spot on time to go green flag for free practice 2. IMSA Radio around the circuit and around the world on RS2 at imsaradio.com. We're in sound and vision as well on the live video page there, as well as on the YouTube and Porsche Carrera Cup US pages as well. Plenty of ways for you to tune in this Friday afternoon, evening, if you're in Europe, where it's 10:15 in Central Europe, 9:15 in the UK. I'm John Hindhaugh in the Global Broadcast Centre for IMSA Radio, and Bruce Jones joins me for this late afternoon, early evening session after a fairly incident-free but very interesting free practice 1 that had the top cars within fractions of a second. Welcome, Bruce.
Thanks, John. I really enjoyed that first session. Yes, you're right. There weren't too many incidents, 2 or 3 little rotations, but no harm done. But it was watching the drivers going about their craft. The quick ones pretty quickly up to their pace, but then you saw them develop what they were doing, and then they thought about it, came in, put a new set of tyres on, and then the quick times really started to come. But the top 3 drivers pulled their way clear. But it was just interesting watching everybody making progress. A lot of them haven't driven this layout of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and just watching them bedding themselves in and work their way towards better laps. And some of the drivers, I was really impressed. They found their level and they put in 2 or 3 laps within a couple of tenths of a second, which is exactly what you want to be doing. So I thought it was a really, really positive first practice session.
Massively busy weekend for us here with our coverage stretched across 3 venues and 2 continents. Here at IMS, we've got the 6-hour race from the Nürburgring Nordschleife tomorrow morning European time, and of course throughout the weekend we'll be picking up coverage of some of the later sessions and all of the races from the IMSA Championships at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. We've got FP1 for WeatherTech Sportscar Championship coming up later on this evening here on RS2 as well. So plenty lots. Shall we do that in English? So plenty of endurance and sports car racing for you this weekend. Take your pick, and don't worry if you feel you've got to choose. I know it's like picking your favourite child, isn't it? Or picking your favourite Porsche. But we do have an archive that you'll be able to go back to and then pick up everything that you have missed. 50 minutes were on the clock when we started. We're already down to 46 and a half. And this, again, I will remind you, this is free practice. And unless something goes very wrong in qualifying, really won't have that much bearing on setting the grids. We have 3 races this weekend. It's one of a pair of double headers that are coming up in the next 2 events for Porsche Carrera Cup North America, presented by Visit Cayman Islands. We have the final 3 races at Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta later in the year as part of Petit Le Mans weekend.
John, I love that phrase. You're talking about choosing between your favourite kids, and then you said maybe your favourite Porsches, and I just conjured an image of you. You wouldn't know where to start, would you? Your head would be turning in all directions. I like this one, I like that one. But I guess at the end of time, you'd come down to some side of the fence or the other, but it's just a thought. I just can imagine the quandary you'd be facing.
The last time that I was at an event that was anywhere similar to this brilliant new concept from Porsche Cars North America and Porsche Motorsport North America, which is the Porsche Together Festival here at IMS in Indianapolis Motor Speedway, was Rennsport at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, funny enough. And frankly, it was like having my head on a swivel. The only thing that was missing was me actually getting to race some of the cars, which that's a work in progress, as I still have my FIA International license. But next Rennsport is some way off at the moment, and we'll bring you details of that as soon as our colleagues at Porsche North America have wiped themselves down with the damp flannel after getting this weekend over and done with, because these events take a heck of a lot of planning. And for those that say, well, hang off, but how many Porsches do you need? I give you the stock answer to everybody who is into their Porsches. It's quite simple. Just one more.
Just one more, absolutely. So, in fact, next weekend, talk about changing from one theme to another. I'll be working at the Goodwood Revival, one of my favourite meetings of the year. And at the end of the day, people go, what was your favourite car? And I get, all of them. Sorry, I'm going to have to really download. I like cars for different reasons, different purposes, and also maybe I'm like a goldfish, but I like the one in the last race. I actually know the first race was quite good as well. And obviously somewhere with that array of historic machinery, my tongue is hanging out, and I absolutely adore it. But that's next weekend. This is this weekend, and I'm thoroughly looking forward to the action. Looking at the times already, some quick times coming in. Fastest time we saw in first practice, 1 minute 36.4. Kai Van Barlo. We're within a second and a bit of that. Seb Prio setting the pace, and Riley Dickinson looking far more positive than he was in the first session. He's running around in the Porsche Austin entry, grey with orange and white flashes on it, and second quickest at the moment. So he's found his mojo, I think, for this one, John. Been away, thought about it over the 3.5-hour break, and clearly come back deciding he knows how to find the time, and he's setting out to do just that.
The key thing here for the drivers in the second free practice, we'll run you through some of the times once people have got into a bit of a groove here, is understanding whether the track is quicker or slower than it was earlier on. It's had a lot more sunshine on it, a lot more UV in terms of the energy that's been put into the track. Now, in fairness, the road circuit isn't in its first flush of youth for the top surface, so it isn't that very dark colour that parts of the Speedway are. So it doesn't quite retain the heat as a brand new surface would, but it's had the sunlight on it all day. Now, the reason I say that that's important, because you could be Parker Thompson, who's just gone to the top with a 1:37.8, but feel, well, I was going quicker than that in the early session. You've got to learn not to chase the track here, Bruce, and know what's out there and how everybody else is doing relative to what they did this morning. If everybody else is going slower than this morning by half a second and you're going slower than the earlier session by 0.2 of a second, well, actually, you're doing all right.
Yeah, and I'd just like to apologise here and now to Riley Dickinson. I flagged him up as someone who was about to make progress straight on at turn 1, left his braking too late. But, of course, you can then rejoin the circuit. There's a cut-through that brings you out between turns 3 and 4. But he didn't panic. There is that space straight ahead. But now he knows where he can't brake anymore. Has to brake a little bit before that. But still good for fourth fastest time. Parker Thompson, you just mentioned him. He's fastest of all now, ahead of Seb Priaulx and Kai van Berlo. 5 tenths cover the top 4.
James Counter has tweeted into us at IMSA Radio. She's waiting to get in touch with us throughout all of our US and IMSA sanctioned coverage for not just this weekend but the whole year. He says, pleased to be tuning in for the coverage this evening, so I presume you're in Europe or the UK, James. He says, it's keeping me going with packing for moving tomorrow. Highly stressful, but he does say I confirm the sound of flat sixes at Indianapolis Motor Speedway helps. It's a tonic for everything, James. It really is. Makes everything sound so much better and feel so much better. You cannot feel. I don't think you can fail to smile when somebody fires up a flat six, whether it's a race car or a street car or a road car. There's something about that crackle when a flat six first fires up that just does something to your soul. Well, I hope it does. Anyway, so we are in by just under 10 minutes now. Parker Thompson from Seb Priaulx, so 9 from 15. JD Ekstrom, 2 Kelly Moss Road and Race cars with Kai van Berlo. The top 4 made up by Riley Dickinson, all of the juniors. Anyone under 23 automatically enrolled into the Porsche North America Junior Programme effectively. Not just about what goes on track, there's various workshops and classroom sessions as well for the young career-minded drivers. Those 4 sit ahead of Lee Keane for 311 RS Motorsport in the pretty plain red number 12. That car then is about a second away, maybe a little bit more, but the gaps at the top just as close as they were earlier on. And remember, we have 3 classes. 2 for the brand new 992s, that's Pro and Pro-Am. Kurt Swearingen in the ACI Motorsports, reprising his role this morning of leading that class, or this afternoon rather, just into the afternoon, in the number 17 car from Efren Castro and Tim Pappas. Great to see Tim back racing again. I was at Bathurst for the 12 hours when he had a horrendous accident coming down to the final corner, horrendous fiery accident. He was out of racing for a while, but good to see Tim back and still enjoying his racing. He's in the number 54 JDX. In the 991 category for the older cars, the 991 Gen 2, 991.2, Joe Lombardo showing early pace as he did in the earlier session from Connor Flynn for Irish Mike's Racing in second position, and Grady Willingham for Goldcrest in third. It was Matt Holcomb who was the pick of that bunch earlier on today, so we'll keep an eye on the times and see how close we get to what we saw this morning. All of the 23 992s that were supplied to the US, and indeed all of the 992 Cup cars that were supplied earlier on this year to Super Cup, to Carrera Cup Deutschland, Carrera Cup Benelux and Carrera Cup Asia, as well as here in North America, all originally supplied in the Porsche coloured GT silver, and we do have a couple of cars that still sport some of that original paint, but of course nowadays with the advent of aero style paint and wraps, it is a far cry, Bruce Jones, from when you and I have done Porsche Cup races in the past and you've had 32 cars that were all plain white.
Always a disappointment if the one car that had colour was the one that went off right at the start. For a commentator, for anyone watching by the side of the track, here's a really little known fact, John. The gap, all the three classes are lapping slower than they were in the first session. Of course, they're not throwing new rubber at it at this point in this practice session. They may not in any stage. But the gap in the Pro-Am class between Kurt Swearingen and Efrain Castro has come down from 0.131 of a second to 0.130. So Castro's on the chase. I noted those intervals down in that first session. Nothing in it at all. But right now, what we're seeing, and I'm just looking at the various cornering styles. Yes, we've had Riley Dickinson go straight on at turn 1, but people are far more dialed into the circuit at the moment. They seem to really just suss their braking points, their turning points. Give me 2 seconds, there'll be a car off on the grass. I know now I've said that, but they're looking much, much tidier.
The race is about the first race. The first race tomorrow is about this time, a 45-minute race. It's one of the longer Carrera Cup races around the world. It's about as far as they can go with the fuel tanks. I was doing Carrera Cup Asia for the international TV feed from Ningbo in China on last weekend, and they only raced 30 minutes plus a lap. So this is a bit longer. So this is race time. I'd expect people to be doing race runs now. And just looking at the schedule, Bruce, when we were out in FP1 earlier on today, this morning, late morning, albeit into the early afternoon, that's qualifying time. We were out at 11:45 in Eastern time, and there will be on the track at 11:05 tomorrow for their qualifying, just the one qualifying session of 30 minutes. So all of those quali simulations and the extra tyres being thrown on, that actually was pretty smart, because roughly speaking that will be the same time of day, and the weather is set pretty fair for the weekend here in Indianapolis. That's the same time of day that they'll be doing their 30 minutes qualifying.
Exactly so. I mean, the only people who wouldn't be following that, pursuing that line of attack would be those that were just really, really short on track time and needed a bit of a boost. But as I said, I think they're just much neater, much tidier. Now, watching Kurt Swearingen, he's still top in the Pro-Am class, but he's really producing some absolutely lovely lines through turns 1 and 2, which are such difficult corners. And for ACI Motorsports, they should be very pleased with him indeed, because we all know it's enticing to go too deep into turn 1, and then turn 2 comes at you so quickly that you're already compromised, and that compromises your line into 3 and so on and so forth. Likewise, trying to get your run at the end of the lap, get a good exit out of turn 13, and again, it's all the tight corners, a good exit out of turn 10, you've got the sweep through to 12. So it's about concentrating on those corners that really, really counts. It's not your speed down the straights. We know that, John. Nice long straights you do have, the infield straight and the main straight, but it's about not losing time, about getting your car balanced, and I'm really seeing these drivers starting to get a grip of this.
I remember doing an interview with a very accomplished NASCAR Cup driver who came to Le Mans to race Ferrari, and you'll know who exactly I'm talking about there, Bruce, and he was brilliant to interview, and basically said, look, I can put my foot down to the floor as well as anybody else. The straight is not where I've got the problem. It's getting through the corners. And no less a Porsche exponent than the much-missed, brilliant Bob Wallach, who surely has to be the best driver never to have won Le Mans. Seconds, 5 times, 6 times in various different iterations of Le Mans.
Oh, well, I'll give you a Mario Andretti into that little group as well, of course. Could have happened, but of course, for sheer consistency and doggedness, the number of attempts that Bob made, it's just one of those bizarre anomalies you get within sport.
Bob always used to say, you need to learn to be quick in slow corners. if you're brave, you'll get to be quick in the quick corners, and if the car setup's right, you'll be quick in the quick corners. Kai van Berlo in the pits at the moment. Kelly Moss Road and Race just having a look at their car. And of course, the point he was making there, and he's absolutely right, is that if you can find 1% in a slow corner, if you can shave 1% off your time in a slow corner, generally speaking, you're in that corner longer in time than you will be in a fast corner. So actually concentrate on the slower corners, keep that minimum speed up, and that will pay massive dividends on your lap times.
Absolutely, and also just a simple fact, the slow corners tend to lead out onto faster stretches of the track. So if your car's balanced and you get the power down nice and early, then it's like a good investment. It gathers its own speed as it goes along. The further it goes, the more it pays. Not that I've got any of those.
The other thing about IMS, if we've got a race breaking out here in qualifying with Sebastian Carrazzo in the bright highlighter yellow with the orange and dark grey trim just going down the inside. The thing about the IMS road courses is there are very few points to recognise at the side of the infield part of the track. When you're on the Speedway, there are things that you can use as brake markers on the fences. But look how far everything away, Bruce, is from the infield sections. And there's not countdown marker boards. I was catching up with some MotoGP today, and they're at Aragon, and they don't have marker boards out at Aragon for the motorcycles for obvious reasons. But they have white stripes painted on the side of the track so that the motorcyclists have a reference point. This is a really tough circuit to learn in that infield. So from 2 onwards, all of those areas, you've got to find something as a reference point. I mean, it's good that there's long bits of grass and gravel traps before you're going to hit anything. But what that does do is makes it really, really important to get a rhythm to build up the lap time, to get that lap time to come down a little bit, because otherwise, visually, edges of curbs, you've got to look at things like that, stuff that isn't going to move. And not the shadow of the bridge, by the way. That's never a good one to have as your brake marker.
Exactly so, and in fact, I'm always a big fan of a circuit where you can do it according to what shape of tree or whatever. But then think back to when the Nürburgring Nordschleife got dropped out of the World Championship. That was 1976 for Formula One. Next time Formula One went there was European Grand Prix 1984, the brand new, the modern, the current Nürburgring circuit, and it was the first time in many of the drivers they've raced with the barriers so far back. There were no features for them, and it really took them quite a while to get their cornering right, because exactly the same problem as the infield here. Everything is so far away. Of course, the drivers love having a really wide racing circuit like the infield circuit here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway, but it does make it quite bland in terms of them trying to find something to pin their cornering point on.
That's the skill, and that is the skill. So you're looking for little bits of tarmac change. You're looking for the option circuit that comes in from one side or the other. You're looking for a bit of paint on the track or a change in the curbing. All of those things. Yes, you've got the brake markers coming down as these two are at the moment. These two, being Matt Holcomb in the Goldcrest Mystery Machine car. Yes, when they were coming down to turn 12, there was a brake marker there, 3, 2, 1. But in the rest of the track, as I said, it's very difficult, and that is the skill of learning a new track. And all of these drivers, be they Pro-Am or the Pro-Ams in 991, the Gen 2 cars, they'll all be now getting up to speed, because that first session was literally a voyage of discovery. These cars have not been here before. Might have been a bit of sneaky testing by one or two others, might have been a few little road car laps as well, and that does help. It really does help. Big slide there for the 53 of Riley Dickinson for Team Hardpoint. He's in 6th position in the car with the Porsche Shield shape on the front of it, the white, red and grey. This is the Porsche Austin car, local track of the Circuit of the Americas for Riley, and that's another circuit that has similar issues. Had the good fortune to race there, and again, picking up those markers around there, so Riley knows exactly what he's doing. One of the crop of young drivers who are hoping to go to Europe at the end of the year for the young driver shootout, and then possibly into a career as a Porsche junior and a Porsche supported works or factory driver. This is a big stepping stone for Carrera Cup here in North America. The first year we've had full pro teams at the front of the field and drivers at the front of the field, and that's why it's a Carrera Cup this year. The move to Michelin tyres as well, that's brought some performance increases, and of course the new car, which is running, well, when they were testing at Sebring at the start of the season, Bruce, I can tell you I was watching the testing times, and they were not that far away from Porsche's GT3 cars. Now, in Porsche speak, all of these cars are GT3s, but I mean the GT3 category, the GT3 Formula cars, which is still based on the 991s, of course. And these cars were exceptionally quick over the bumps of Sebring. Double wishbone front suspension for these cars, wider front track, wider rear track, wider bodies, different aero. Very different aero at the back with the swan neck, cleaning up the air onto the rear supports being the swan neck shape, cleaning up the air onto the rear wing, and far more adjustment on that rear wing than the previous model had as well. So lots more for the engineers to play with as well as for the drivers.
Well, you don't want to leave them out, and I always love it when you get a new iteration of a car. You think, how different is it? Then you put them side by side and you realise it's not. If they say the only thing that hasn't changed is the steering wheel, sometimes they're not really that far away with all of that. We have had some quicker times. Lee Keen's just gone up to third place and Dylan Murray up to fourth. That's why Riley Dickinson was no longer in fourth. He's down to sixth. He's in the pits. We might see some new tyres going on, but right now Kai van Berlo, he's good only for fifth place. But he's on the track, he's setting the times, and now, well, we have 26 cars out there playing, but not all of them on the circuit, so plenty of clear space for the young Dutchman. Last lap, very close to his best, but these times, bear in mind, the fastest in that Kai set, the fastest of all, was 2 and a bit seconds faster than he's gone in this afternoon session. So I think your line about track conditions and track holding a lot more heat is probably not helping the tyres at all in this session, but also they haven't put new rubber on. No new Michelins used this time.
Also been a lot of other track activity on different tyre manufacturers' rubber as well. And do not, dear listener and viewer, underestimate how much difference that can make, even on a test day. I remember a test day at Rockingham I was doing ahead of the Ginetta Super Cup that I was driving in a few years ago, and we were on Michelins for that in the G55s, and we went out after the touring cars had gone out, which were on another manufacturer's rubber, and I couldn't get in within a second of the times I'd done in the morning, and I was getting very frustrated watching the dashboard and the lap times, and then when I came back in, big moment there for the man who had probably the most moments this morning, Bill Smith, who got up into the grey on Top Racing in that orange car, coming down to the first corner, but he's all right. He's got through.
Yeah, but what happen, John, what happened there, though, he was very, very kind and moved out of the way for Kai van Berlo out at turn 10, but he got onto the dusty stuff on the outside, the bit of the track that people weren't on, and then suddenly what little grip he had was reduced probably by about 20-30%, so he held it well, but it is very difficult being a gentleman sometimes.
He didn't do himself any favours there, because he got out into the grey, as you see it. And that's, again, just what we were talking about, the tyre debris and the other rubber being laid onto the racing line. It'll take a few laps for these Michelin tyres, and I'm suspecting that quite a lot of these guys will be on used tyres. There is a tyre allocation for the weekends, and that starts at the start of free practice. The situation... well, it'll be a little bit different this weekend, of course, because we've got a third race. But that said, you can't just throw tyres at the cars here. as I say, there is an allocation that will have been increased this weekend to allow for the fact that we've got a third race. Actually, I can't find that in the supplementary ranks, which I'm just looking at the moment.
Well, while you look at those, John, we've been talking about Kurt Swearingen still being top. Well, he's not in Pro-Am because Efren Castro has now gone ahead of him, but again by not very much, 74,000. So this is going to be a cracking battle for the pair of them, Castro and Swearingen, across the 3 races. It's fantastic. I think, you know, it's brilliant having a double-header meeting. This one is a triple-header, and then a triple-header at Road Atlanta to finish it off. So if you've got a rich vein of form, don't get caught in any moments. This is the time when you can really, really maximise your championship challenge. So that is why it's super important for all these drivers to find a good setup to take into qualifying. But also, with these races being 45 minutes long, they want to also know they're not going to destroy their tyres. So again, a lot of work and concentration, and that's where the teams do even more than the drivers in all of this. JDX Racing, Kelly Moss, Road and Race, More Speedway, Right Motorsports, 311 RS, etc., etc. They've got to use their nous, and don't forget, this is their first season with these new cars, so there is an element of guesswork.
Yeah.
You know, they're still playing, but also, yes, they've travelled and raced at very, very different circuits, so each one is teaching them something new, but then you sort of have to fall back on that sort of the little book in your head, the book of experience, the book of running teams for 20 years. And it all adds up to something.
TJ Fisher for Top Racing in the 58. That's one of the GT Silver base coloured cars, but with a multitude of colours on it. Red front clip and front wheel arches, blue at the back, and a bit of yellow in there as well. He's just heading down towards the braking area and into the infield at turn 12. Got clear track ahead of him, headlights are on, and he is negotiating the final part of the lap now as he comes out through turn 14, right onto the speedway, all the way up to the wall. Left about, what, a yard and a half there as he goes across the yard of bricks and down towards turn 1. Let's see how he gets on with his braking down there. He's deep, well deep into that. Relatively heavy cars, these GT Porsches, of course, not like a single-seater, not like a Formula car. Getting your braking right, but they do have ABS on these cars this year. That's an unusual addition. Not been the case since the introduction of the 996 model type back in, what that would have been, 97, maybe 98. And they only had it for a year. It was by no means as sophisticated as the anti-lock braking systems on racing cars nowadays, I should mention. That is actually the only Porsche Carrera Cup car that I've ever driven, and that was at Brands Hatch on the Grand Prix circuit, and that was the first car of any description I'd driven with the ABS. And I remember former British GT champion Kelvin Burt, when I asked him, right, so what about this ABS then? He said, well, don't get into that. I said, what do you mean? He said, well, if it starts happening, if you're into it, you're going off, put it that way. It was nowhere near as sophisticated as what we have nowadays. Although GT3s and GT4s now in international sports car racing, all with ABS, and even and quite a lot of other Formula GT cars, should I say, also have some form of ABS, but it is infinitely variable, it would seem, nowadays.
Now, it doesn't matter, John, it doesn't matter what continent you race on or where you meet the drivers, but they all cover a spectrum, from the flamboyant and the vociferous to the likes of Kelvin Burt, understated. And you think, has he just said what he said? He only said 4 words. They're very funny, but they're right on it. And, you know, he's one of those drivers who, out of the car, would actually prefer just to be almost hiding in a motorhome. He's a very quiet individual, but he is very, very funny. And he's one of those many, many drivers who could have, should have, maybe gone a lot higher than he did. But king of the one-liner. It's just sometimes you don't notice it until you walk away again. Oh, hold on.
Very, very thoughtful as well,
yeah.
Kelvin. Had him racing with us at Rockingham in the ASCAR series, and really enjoyed his company down through the years. TJ Fisher from Top Racing. We were watching him a moment or two ago and talking about him in that Apex-sponsored car. He's up to second, 0.027 away from the leading time. Still held by Parker Thompson. Efren Castro He is still leading in Pro-Am by 0.074 of a second. And in the 991 category, Matt Holcomb's back to the top ahead of Joe Lombardo. That's 55 from 92. And that is by the massive margin compared to what I've just told you about of 0.212 seconds. So the gaps between first and second in all three of our classes are less than half a second when added together.
Yeah, Halcom's just shown his hand too soon. He's just showing off, I feel, leading that Pro-Am 991 class. But been really impressed with the way TJ Fisher, I think he was 11th at the bottom pretty much of the pro class at the start of the session, worked his way up to 7th, then went faster. So he's put in a good series of laps. And his last lap, a little bit interrupted by traffic, but certainly for the 58 crew, that's from Top Racing. They should be very pleased with him. Great job in that silver car.
Quite a lot of the guys going on longer runs here. We saw Kai van Berlo in the pits earlier on, and he has done some more laps. His fastest lap coming on lap 4. Quite a few people's fastest lap coming in their early laps, but not TJ Fisher, as we mentioned. Lee Keane, about 5 laps ago, did his best lap. But these look like longer runs, and this pace we're seeing at the front of the field now, round about 139. 140 for the pro guys. I think that what we're looking at here is middle of the race pace here, if I'm honest, Bruce.
I think you're pretty much right on that. Now, here's 2 words I want to join that often are the bane of many drivers: track limits. What are your thoughts when the drivers go through the flick, the left-right flick, turns 5 and 6, they run off the left-hand side of the circuit, across the concrete apron beyond, and now we're starting to see, I saw Kai van Berlo do this a few laps ago, kicking up the dust as their left-hand wheels touch the grass on the outside. But what's your general view on how this is likely to shape the Indianapolis Motor Speedway? It's a corner that entices you, turn 6, to go wide, but how much is permissible?
I placed before the court, quarter, the Circuit of the Americas, turn 19 there, when we had an IMSA event and a WEC event at the same time. Hang on, we've got somebody going slowly there at the moment. I thought that was an issue for one of the Pro-Am cars, but no, he's back up to speed again. Oh, and a spin, that's the McKenna Porsche. That's Hutton McKenna in the right number 88, the white and yellow car. McKenna Porsche, a name that is steeped in history in IMSA competition. And good to see it back with Hutton behind the wheel and the McKenna organisation. That was just the laws of physics and dynamics taking over, coming out of that corner, exactly where Bruce was talking about, out of turn 6 onto the infield straight. And the rear Michelin's unable to keep the car in a straight line. That's no criticism of the Michelin's, I should say, there. Eventually, the laws of physics do take over. It looks like the 4-way flashes are on that car, so Hutton will need to just turn them back off again from that incident. Going back to track limits, Bruce, turn 19 at the Circuit of the Americas, that big left-hander coming into turn 20, which is the last left-hander onto the front straight. WEC threw out a whole load of laps and awarded a whole load of penalties. IMSA basically let people race to the wall. Now, take away the safety implications of that, of which we could talk about for quite some time, but the reasoning behind it was that WEC had the technology to measure exactly where the cars were on the track and therefore police that in the same way for everybody, whereas IMSA didn't feel as though that they could do that and be consistent enough to call it. So basically, Bo Barfield, who was then and is still the race director for IMSA and for the major IMSA championships, he's at the Tech Raceway Laguna Seca this weekend. He basically said the edge of the track, the hard standing at the hard points at the edge of the track, unless you're cutting across corners. So through the twisty bits, that would have been different. But otherwise, go to the edge of the track. And okay, I'm not sure how I stand on that. As a driver, you'll take as much opportunity to take as much advantage as you can, obviously. And there is a safety implication because the track was designed and the safety barriers are there assuming that you're 25 yards and a load of hard standing and locked up wheels away from them. But that said, I understood absolutely what Bo was saying about if we can't apply it consistently and fairly to everybody, then I think we've got to say, have at it.
It's a conversation, John, that could run and run, of course, in Formula One circles. Spa-Francorchamps has been in the news. You know, I'm a big feeling. You look at photographs of circuits like that when they had gravel traps at the edge of the circuit. If you went to the gravel trap, you're probably going to get stuck. So they didn't go across the line. That's my feeling.
People still hit the wall when there was gravel halfway up Eau Rouge and at the top of Radion. There was still some huge accidents there because the gravel trap was so shallow you just bounced across it.
But not as many is the
true.
simple thing. And what you're getting now, we're not going to talk about Spa-Francorchamps for long at all, but it's the fact you're getting multiple car incidents. We saw it with the W Series, we've seen it Spa 24 Hours, we've seen it da-di-da, and then the Formula One. And so on it goes. So I think there are certain corners where I'm happy to take it back to the dark ages, put some gravel traps in, and then it's your consequence if you run wide.
Alex Wirtz once said to me, Formula One driver, still a Toyota ambassador and a fine racer in everything that he got into. We're at Fuji Motor Speedway, and he was talking about Turn 1 and how in his day there was a wall at the end of the front straight, not all the runoff as there was. And he said in one session that we were watching where everybody was running on, he said, you wouldn't be doing that if there was a wall, would you? Nowadays, what you have in some of those tracks, and unfortunately Spa is the perfect example, which is a beautiful circuit, but is no longer the challenge that it used to be in anything, because you can learn the track by going over the limits and backing off to it. The skill surely is to get to the limit and find the limit without going over it and sticking the car in the wall and doing it or yourself some damage. That's, it's my foreplay. Right, we're under a dozen minutes to go. A couple of things to point out. Anders Kovac just done his best time down in 14th position in the Pro-Am category of the 991s for MRS GT Racing. Also, see one or two more of you trackside this weekend for the Porsche Sportscar Together Festival. Just look at the headlights on the cars, by the way. If you see cars with the red dots in the headlights, the red day notice lights, the red mirrors and the red wing end plates, they're a Pro-Am 991 category. Blue is the Pro-Am 992 category. And the others, the ones with the black mirrors but the white lights, they are the Pro categories. So just to keep an eye on that. Actually, they are sort of a silver. I've just noticed that the wing end plates on the Pro cars, they are silver, as are the mirrors. And the shade bands on the windscreens also echo those same colours. So silver grey for the Pros, blue for the Pro-Am 992s and red for the 991s, and they are echoed as far as they can be, the blue and the red, in the four little dots in the headlights as well, which is rather clever.
All the visual identification they can add to it is gratefully received. Right, in some ways you might think, well, the field would be split with all the pros at the top, then the Pro-Ams, then the Pro-Am 991s, because of course they've got the slightly older car. And it's true for the pros, they fill the top 11 positions, then the Pro-Ams from 12th down to 16th. But the best of the Pro-Am 991s, Matt Halcombe, is in among the overall Pro-Am, so he's rather spoiling the pattern, not from his point of view, doing a fantastic job. 17th place overall out of 26, that's a very good run. The next driver is Joe Lombardo in the Pro-Am 991. He's 3 places further back, and more to the point, over half a second. So in fact, Matt Halcombe has got the biggest gap of anybody in any of the 3 classes, John.
Yeah. Bill Smith, Top Racing, in that bright orange, number 42. He's just done his fastest lap of 41.9. That pushes him up the field. He's in 19th now, and in fact goes ahead of Joe Lombardo. Obviously not in the same class. Another fastest lap from Anders Kovac, another 2 fastest laps. So that's the last 3 laps. Anders Kovac has put his fastest lap of the session, and he's down to a 43.7 now. So building pace all the time in that number 14 MRS GT. Congratulations to Matt Halcombe in the mystery machine, who is ahead
in the Pro-Am 991 category, as Bruce has just mentioned, just coming onto the middle straight. He's got a bit of company behind him, which I think is Riley Dickinson in the 53. That's the BGB. Excuse me, that is the.
It's John Gertz.
It's John Gertz. Sorry, my apologies. Thank you. That's the Wright Motorsports 4th in Pro-Am 57 car. Kovac in the MRS GT, another car that has the base colour of the GT silver, easily identifiable with the stars and stripes motif. And how appropriate is that on a 911 on this weekend of all weekends? Let's not forget, I bet everybody can remember where they were this time last year, and certainly when it comes to tomorrow, we'll all be having thoughts of New York City and 20 years ago. Kovac then with a lap that for once was not an improvement, maybe just letting the heat out of his Michelin tyres a little bit, cooling down and having another go. 7.5 minutes to go. Tim Pappas improves, 3rd position for him in the JDX Racing number 54. That's into 3rd now in Pro-Am as Kovac goes down through the first corner and loses it. Well, so was that the opposite way around then? 3 consecutive fastest laps for him, and maybe he was overheating those Michelin tyres, Bruce Jones, and they just got the better of him going through turn 1. Very easy to do, got the car rotated and maybe just got on the accelerator a wee bit early or a wee bit hard.
It could be either. I actually think he was just trying to go deeper and deeper into the corner each lap, trying to find a little bit more speed. And as you said, he did effectively 3 consecutive improvements. But these things happen, taking the life out of the tyres. But he would have sort of learned a lesson from that one. But I've been quite impressed with the way he's been chipping away. He has just been pushed back to 9th in the Pro-Am class because Vernon McClure, number 10 entry from TPC Racing, has just gone past him. Jeffrey Majerac has gone up to 6th in the class, so a few people finding their pace further down the order. But yes, as you said, the clock is counting down, and just trying to see if anybody else is going to improve. We've still got Parker Thompson. He's been at the top seemingly forever. TJ Fisher was a sort of about 10-15 minutes ago. He moved up to 2nd place. And the 2 fast drivers from the first session, Kai van Berlo, you reckon he's on a long distance run. He's down in 6th place overall, and Seb Prio, who was 2nd fastest, is down in 3rd. So we've had a bit of rotation, but what we haven't had, as far as I can see, is anybody sticking fresh rubber on. Why waste it now? Because, of course, qualifying tomorrow is at a different time. It's the same time as the first practice session today. That was the one to get your real knowledge about how the tyres were going to behave when the track was holding that sort of temperature. And it's your friend Bill Smith has gone round one more time, unfortunately. Car 42 sitting sideways at the edge of the circuit for top racing.
Yeah, that's on the infield. He's got it pointing back in the right direction. A little bit of steam coming from the front of that car, but I don't think there's any damage to the normally beautifully prepared number 42. Just lost the back end of that car. I do think the heat is the sun's been beating down here all day, and I do think the heat of the track is causing some grip issues. We've had Kurt Swearingen having completed 24 laps. That's the most on the timing serial at the moment, but plenty of people over 20 at the moment, so there have been some long runs here with just under 5 minutes to go. This is important data, I feel, as even Seb Prio makes a little mistake under braking at turn 1 in the number 15 multicoloured Multimatic car. And Kai van Berlo out as well with just the right hand indicator going as he tries to pick up a bit of pace. So clearly it's getting a little more tricky out there for everybody. Prio did his fastest lap some 19 laps ago, but has been out there on these long runs. Improvements last time for John Gertz, now up to 3rd. He displaces Tim Pappas in Pro-Am. That's the 57 Wright Motorsport car. Thomas Collingwood for BGB in the number 69. He's up to 5th. And Connor Flynn, Irish Mike's Racing in the 95. He's up to 3rd in Pro-Am. All of those drivers improving last time around, but still nobody, Bruce, has got the pace of the red and white with the maple leaf on it, coming back onto the speedway and onto the start-finish line, heading for the yard of bricks. Parker Thompson still leading by that scant 0.027 of a second margin.
Absolutely so. Parker Thompson doing a great job there for JDX Racing. But I think what's absolutely noticeable, with the exception of TJ Fisher and Lee Keane and recently Hutton McKenna, almost all the drivers in the top 10 did their fast lap very early on. This isn't a session where they were going for times. This is a session where they're going for setup. You can see, as you say, Seb Prio did his best after 3 laps. Parker Thompson after 3 laps. Riley Dickinson after 3 laps. There's a story there. They weren't going out for fresh rubber runs. They got the circuit under their skin in the first session. They got it learnt, and then they concentrated on the tyres. Now they're concentrating on the handling through a longer run. Absolutely crystal clear. And with 3 minutes remaining, I can only see improvements at the tail end of the field as the less experienced drivers who just take a little longer to get into their stride.
Exactly.
Put one down there.
And that is the big contrast. If you look at the Pro-Am and the Pro-Am 991 category, as Bruce has mentioned there, pretty much everybody did their fastest lap in the top 11, which is the all-pro cars at the front of the field with the silver mirrors and the silver end plates and the white headlights. They are all single digits or just into the double digits, but certainly 10 laps ago for most of them. If you look at the Pro-Am, the situation is completely reversed. Joe Lombardo did his fastest lap on the 3rd lap. We've got people who are still doing fastest laps, so there's plenty of 19s and 20s and 21. Another fastest lap for him, for John Goads, just cementing his position in the 3rd placed Pro-Am 992, the 57 Wright Motorsport cars. Bill Smith, after that spin, hasn't lost any confidence. He improves down to a 140.774, just ahead of Thomas Collingwood in the 69, 140.959. Vernon McClure for TPC Racing, 142.6, a little bit further down the field. But look at the numbers down there, Bruce. They've all come relatively recently, as those, as you rightly say, less experienced drivers are getting to grips, literally as well as metaphorically, with the track, with the car, and with these conditions on the long run.
Yes, it's when you look at pro racing drivers, their ability to know what to expect from the car, know what to expect from themselves, and really thereafter they expect to deliver very close to their best very early on. And then it's a question of just seeing how the car will change with the track, and that's precisely what's been happening. And yes, the bottom half of our timing screen, I'd say half the cars in the Pro-Am class and the Pro-Am 991 class have improved last time around. Matt Halcombe's still top in the 991 class, but still Efren Castro, but we're dealing with tiny margins. The improvements of the drivers further down in each of those classes, the Vernon McClures, the Jeffrey Mazurak a short while ago, Thomas Collingwood, Bill Smith, which was very impressive, bearing in mind he'd rotated. Certainly wouldn't have helped his tyres with that little spin, but Bill, 64 years young, doing a great job out there.
So down to the last half a minute or so. This is the last official track action from here. It's the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and day 1 of the 2021 brand new for this year Porsche Sportscar Together Festival. But in a couple of hours or so, we'll have the first free practice session from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in the Hyundai Sportscar Championship. That's the WeatherTech Sportscar Championship FP1. Shea Adam and Jeremy Shaw in the Global Broadcast booth for that, the Global Broadcast Centre for that, and I'll jump in if I can as well for that session, and that'll be on RS2 IMSA Radio in audio only, that one, and that is via imsaradio.com, at IMSA Radio if you want to get in touch with us on Twitter. Checkered flag is out. The gaggle of cars just going across the line, led by Joe Lombardo was the first to see the checkered flag. Also going through that, the bright yellow number 65. Always easy to pick out that that livery. The 992, sorry, number 65 for Efren Castro. He's at the top of the Pro-Am categories. Just wait for 1 or 2 cars to come through, and then we'll just confirm. There are 1 or 2 changes, and significant ones as well, with Kai van Berlo, who's just put his fastest lap in on the last lap and comes down to a 37.9. Riley Dickinson, 38.1, his fastest lap on lap 25 of this session. Remember, you have to make the decision when we get into race 1 tomorrow afternoon here at IMS. Do you set your car up to go well when it's heavy and full of VP Racing fuel and on new Michelins, or do you set it up to come in as the fuel burns off and the Michelins wear? You can't have it both ways, and if you set it up for somewhere in the middle, well, who knows what happens.
Well, if this session was about judging their likely race pace, how's this? 0.346 of a second, just over a third of a second, covers the top 7 cars in the field. That's Parker Thompson, TJ Fisher, Seb Prio, Kai Van Berlo, Lee Keane, Riley Dickinson, and Dylan Murray. So really tight at the top. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Right, Parker Thompson at the top. Your other class leaders at the end of FP2 and the first day of action here at IMS. Efren Castro for Team Hardpoint, EBM in the 65. Matt Holcomb, best of the Pro-Am 991s. Thanks to Rick and the team, trackside, and all of our camera operators. It's been a very, very long day for them. Tim Gray is our executive producer up in London. Eve Hewitt is our responsible adult. Join us in a couple of hours on RS2 at imsaradio.com for the first WeatherTech action. We'll wrap it up now. Thanks to Bruce Jones. I'm John Hindhaugh. We'll leave you with a few closing words from Sean for you guys at the circuit. Enjoy the rest of your Friday. Bye-bye.
All right, John, Bruce, thank you so much. Another wonderful call here. And a lot of great racing left to come here. Practices, those are in the record books here from Indianapolis Motor Speedway from the inaugural 2021 Porsche Sportscar Together Fest. Tomorrow, it's a big day. It's qualifying and it's racing. There's a lot to come yet this weekend. We've barely even opened this can of worms up yet, man. We've got a lot of great stuff left to come. And don't forget, bring the kids. We got the fan zone. We have everything else going on here. We got track walks, grid walks, all that happen for all ages, kids all the way up through the adults. We're going to be starting off tomorrow morning. Get with us early in the morning live on Porsche Carrera Cup.us to get all the information. Watch what we're watching, see what we're seeing, listen to what's going on. And that's going to start off live with Porsche Sprint Challenge North America, brought to you by Yokohama Tires. That's going to be a qualifying session at 8:40 a.m. I'm Sean Sermony. This is Indianapolis Speedway, and we're going to be with you back tomorrow morning at 8:40 a.m. Thank you so much.